G'day, citizens. Welcome to Citizencon 2026, I think it is. How you doing, Algared?
I'm a bit more awake than I was yesterday.
I got up an hour. I couldn't sleep. Christmas time.
I had a nephew's engagement party yesterday, so that absolutely wiped me out. So I got home, fell asleep, woke up, did a little bit, went back to sleep, got up, feeling good at the moment. Ask me in 4 hours.
In 4 hours.
And it might be a different story.
Well, we've already got, I think the last time I checked, let me have another check. There is 4,000 people waiting on their YouTube channel. And the Twitch is not live yet. So I still think that's pretty impressive. If you think about numbers from back in the day.
That'll mean they stop
one of the
Twitch.
I think I remember one of the very first Citizencons, it was about 5,000 people watching, period. So to have that many waiting just to watch now shows the growth.
Yeah, indeed. Look, while we're here, we may as well, before we even go much further, is plug our latest giveaway.
Oh, you want to do that? Okay, I didn't have that set up.
We've got, several people sitting here who may not have yet seen our channel. It might be the first time for somebody.
Okay, let me open it.
Taking a line from one of our favourite friends. But so we have a giveaway at the moment. It's linked to our last buyer's guide. That's the buyer's guide for the Apollo. And if you are a public subscriber, so you become a public subscriber and you leave a comment for that video, you go in the running for the Apollo giveaway. Now, CIG gave us the triage, but we thought, we're going to upgrade it. So we're going to be giving away the Medivac. And if you're here next week when we're doing the live stream, or on our channel when we're doing the live stream next week, and you're there when we do the draw, we will actually chuck in a skin for the Medivac. For the Medivac as well. So all you got to do is just go to the video, leave a comment, make sure it's a public subscriber, and you're in a chance to win. Simple.
Now, Algared, I haven't told you this, but I actually got a couple of Citizencon digital goodies packs to give away today as well. So
even better.
I don't know how I'm going to give them away. I've got no idea. I just brought them, and then I kind of forgot about them to right now. So what we'll do is we'll give them away during the stream sometime. I'm trying to think how I'm going to do that. We might just do it. How am I going to do that? How am I going to do that? I don't know how I'm going to do that. Daft, do you know how to make a giveaway on the Discord? I know he's on, I can see him there on Twitch. Daft, if you know how to, I do know Lemming knows how to. Make us a giveaway on the Discord and get us a link, or find a way to make us a giveaway somehow, like with Nightbot or Stream Elements or something like that, and if you can get that set up. But it's got to work for both YouTube and Twitch. Remember that. You do not. Okay, well, you're freaking useless. No, I'm just kidding. Because I know how to do it too, but I can't do it while I'm live because I've got too many other things to do. You mentioned both chat, but if you can reach out to Lemming, I believe Lemming will help you do that, man. Yeah, Lemming does 100%. So if you guys want to get that, we'll set up 2 for now, and if you get those set up to give away at different times, so maybe one at the start of the con, so in about 2 hours time, and then one at the towards the end of it, or at the end of it, that'd be great. Yeah, so good to see you, mate.
And if we cannot work it out, we'll just do not a tuner.
No, I can't do not. Oh, well, I could. Can't. As in, I haven't set up the pieces of paper for it, so I'd have to use one piece of paper to represent something that's not it. It's sitting over there. I've got it over there still. It's on its little drawer over there.
The windows are broken. That's what the problem is.
No. Just like, remember how I used to print things out to represent each ship?
Yep. All right. Yep.
Well, I don't have that because I haven't set up for it. So I'd have to, I could always use the photo of your face if you wanted as the.
You just use the meme of old man Hurston.
Yeah. So, but yeah. All right, let me get the question bot up because we're gonna get that going. Again, you don't have to, like, questions will really be before the stream and after the stream. But I thought it'd be really kind of cool to have it going during the con too, if something comes up. And just remember, so to be responsible, the bot can only do a certain amount of roll calls a day, right? On YouTube, right? So if you hammer it, it will not last to the end of the stream. So only really ask a question if you really, really want a question answered, because we're going for 6 hours today. We normally go for 3. The last time we did this at the convention, which was 2 years ago, because you've got to remember we were at Citizencon last year, it only lasted 5 of the 8 hours, right? So I just want to make that clear, and they've become more restrictive on it since before. So I just want to point that out. The bot is a very jerry-rigged thing. It doesn't work perfectly, but it works for our needs up until when we do things like this.
Up until whenever either Twitch or YouTube do a background change, and then it has to be rejigged.
Yeah, basically. Yeah, basically. Okay. So
Socially Confused is suggesting 1 pack for YouTube and 1 pack for Twitch.
I'd rather do 2 and then just have you just enter the giveaway separately, because then because let's put it this way, we usually have more viewers on YouTube than on Twitch.
At the moment. We've got 148 on YouTube and 12 on Twitch. So it's a good idea, Socially Confused, but
it just doesn't work out. So I'd rather just put everyone in one pool and we go from there. So yeah, that's how I'd kind of rather do it. But thank you for the suggestion.
Yeah.
Right. So the bot is up and running. We've got a question. Are you getting questions? If so, is this working? Yes, Stimpack Steve. Thank you for testing the bot. It is indeed working. I don't have to test that now.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah. For Socially Confused, we have thought about that idea in the past of doing one for Twitch and one for YouTube as well. But for the reasons we said, it just doesn't work out as being fair. So
yeah. Grim did say he'll join us about half an hour after we start, so that's probably about 20 minutes or so. So he'll be along too. We're looking at bringing in non-stop bops after the con, so he's going to come in and answer some questions as well and hang out. So we should have 4 of us at the end, just going through questions and stuff like that. So it's going to be really cool to bring some other people in, not just me and Algared. Obviously,
we know you guys get sick and tired of hearing our voices, right?
Well, I was going to say having some other people in to look at the ships and stuff, and me and Grim love to speculate, as does Bops. Algared hates it, but tough shit, he can just get dragged along kicking and screaming.
Yeah, I hate talking ship. Yeah.
But you hate speculating because it goes. You've got to compartmentalize and it hurts your brain. I know how it goes.
To a level.
Yeah. So yeah, it is Citizencon Direct today. So they've got, if I flick it over here, I'm kind of following both at the moment to see what's going to happen. So this is their YouTube, and their Twitch is doing, like, if I refresh the Twitch, it's not. Come on, do something. It's just not doing anything. So obviously the advantage of YouTube is you have this these scheduled streams, so you can kind of sit there and wait. Yeah, but they're not going to be live for another 106 minutes, according to this. So we'll just hang out with you guys and take some questions, I think. Algared, unless you've got anything you would rather talk about. Okay.
That's about it, really. We're just going to chill until the stream starts, and then we'll watch videos and occasionally groan at things that seem so obvious or aren't what we're expecting, or delays that we know were coming or assume would probably come at some point, but we're hoping wouldn't. All of those things.
Misfit saying, why is it called a con though? I think it's just because it's implied that it's a digital Citizencon. So it's a meeting, but it's an online meeting, I think, is why they're kind of going for that. And it's just what it's known as Citizencon.
Yep. Yeah, so this time of year they always do their citizen convention, and this is in place of the citizen convention. Hence, Citizencon Direct.
Yeah, I really think that, and again, we could do a poll for this, right? I wouldn't mind doing a poll. Actually, I'll do a poll, and the poll is: do you think next year's Citizencon will be the release of Squadron 42? Tell me your thoughts on that, Algared.
Well, interesting you should ask. I was talking with one of my ex-students who is keen on Star Citizen, but saying, I'm waiting. I said, mate, get in right now. So, and he was assuming it was still in like really bad early beta with no storyline type missions, no ability to buy ships in game, having to spend hundreds of dollars to actually get a ship, all that type of stuff. And I just said, no, get in, do it now. And he was saying, oh, when's it coming out? And I said, I reckon it'll come out this time next year. So I reckon the launch will be Citizencon next year.
I think a precursor to that, you would agree, will be the ramping up of the hype train, right? So I'd envision 6 months out, some kind of trailer, definitely some kind of thing at Gamescom, maybe even something at the Summer Game Fest with Jeff Keighley as well. And I think that they'll probably ramp it up with a few trailers. That's my expectation, and that's probably where I'd be putting most of my money, because that's where most eyes get to now, because everything's moved online, So,
and if you think about it, like last year, the plan, I honestly think from what we'd heard, from what I'd heard, the plan was that Citizencon would be the launch of Squadron last year. The gala was for Citizencon last year.
Yeah,
we know the gala got pulled, and we know. The plan is to put it in later on. So
I should have stated if it's releasing next year, because I think a lot of people are going, no, it's not coming out ever. But what I meant was, if it's coming out, it's coming out at Citizencon. That's kind of, I should have stated more thoroughly, because I could see people have gone, no, it's just never coming out. Robert Case, thank you for your hard work.
Thank you for the
we don't
support.
do shit, dude. We just sit down and talk. Like, it's not hard.
Well, it strains the voice. It does strain the eyes, under the lights.
The lights are the worst thing. Like, I don't know what it is about the lights, but it if you've ever seen the Star Trek episode, there are literally 4 lights in front of me. It's like, there are 4 lights. I just always think of that. So because I've got 2 lights under my hat. That's these 2. And then I've got these 2 massive panel lights that are up above my head, and you've got the same ones. So, do you use the 2 down the side, or just the 2 up the top?
No, I don't use. Are they the little small ones we had?
Yeah, these. Hang on, I'll probably pull this one off, because they're battery operated. So there's this one.
They're a great little light.
Yeah, they are very great, but they're freaking expensive for what they are. But they work really, really well.
They do work really, really well. But considering what they sell for now, we got them cheap. We got them during the we got them during the Kickstarter.
Yeah, we did. And they're good for portables, so we can kind of take them places, and they've got a battery in them and stuff like that. But the ones up the top, they're like 10-inch panel lights, and they don't really turn down very low. Like, that's literally on 1%. And as I've shown you in previous streams, I've turned it up to 100%. It's like the surface of the sun.
Oh, yeah. We've gone down. I think we're down to 0 or 1%.
It's 1%. Like, all the reviews say it won't go low enough. So that's the problem with them.
And you'll find at times, we're both looking kind of down, and it's because as the night goes on, the lights just become too bright.
Thank you, Clever Ghost. Appreciate that, man. Don't have to throw money at us, but always appreciate it. But never.
Always appreciate it. Never demanded or required, but we really do appreciate
if we were into money, guys, we would probably have a lot of fireworks and all that. No offense to Twitch people, right? But we don't do this for the money. We do this for the, like, I don't know about you, Algared, but the highlight of my week when we sit down to do live streams is literally just hanging out with you guys, right? Like, and talking and seeing how people are. That makes my week.
Yeah.
And talking about a game that I really love. That's the only reason I do this, right? If I wanted to make money, I would stream every day. I would, put all the fireworks and all that type of stuff off.
You do dances or jump up and down.
And I guess I could do that if I wanted to make a living out of it, but maybe I would keep that as a separate thing if I ever do that. But for Inforunners, it's just I do this for the love of it, the love of the game. So appreciate it though, Clever Ghost. Thank you.
Inforunners is just a fun activity where we talk ship and speculate and on where we think things are going based on our understanding of lore, information we've picked up from either mining or from people we know. So, and then join all the dots and see what comes out.
Yeah. All right, let's take a question. So Hellspire says, is it better for you guys if we watch on YouTube or Twitch? Is there a preference? No, you do whatever you like. Again, we're not really in this for money at all. We're just enjoying hanging out with you guys, period, you know. That's it.
If we were in it for the money, you'd know, because our Twitch channel would be pumped and we'd know all the bits and pieces and what bits are and what.
Yep. And every time someone likes and follows, there'd be a herald thing flying across the bottom and all that type of thing. But, like I could easily do all that stuff, but I just wanted to keep it kind of clean and simple. Well, I guess I went a bit out for the video today with the stars. I don't know, how do you guys like the stars? Should I make this a more common thing? And
should we stick more with our stars in the background and be more generic, or do you like the all of those alerts? Yeah. So we'd react to all those alerts.
I did I will say I did add some more animated emojis during the week. I found out there's a way you can take a normal emoji and turn it into an animated one. So if you are a subscriber, you'll find that there's a lot more animated emojis there on Twitch. Because it only took me about an hour to do them all. So I just went through and took a lot of the pre-existing emojis and made them animated. There's a really interesting one. So you know the execute me meme, one of me on there. So there's one. I'll see if I can find it real quick.
By the way, the reaction seems to be the stars look really good.
Yeah. So there's one of you there as well. Look, I'm just putting a few of the ones in that are animated. And then I'm going to post it. So there you go. So look, there's one of me and one of you in there in Twitch. And I know YouTube, you can't see it, so I do apologize. But it's essentially my face, but shaking like it's really mad. And then Algared walking in with his face going, oh. And then a few other little ones in there that I thought would just be interesting. Oh, there's an Inforunners one too. I did do that as well.
Yep.
So if I do that, there you go. Look, you can do this now.
Ooh, Running Man.
Yeah. So yeah, I know you can't see. I apologize, YouTube.
Sorry if you're Twitch. Sorry, YouTube.
Yeah. But you know, we don't highlight Twitch too much here. But yeah, I just thought I'd show that because that was something for them to play with.
Yeah.
And I do the same.
Let them see that we do care about them.
Yeah. Cody Cooper, thank you for the $1, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, again,
most appreciated.
Never required, but always appreciated.
Yeah, indeed.
I think I'll kind of... All right, let's have a look at the poll real quick before I forget. It's disappeared on Twitch. Okay, so there's one thing I don't like about Twitch. As soon as the poll's over, it just disappears. But YouTube said 55% said yes, 45% said no.
So they're 50-50. They're sitting on the fence.
Yeah. I think from just the way things have gone, you would want to release this with your fan base. And also look at some of the releases that have come out. Like we've just had Battlefield 6 come out yesterday. We've got Ark Raiders, another big game, coming out in about a week or so. I think it's the 26th. So it's about a week and a half away. Most of the big games come out in October. It sounds like a very sensible time to release it. GTA, we know, is meant to release in about 6 months' time. So that would give you enough of a gap. It really just comes down to what other games are going to be around this time next year, right? And now with Battlefield 6 kind of coming out, I don't really see too much else that could be in the way unless it's like a random, almost like a shadow drop where you'd find out about, 6 months beforehand type of thing. So yeah.
Yep, and apparently we have a hype train. I'm not sure what a hype train is, but yeah.
I think that's like a series of subs in rapid succession. But there was 2 subscriptions with Prime for Volts and Subic. Thank you very much. I don't see any other subs there though. But yeah, thank you, gentlemen, for your subs. I do appreciate it.
Indeed.
Full Metal Jacket. I will answer this question, but normally when you want a question, bro, we get you to put it in, type in the word question, and our bot picks it up and it chucks it into Discord for us, and we go through them in order. But just for your case, because it sounds like you're fairly new or you're returning, it says, any bets on the Zeus MR today? Sounds easy. The sister ship is already flying around. Well, there's no gameplay for the Marky Mark, as I call it, right? No need to be sorry, Full Metal. I'm just letting you know so you're aware, my friend. And basically when bounty hunting comes in, you'll probably see a couple of ships come in succession, because it's not the only one sitting in the wings. So you'll probably see it come online with a new bounty hunting ship. And and that'll come in straight away. You'll see reworks to Cutlass Blue, and probably things like the Avenger and stuff like that. It'll all get little updates that allow those pods to work with. The Hawk's another one, Algared, wouldn't it?
Yep.
I actually saw recently the Hawk. You know how they put the new pod thing in the back of the Hawk? I was looking with Nonstop's Bops, and the entire back part of it was just hollow. They'd removed the entire guts of it. It was just like a pipe on the back of the ship.
You mean they're getting it ready for the bed to go in? Yeah.
Yeah. So again, there's a lot of changes in the background. I think we're in for a hell of a patch because we just haven't had that engine update since January. So I think there's a lot coming when that finally comes in.
Yeah.
All right, we're another first-time chatter there, so we'll answer that one as well.
Yep.
So
and we'll do his question.
Yep. So Hansy says, question: what is your predictions for the goofiest thing we'll see today? Probably Jared's face. Let's be honest. I don't know. What do you think will be the goofiest thing we see? I don't think we'll see too much.
Something Jared does.
Yeah, it'll probably be something he says. Some off joke. But honestly, I don't think we'll see too much that's goofy. Because I think it's going to be very trimmed down and edited, and they would have taken a lot of the awkward stuff out. Again, when it's edited like this, you just can't do stuff live, so all that kind of goes away.
And thank you, Private Bankers Guild, for that $10 super chat. He says, appreciate you executing Algared.
Oh, you're welcome.
So thank you.
Private Bankers Guild. Sounds like he set that up for an org, doesn't it? So yeah.
Yep, it does sound like he set it up for an org.
Very Star Wars-esque type of name.
I am concerned the bot might have died because I went to wipe out Hansy's question and it wasn't there.
It has died. That is not good. That is very not good if it's died straight away.
No, that's a worry if it's died that early, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a big worry because, it's a big worry. And it's probably going to keep dying now because that generally means that we've hit the draw call limit already. And what I'm realizing is it might have already hit the draw call because of yesterday, and the 24 hours has not rolled over. So it's counting once. Yeah, it's died again already. So we're probably gonna have to wait an hour or so before I can put it up again, but I will try again. But it's just going to.
So in the meantime, we will try.
I'll do a Q&A. I'll do a Q&A on YouTube in the meantime.
And we'll try and keep a watch for the questions on.
Yeah, but you'll have to keep an eye on YouTube for me because I won't be able to see. I won't be able to see YouTube.
You mean Twitch?
No, I can see Twitch totally fine. I can't see YouTube because it changes that panel to be the questions.
Okay.
And that's why I usually actually I can make it so I see YouTube. Just give me a minute. I've just got to do this in the back end.
Yep.
I just haven't done it in a little while because again the bot hasn't died in a little while.
And welcome to Twitch Uninspired username. Great to have you here.
Right. Algared, do you want to ask a question from the ones that we do have really quickly?
So PC Gamer Radio says Citizencon Direct 2955 starts today at 1900 UTC. Join the live broadcast on Twitch or YouTube for the latest in Star Citizen updates. Question: guesses for what the live part is?
Oh, they said live part? No, I think they just mean watch it live. I don't think they're I don't think they're going to have a live part. See, half the reason why I think they've done it this way is they've basically set it up so they can have a 2-hour video thing play at all the watch parties they're going to do and then go back to partying. So they're not preferencing us at online. That's one of the things that's always kind of annoyed me is that people that watch live kind of all get left behind. But that's just how it is. Yeah, so that should hopefully, there we go. Now I got YouTube.
And Ashra is saying he will try and take our Twitch questions and drop them manually into the
that'd be great.
String question section. That'd be great, Ashra.
I appreciate it very much. Thank you for helping out.
Appreciate it.
Astra as well, if you can help Dafty Digit, we're trying to get 2 giveaways set up on Discord for Digital goodies pack. One for just before it starts and one for maybe about half an hour after it ends. If you could... If you know how to do that, I know Lemming knows how to do it, but I'm indisposed right now. So if you can get in contact with Lemming and you guys get that sorted, I've got 2 digital goodies packs to give away. Right, Q&A test working. Let's see. Yes, it is. I've got 4 questions in the Q&A there, so we'll just let those gather in there on YouTube, and we'll go through the ones on Discord.
Yep.
didn't dress up for the occasion, man, I'd have to go buy a suit and all that shit. I don't work like it. Do you know what he's doing? Right? Let's be honest, Algared. You're wearing your school uniform. Don't try and pretend you dress up. That's what you wear work every day.
Yeah.
Don't give me shit. Yeah. It's not doing fancy dress for you guys. He's just wearing his same old shit. That's the same as this.
Hey, what can I say?
Shit.
What can I say?
I could have just stayed in bed. I can walk around the house naked, but no, I get dressed.
Oh no! Oh no! Mercy. Yeah, but so.
All right.
Although it does take time. You know, I could just come here in a t-shirt, but it does take time to, tie up a tie.
Yeah.
Put all the other clobber on, and so it does take time. It does take a bit of effort.
Yeah.
Just a little bit, just a little.
Yeah. All right. So, Wops Zerka says, what would you consider a failed Citizencon? What would CIG have to do to make this dud? Just fill it full of fluff. You've only got 2 hours. This needs to be trim. It needs to be lean. It needs to be the point, and it needs to hit all the important stuff. I don't want to hear about and not to pick on them, but for example, I wouldn't want to hear anything about the sound or the music or something like that. I want to hear about key gameplay, key tech, the meat and potatoes. I don't give a shit about the vegetables right now. They're all required, but I want the meat and potatoes. And I think that's how I would analogize it. No offense to the music people, but we're here for the main key points. When you've only got 2 hours, you've got to hit all the stuff. 15 minutes of Jared introducing people. No. I don't even want to be honest. I don't even really want to see Jared. I just want to go straight into listening to the devs. When you've only got 2 hours, it's got to go straight to the meat and potatoes. No bullshit. So yeah.
Yeah. Look, I'd agree with that. I don't want to see the fluff. So if I want to talk about the sound, but if they're giving us an update on something that's really key, and the sound effects are really good, but the tools the sound team have made are really good, or the tools that such and such have not. So do it that way, but not do a whole 30-minute session on how we're developing the sounds and how they're developing the music, or how they're developing the cloud tech or planet tech. Talk about that in terms of the new planet tech enables us to do. But yeah, so.
Who is he? Grim said he's about 10 minutes away, and that was 4 minutes ago. So he shouldn't be too far away. He's running a little late because he's doing his daughter's birthday party, so he should be here shortly though to join us. Right, next one. Michael DiCenzio says, could you see the Titan suits having a Titan suit nail for boarding Vandal ships? They shot Titan suits into the ship. Now, that would be a really cool update to that launcher thing off the Caterpillar, wouldn't it? To actually fire Titan suits. That'd be kind of cool. Or a Titan suit tailored specifically at boarding is kind of how I'm kind of hearing that. That'd be kind of cool. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that. I think with the I think the tech has changed from back in the day. I think they could have boarding now, or aggressive boarding ships. But then, how do you know how they've got the Maelstrom tech and stuff like that, and they've kind of it used to talk back in the day about how the ships will break up into chunks. But now, could you possibly move that to it's a more free form? That's something they haven't really elaborated on, but I guess the possibility is there.
I think boarding nails or boarding pods would be cool, but how to make sure it works, especially if you're just firing them and they don't really have any maneuvering ability. So yeah, it'd be interesting, but I'm not going to say they can't do it, because I know from Star Citizen, how many times did people say they can't do X, Y, Z? Can't do big maps. You can't do this. You can't do streaming meshing. You can't do, and they've done it constantly. So, you want CIG to spend longer. You tell them they can't do something, and they'll do it. You can't have tracked vehicles. Yeah, we can. Watch. So yeah.
All right, do you want to do the next question for me? I'm trying to
Yep.
look at some stuff.
So Moccasin RR Club says, will Nix be announced as part of 4.4?
I think that was the intent, don't you?
Yeah.
Like, it really feels like to me that was their intent. We also know that they're very passionate, like the rest of us. They try to hit those marks. They don't always get to those marks. But they try.
And there's no real blockers from what I can understand in terms of doing it server-wise. You know, like they can do the same type of thing they're doing at the moment. So they can do it. The question is, do they feel it's at a level where it's stable enough or good enough to go forward? And the goal is for that, but whether they've managed to achieve that. Now, I haven't heard anything to the negative of that. So my guess would be, that's what the plan is. But I certainly expect it this year.
Can you do the next one, please? Sorry, I'm trying to set up this giveaway because I know how to do it, but no one else can do it besides me because Lemming's not here. So I'm trying to figure that out.
So Mr. Ducky 025 says, execute. Do you have a day-to-day job, and what do you do?
No, I don't. This is my job fundamentally. I do not. So yes.
Yep. So, well, disability and all the other stuff, isn't it?
I have
the diabetes.
I have a bunch of conditions that I'd rather not talk about right now, Algared.
Yep.
But thanks.
Yep. Sorry. But yeah, so it's not that he's lazy, it's just that he can't.
Yep.
There you go. Swift the Wolf says, are you both expecting for this super low? Are our expectations for this super low, or are we thinking maybe we'll get blown away this year?
I am keeping my my expectations low because again, when it's only 2 hours long, I just don't think you can put anything in it that's particularly like, it has to be a visual spectacle, right? And I think you'd agree with me, at some point in here there's going to be some form of trailer. I don't know what it is, but that's just kind of where my brain goes. And you know,
I would expect a trailer. Now, who is that who just rudely bumped into our chat channel? It must be the one, the only, the fantastic and glorious Star-JM Grim.
I found the giveaway.
That's me. That is a hell of an intro. I appreciate that, Algared.
No worries. Well, I had to make it sound like, initially I was trying to have a go at you, but but I knew you were coming, and I didn't want you to feel I was being narky.
How's everybody doing today?
Good. Are you on camera yet, mate?
I am, yeah.
Let me do this then. Hey, oh, wait. I can do. Wait. What's the other one? No, I didn't want to do that. I want to do the other one.
Look at that fanciness.
I didn't want to be at the top. I wanted to be.
Oh, well, too bad you are. Suck it up, princess.
Hang on. Give me a minute. I don't know why that's doing that. I had it set up the other way. Nope.
So, in answer to that question, the question was, are our expectations high or super low for this? What do you reckon, Grim? What's your hope or expectation?
Well, I think the default has been for a lot of people that the expectation should be kept low because it's only 2 hours and it's and whatnot. But I think that I would love for that to be a little bit of a way to get people's expectations set, and then CIG drop something that's really big and kind of explosive to just kind of surprise everybody. So that's what I hope it is. I mean, if some of the stuff we think is going to be announced is announced, then I would say, we're getting ready to have a pretty important Citizencon. So yeah, I'm pretty excited. Confidence is high. I'm
a bit like you guys. I keep my expectations are fairly low. Like, I'm not really.
Yeah.
But that's also so that I'm not. If you don't expect lots, then you don't get disappointed if it's not lots.
Right.
But you get super excited if there is. So yeah.
Okay, use buttons. All right, everyone, win a roll. Yep. Okay, sorry. I'm trying to.
He's trying to set up the bot to be a bot to be able to pick out winners for the 2 giveaways, the goodies packs that we've got.
Yep.
Very nice.
Permissions. Yeah, so we've got a couple to give away. I'm hoping this is all going to work. I've just clicked save giveaway. So if I just double check there, yes. Okay, so in the Discord, in the giveaway channel, there is a digital Citizencon giveaway. Wait, I could probably just link this site. Into. There's already been 8 entries. How the hell was that 8 entries straight away? That's crazy.
Because there are people who are on our channel already.
Yeah, that's crazy. I can't paste this. It won't let me. What can one of the mods take that link and just paste it into YouTube for me? It won't let me. It won't let me type in there for some reason because of the way I've got the Q&A running. It won't let me type in there. So can someone take that link and post it into one of the mods, please? If you can hear me, Daft. I know you're there, man. Daft, can you copy and paste that link, please? I'm just waiting for Daft to wake up if he's there. No one important watching, Daft. It's all good. We've got all the time in the world, Daft. Daft? No, all right. I've lost him. All right, now I'm going to create another one. So, yeah, Grim, is there anything that you wanted to talk about, like you're giving away? Thank you, Ash. Ash got that link.
Sure. He beat me to it.
Yeah, cool. You wanted to, what the hell? You're in flannel. What the hell? Did you come off the farm?
I know. We're in that weird temperature here in Ohio where it's cool in the mornings, kind of cold. Midday it's hot, and then the evening it's cold again. So you really cannot figure out where you're at temperature-wise. So I've been out and about. It's my daughter's birthday today, so it's been a very busy day. And obviously Citizencon is falling directly on my daughter's birthday, as it always does. So that's never convenient. But yeah, no, it's could not be a worse day for Citizencon, but we're here.
Okay. How old did she turn this year, if you don't mind me asking?
She turned 10 years old today.
Okay.
So it's where the birthdays are still big and important. You got to do a lot of work for them. So thank you, everyone in chat for the happy birthday wishes towards her. I appreciate it.
Now, I'm also going to suggest, since we've got several hundred people watching, that we plug our YouTube.
Not right now, Algared. Not right now. I'm doing stuff at the moment. I can't do two at once.
Doing stuff in the background.
Yes.
Okay. But for those watching, we will put up the screen after, but at the moment we do have a giveaway for one of our last videos, the Apollo Buyer's Guide.
Yeah.
All you need to do to be in the draw to win that is go to that channel or go to that video, leave a comment, make sure you're publicly subscribed, and you're in a chance to win an upgraded Apollo.
See how he doesn't listen to me at all? Like not one little iota.
No, I said I'd wait.
He
but
doesn't.
I can still go through the information. Don't need the graphic there for you to do the verbal side.
Oh wait, wrong one. No, not that one. I've got to turn off.
So yeah, just go to that video, leave a comment. Make sure you're publicly subscribed. We'll upgrade the triage that CIG gave us to a Medivac, and if you're on the stream when we do the draw next week, we'll chuck in a skin for that as well. So,
yep. So the second one is also up there now for the second one as well. So you can join both. I'm just getting Twitch the link for that. I'm sorry for YouTube, Algared. I'll send it to you, Algared, and you can just send it to them if you'd be so kind. There you go. So I've sent that to you, and you can just send that to them. And so we've now got 2 giveaways there we've got 129 entries on the first one and 87 already on. How the hell do you do that so quickly, guys? That's insane. I just realized I both called them the same thing. Oh, I'm an idiot. Idiot giveaway. This one's got to be called 2. 2. Save giveaway.
I'll let you send that one to me again, the updated one.
No, we won't need it. It's the same. It's the same link. I just changed the title essentially.
Yeah, I realized that after I said it.
Yeah, all good. I didn't grab a picture or anything, so as always, we're doing this live, so we'll just do that. Yeah, so we talked about expectations. So you're going in pretty low, like myself, Grim.
Going in pretty low, but someone said something in my stream last night that resonated with me, and now I'm kind of looking at maybe Citizencon a little bit through this lens. That someone said, "Hey, do you think this Citizencon, if Nix is indeed sort of announced as coming, maybe to PTU or whatever, do we look at this as the start of Alpha 5.0?" Right? And I hadn't thought of it like that before, but Pyro was 4.0. So it kind of made me rethink it. If Nix is coming, I could see Citizencon framed around the 5.0 sort of banner. I don't know if they'll do that. I'm not sure if we're going to continue the 4.0 sort of patch cycle, but I could see that as CIG putting sort of a sign in the road saying, "Hey, we're another system's coming in. We're now venturing down another patch cycle with blah 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 blah." So I don't know. That kind of excited me. Again, it's the systems in a way. We have all these sort of expectations for 1.0. CIG has laid out those expectations. A ton of features, ton of core tech, ton of ships, ton of gameplay loops. But it's like the star systems are like the easiest to sort of define. We know we're getting the 5, right? It's a nice, clear, easy number. So each time a new system comes in, it just feels like one more rung up that ladder. So in that regard, I'm pretty excited if Nix is indeed announced, which it seems like it is.
I am expecting a lot of Nix stuff. To be honest,
and I think it would be big. I think that would be a big accomplishment. Another system coming in the game after what? Just another within
year.
A year of the last one.
It shows an increase in speed and stuff like that.
Yeah. And obviously they worked on it before that, but it's just nice to see the cadence of release for that.
Yeah, and I know you and I have talked about that on your stream. Like, there's nothing technically limiting them putting it in. Everyone just seems to think of the cost, but the other thing is you've got to think of what that'll bring in sales, like that advancement in development. Oh, it was only another new system, and then next year if they do another one, it's another new system, and then all of a sudden all these people are going to shift their thinking around from like, it's taken them 10 years to do a second system or whatever, and it's gonna start to shift.
I was talking to a young guy yesterday who's been interested in Star Citizen, has been holding off because I'm going to wait until Squadron drops because then the game will be a game. But he wasn't aware that there was a second system.
Yeah.
He wasn't aware that the mission, the missions are telling a story at the moment. That there's several missions that have been telling a story at the moment. He wasn't aware that he could buy ships in game.
Real quick, because before we forget, Lucky Charms, thank you for the $10 super chat. Who says, "Woohoo! Citizen coming soon. You guys rock." Thank you, Lucky Charms. I didn't miss it.
I hadn't missed it either, but
just doing many things at once. So apologies for the little bit late on that one. Yeah.
Sometimes the flow of conversation takes you a little bit past the call outs.
Well, the bot's already died on a scrim. It lasted all of about 10 minutes and then died. So we're doing it all manual today. I'll try running it again, but I reckon it's going to die again.
Yeah.
We tried another. Go ahead, Albert.
I was going to say, we're hoping that once it passes that 24-hour timer, the call outs will actually refresh and we'll be able to start again. So
because we streamed yesterday,
Fingers crossed.
I think it's still doing those, but I'll try running it again and see how it goes. But I don't like my chances. All right, so have we done most of the questions on? Oh no, Ash has posted a whole bunch in there as well.
Yep.
And the bot just kicked in and sucked a whole bunch new in from YouTube and hasn't died yet.
So that's possibly good.
He's also done the ones from YouTube, so we're going to get double ups here as well, I've just realized. But Munkadi says, when are you folks in the verse? How big of a group do you visually roll with? With such a following, do you still have a fair bit of solo? Yeah, I play most of my sessions solo. I think Algared would do the same.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Believe it or not, me as well. Usually it's one to, if it's not me solo, which is like 80% of the time, then it's maybe two others, so a group of 3, and that's not kind of interesting because, my sort of show producer Art runs with a big org, runs with big groups, but it just goes to show you that there really is a place for everyone. There's a lot of solo play here, a lot of small group play, a lot of big org play already. So I think we're on a good track for accommodating a lot of different sizes. Now, if CIG can just take that type of gameplay and put that into the ships and the functioning of the ships to really reinforce the multi-crew, solo, or large crew stuff, then I think we're looking good in terms of dynamic group sizes.
Thank you for the membership, Lucky Charms on YouTube.
Most appreciated.
Rabbit, just first time chatter said YouTube stream just crashed, or is it just me? I just checked, our stream is still up. The Citizencon stream I can still stay up, so I don't know which one you're talking about, but they're both still up, mate. So yeah, just you, my friend.
Yep.
Yeah,
well,
looking good.
See, our streams are both still running. The Citizencon screen, I don't think has started yet, so that's probably why it might have crashed, or maybe it's crashed in the background. Who knows? I haven't checked.
Yeah, I'm not showing CIGs is running right now, so.
Yep. We're all good. Okay, next question. I didn't tick that one off. So yeah, there you go. Algared, if you want to do the next one.
So the last question was, do you think we'll ever see or ever be able to watch Citizencon while in the verse?
That's something they did kind of plan for, didn't they? They wanted to have that, the whole Mako is built around something like that. So I'd assume eventually, that'll be something that they would be able to pull off.
I would assume that's one of the things they hope to do. And ages ago, the problem was watching videos in video was something you couldn't do. And yet one of the updates we've seen in some of those things is we can actually go in and we can actually watch adverts that are current that have been put onto the screen. So
they're just doing it as a
development towards that, or
what is it? Render the texture tech. You could just do it as a part of that, basically.
So
yeah, I'd be curious to know how resource intensive it is to see maybe what the future of that would hold. I'd love for them to be able to do that and be able to stream that stuff into game. I've seen other games kind of talk about doing that before, and it never really comes to fruition. So my default answer is that no, we're never going to see it. But this is CIG, so I think they sometimes try to do things against the grain. So it's possible.
I've seen.
I'm just gonna
back in the day.
Hang on, Algared. I'm just going to show you this photo that I just got sent. I won't say who sent it, but apparently John Crew's been spotted in DC. So this is a photo from John Crew at a bar citizen in DC.
In DC.
So he's
nice.
So that's where John is at the moment. I just thought I'd share that.
Yep.
Sorry, Algared, cool. you were saying.
Yeah. So where was I? What was I saying?
Kind of been important.
It was linked to what we were talking about. And I've forgotten the point I was going to make, and it was important, but it happens.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Right. Well, was it a part of the question? Do you want to read the question again?
So the question was what we see. Oh, yes, it was related to the question. I can recall way back, probably 10 years or so, even in Second Life, you were able to play videos on their screens in game, so you were able to play videos in the game. The problem, I think, is if CIG incorporated that as a wide access, then they've got the copyright issues, which was the same problem that Second Life had. In terms of if you're streaming a video, then you're actually breaking copyright because you're streaming a video in the game, which anyone can see. So I could see that being an issue rather than the technology being a thing. So I imagine they could do it with their own stuff and make their own stuff visible. But
I mean, one place I would really like to see it happen, and I think there is a place on Levski where you can tell that was maybe planned, but I would love to be able to see where things like the races and stuff could be broadcasted so that people that are not actually racing could get that enjoyment out of the gameplay loop, that are not actually the few that are in there. And I know CIG has even talked about, I think it was on that 1.0 sort of roadmap, there was something related to sports, right? I think it was some sort of sports stuff. And even with that, being able to broadcast whatever that is, if it's some cargo Olympics or whatever, it'd be cool for CIG to find ways to broadcast that out to maybe predetermined locations or maybe to a specific channel that you can tap into on your ship. You know what I mean? While you're on your ship on certain monitors.
I'm sure you both recall.
I did not mean to click that button.
I'm sure you.
I was trying to put it in studio mode and I clicked the wrong button. All good.
But I'm sure you both remember the Satterball Stadium that was once talked about. And so you'd be able to watch Saddleball games and actually go to the Saddleball games, and they were even seen as playable. So teams could go and play Saddleball and compete. And so it's the type of thing CIG want. It's the type of thing CIG are aiming for. And even when we created the Crux Cup back in 2014, CIG basically said you beat us by several years, because that was one of their plans. And you can see that plan for racing and doing racing events that could be seen in the creation of their Murray Cup. You can see that in the way one of the Murray Cup races in Arena Commander flies past all the buildings, because they were places where players would be able to go and watch as well as race. So I think it's always been on the cards for them. Whether the tech was there is another thing.
I just looked up one of the slides from the 1.0 presentation specifically related to guilds, and there's 6 guilds planned, or at least were planned when that Citizencon presentation went on, and one of them is the Imperial Sports Federation, and underneath that banner is Industrial Athlete, Parkour Athlete, Racing Driver, Racing Pilot, Marksman. So again, just taking all those things, allowing those to be broadcasted, because not everyone's going to have that skill. So that's an entire guild, an entire set of gameplay loops that the audience side of it, I think, is an integral part of the loop, right? So having some way to broadcast that to the players in the verse, I think would be really, really cool. And I do hope CIG talks about that at some point.
Look, I could see that type of thing is also something the criminal element would want as well, because the second you've got something streaming in game that people want to watch, if you're watching it, you're not paying attention to what's going on in your ship or your hangar or anywhere else. So it gives criminals an opportunity to be underhanded and steal things. But hey, not giving the criminal element any ideas, but yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I was just gonna post that and say, I think Ashra beat me to it. Yeah, 55 minutes left on that first digital con. It's gonna end about 10 minutes before the con starts, so just kind of getting that done and dusted. There was something I wanted to mention. Oh yeah, Citizen Ninja said voting for the ship showdown should also be in game. I think that'd be kind of interesting, because you could have it almost like you walk in and it's got the ships and you've got to walk up to it and cast your vote on the ship. I think that'd be kind of interesting.
And everyone sees which one you're voting for. Yeah.
You could have armed people standing there trying to influence the election. It's
handing out flyers and stuff, and the bodyguard. No.
Yeah.
Don't vote for the 85X. No.
It'd be really cool. I mean, I would assume there's ways to do that where it kind of attributes to your account so that it's sort of an official vote. I could see them doing that. Yeah, it makes sense.
Well, it ties in with the type of stuff they said they wanted Spectrum to do. They wanted they wanted the whole Spectrum system to be kind of linked to in-game as well. So
yeah. Well, just on my stream last night, someone asked, why can't we have all this ship information and stuff and planet information in game? And I reminded them that the Galactopedia is supposed to come in game to the Moby-Glass. We've heard that many, many times, So I think there's still those two sides of Star Citizen, right? The online meta stuff and then the in-game stuff. And I think CIG does have a lot of clear intention that they want to bridge those gaps. So
I correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought last year in the live, where they did the playthrough and the guy's looking at his Moby-Glass, and you've got the information from the news from the initiative to the Apollo initiative, got that information. But I actually thought there was a panel there for the Galactopedia. So in Squadron, you want that Galactopedia so you can actually look up stuff.
Right.
So I wouldn't be surprised that as a Squadron thing at the moment, that just hasn't been brought across to, or it's a truncated Galactopedia that hasn't been yet brought across to the PU.
Yeah, I can see that.
All right, let's talk the actual con now. Me and Grim, we've gone over this. Expectations for us are kind of low because of it, but let's be honest. What are you really expecting to kind of see in it? What are your actually? Let me reword that. What do you want to see?
What do I want to see? I want to see a clear sign and a clear announcement that engineering and crafting are at the front door knocking, and we're going to get those very soon, meaning as in like this year, end of this year, coming in a patch in October, November, whatever.
Yeah.
The reason I want that the most, though, and I expect that the most, is not because I want those things. They are important to me. They are very important to me, but I also know those two things are prerequisites for base building, which is where I want to eventually be. So to get there, though, we know we need engineering, because engineering is essentially resource management. Resource management is going to be important to crafting and base building. So I'm very focused there from a gameplay feature standpoint, very focused on engineering, but specifically just resource management, the resource management umbrella of features. So, yeah.
Okay. I think we just got
that's gonna definitely have the most long-term effect for me with this game, because the whole point of me playing Star Citizen is to build bases and craft. That's the whole reason I'm playing. So,
Altzilla, thank you for the $20 super chat in Canadian. Really appreciate it. He just says, "Woo!" I think everyone's just going to be excited.
Yep. Most appreciative.
But yeah.
So,
all right.
We've also got a first-time chat in Twitch. Mad Zats says, "I understand it. Would be cool." I'm assuming he's talking about the video and all that stuff. But man, I really hope not a single person is working on that at the moment.
No, I don't think anyone would be.
I don't think they are.
Definitely a down the road feature. I think that was kind of a bit of a complaint when the Mako came out. Everyone saw that it was just so far away.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's again, this whole game was really started on dreams. Oh my god, another
$20 super chat from Lucky.
Yep. Don't feel free to throw your money. Like, we don't need money, and I think Grim, you're a bit the same on yours too. You don't really need people throwing at money you either. It's but
appreciate the generosity, and that's amazing. But also
generosity, but
if you want to use your money to buy a new ship, or whatever you need to do with it,
you do. Yeah, but you guys do a lot of charity stuff though, so that I can get behind. But we haven't done anything like that yet. So
yeah. I would say the broadcasting stuff's post 1.0, though. I would say it's post 1.0.
Yeah. I think there's a lot of stuff that is really getting kicked down the road. Like, I think I kind of said that to a little bit on your stream yesterday when you were asking me kind of questions while I was just listening. Things like the salvage and mining, I fully intend that they're going to go back and kind of bring them up to a higher standard. But like, there's obviously things that we can see now with crafting come along. You really need the other side. So you need a lot of the organics. So you need farming and plants and all that. But that is so it's so expansive that you can't really go into that, or you're going to open a massive can of worms. John Priest or John Citizen, thank you for the membership on YouTube. Didn't have to, buddy, but yeah, thank you. Hope you and Diana well. Yeah.
Indeed. Do hope that as well.
Right. So we've got about 57 minutes now on my Google clock over here to kicking this thing off. So I'm almost expecting them to get the Twitch stream up and running. I thought it would be up and running by now, but it's just dead fish.
Well, maybe they've crashed it because they've got so many people. Who knows?
Maybe they're only doing YouTube this year. It'd be pretty funny.
I will say that I think CIG is in a little bit of a weird place because it's obvious the focus beyond Squadron. We know that. So this Citizencon is limited in nature. But I think last year's Citizencon, they were it was probably one of the biggest, most, hype-inducing Citizencons I've ever seen. Just, finally talking about 1.0, doing the live gameplay of Squadron. That's a lot to live up to. I think one way to look at this Citizencon is to try not to compare it to last year, because I think it would be hard for any Citizencon other than like the Squadron launch to match up with last year's Citizencon. If you go back and think of all the things that were talked about,
A little bit of shout out. Ender is in chat. Your partner in crime, Grim, is in Twitch. They're hanging out. So yeah, good to see Ender. Hope you're well. Right.
Yep, indeed.
Yeah. Do we want to do another question then, boys?
Harry Hotspot says, to a real Aussie and not a Kiwi wannabe, at me, what am I hoping for in this Citizencon? Pretty much the same as we've been talking about. So I'd love to see stuff on Nix. I'd love to see stuff on engineering. I'd love to see base building. One of the things I've often said when people said, what are you going to do? You've got everything. What are you going to do in game? What are you aiming for? And I always like the idea of going to a rundown settlement or getting along a Devaran settlement and actually doing stuff to actually see it become prosperous, or setting up a small town and working to see that become prosperous. That's the type of thing I wanted to see, because one of the things Chris Roberts said really early on is he wanted towns and settlements and that to be dynamic. He wanted, when they're prosperous, you see them clean and spotless, like Microtech. When they're run down or going through unrest or economic hardship, you start to see graffiti and litter and closed windows and broken doors and all that stuff. So, I'd like to go to a rundown, struggling settlement and
I just want to
and rebuild it.
Point this out here. So this is the roadmap, and it's really obvious to me this is a lot of the stuff they're going to be talking about, right? So you can kind of see base building there. It was 88 weeks. Crafting is the real big one. 102 weeks. That's 2 weeks short of 2 years. And then and engineering. 3 massive systems to the game, all wrapping up right around about this time. If we don't get previews of these 3, then their plans went sorely awry. So we're not basing what we're saying here on a guessing game. This is literally just taking what they're telling us.
Yeah. And they're really kind of different facets of the same feature. I mean, I think CIG has even said that base building is a form of crafting. Crafting relies on material and material quality that goes right into resource management, which is what engineering plugs into. So really kind of all tied into the same thing. The only missing one, especially in regards to base building, the only missing one is Planet Tech V5, so the Genesis stuff, and if that is required for base building, meaning the resource deposits and all that on the planet. I don't know if that can be applied to Planet Tech V4 in the interim or what, if there's any dependencies there, but that's sort of the only question mark there. It's very clear the rest of this stuff has been working not only in parallel, but as they're aiming to sort of release this stuff kind of together-ish, maybe over the course of several patches, but
So feel free if you want to have a look at that yourself, but everything is really just laid out here. You can see everything from the other big one I'd probably say is FPS render and scanning. All, as Grim was kind of saying, all of these 4 major features they're such a big integral part of the game, and they all kind of touch each other, and they touch like things like scanning, man. There's not a single gameplay profession that doesn't involve scanning. It's just fundamental. And the way I've heard you talk about base building as well, Grim, is it is such a big part of how they want this game to operate in the multiplayer component. It is just a foundational piece. It is the real difference. You correct me if you think I'm wrong here. It's the real difference between Squadron and Star Citizen is the base building. It is like that and crafting.
100%. And I think, way back in the day, base building was thought of as I'm building myself a base, a home, right? But probably the better way of thinking about it is that's the most minor part of the feature. What base building is actually going to do is build all these structures that tie into every single gameplay loop. There's going to be mining structures, salvage structures, refinery structures. There's going to be medical stuff. Every gameplay loop that has been worked on is going to have base building components and features, all the way down to marketplace gameplay. We saw, with the maglock system and selling your wares and all that. The whole just building a place to live, that's going to be probably the most minor of the buildings, to be totally honest with you. So, so you would have to think that CIG is planning for those base building parts and pieces that plug into gameplay loops to finish out the loop and or be a very important part of the loop, right?
It's the difference between building a home and building a community.
41 minutes left on the giveaway. I just want to show that. Sorry, Algared. Go ahead, Algared. Keep going.
So the difference between building a home, building a small outpost, and building but the way they're looking at it, it's building a community. And when you're looking at a cityscape, that you need to be able to build the starbase. That's community stuff. When you're looking at building ships in your starbase or on your shipbuilding terminal, and you're building capital ships, that's community type stuff. So yeah, you can actually see that progression. It's a lot more than just I'm building my home. It's you build it and they will come type idea. So
for those that follow World of Warcraft, they're about to come out with creating your own home in the next expansion. And one of the main reasons that Blizzard has given over the years for not doing it is they wanted it to just not be a place that players silo themselves in and you don't see them anymore. And they wanted there to be real gameplay ramifications, real goals, real synergy with all the other gameplay loops tied into them. And it took them this long to figure out how to do that. I think that's what CIG is doing for sure with their base building plan. If you look at even the demo last year with the way the freight elevators network and all the other features that come into base building, they are looking for this to be an integral part of how we play the game, not just a destination we go to. So, yeah.
And as I've said to you, I think they're going to run a lot of gameplay testing through these buildings. It just makes so much logical sense to me to put it in a building before you go smacking a ship. I think that's important. Just really quickly, got a first-time chatter. I do like to address those on Twitch, and if YouTube had this feature, I'd use it as well. Swaver says, "Hi everyone, less than 1 hour before the data running gameplay is revealed." Yeah, we'll see.
Wonder what Swaver's looking forward to.
Yeah. I've got a feeling my brain actually, let's talk about Hermes just real quick. I think the Hermes is probably going to be the ship that comes at the end, because having the RSI starter salvager, the RSI Perseus, and the Hermes all on one day at the cons at AIE sounds like a bit much to me, but I could see a Perseus releasing and a starter salvager. But I think that means the Hermes, if it is going to come, it's got to be the December ship. I think that's just where my brain goes. I'd like to ask both of you that. So,
Algared, do you want to go first?
Yeah, sure. Look, I tend to think the same. Like they're going to spread whatever ships they've got coming. They're going to spread over the next couple of months. They'll certainly have something for IAE. So where they're going to come, we know it's in the files. That's about all we can say. That doesn't mean it's coming this patch. It just means it's in the files. And whether it's just been testing the flight model and seeing what bits worked.
Yep.
There's nothing to say that's not the case. So, yeah.
I mean, specifically regarding the Hermes real quick and just sort of relating that to data running and stuff, specifically regarding the Hermes, I think the Hermes personally is just going to follow the Prowler utility Asgard sort of path, where it's just going to be the general utility, general cargo utility ship, sort of the mass appeal ship, as it were, for ships that were otherwise pretty niche, and the Valkyrie, the Prowler dropship, and all that. So I think that's the role it's going to play. Going to data running, though, I think data running, I'm speculating here a little bit, but it makes total sense. Data running has to be tied really closely to FPS scanning, because and just the scanning V2 rework in general, because data running is great, but you have to have the data. That data has to be scraped from somewhere and somehow, and I think that's directly tied to scanning. So keep an eye on scanning, keep an eye on the FPS scanning. When that's coming in, when that's revealed, I think we're going to hear about data running in short order, and maybe that's right along with it, but I think they're integrally tied together.
Yep. Real quick, I just want to say we are giving 2 of these away today, but with the prices of the way these things have gone, right? This is currently $35 if you want to pick it up yourself. But from previous times, essentially, as soon as the con essentially starts, this won't be available anymore. So if you do want to get one for yourself, I just wanted to kind of highlight that. And I think you would, boys would both agree with me. The way have kind of gone this year for stuff like this, they've gone up astronomically in price. So to give you an example, last year's of this is already at I think it was $300 to $400. Like they just shoot up in value like insane, you wouldn't believe. So if you're even remotely considering one of these, just pick one up, because literally in the next 45 minutes this thing's going to disappear. So I just wanted to kind of bring that to your attention. If realistically, if you're wondering kind of what's in it besides what it says there on the left, a bunch of guns and stuff, it appears to be 3 flight suits, one for the Paladin, one for the Greycat Shiv, and one for the Vandal Stinger, that we're expecting them to kind of announce and talk about today. And I think you guys would agree that that's just essentially based on what we're seeing in the leaks and stuff like that. Again, the two that are in the shadowy black are not a guarantee, but I think we can safely guarantee the Paladin one there. But it's highly likely. Like I think I could say that with 90% accuracy that is for those 2 other ships there. And again, you get a bunch of weapons. And to give an example, some of the guns that came in last year's pack you cannot buy in store in game. You've got to like get them out of loot boxes and that. And there are actually some quite good guns in there. And this has been the case for a lot of these packs. I know it sounds like I'm selling it to you, but I'm just saying the reason why they're so valuable is they usually are a little bit gated in game, so you do get a bit of advantage out of these packs. That's why I'm trying to make you guys aware of why they're charging you a $35 premium. Yep. All right. Okay. So yeah, I thought I'd just do that in case, then I can literally say I told people I didn't. Go on, suck shit, so I just felt that was a bit. Hey, there's 420 viewers on YouTube.
Yep.
And then it dropped. No, it went up. Sorry, shit, went up. It's like 420. Yeah, right.
Yeah. So, and given that there's 420 people and only 33 likes, come on, guys, give me a warm fuzzy. Make me feel loved. That's all I'll say.
Man, the amount of shit I see about people talking about you in chat, it's like I don't even exist. It's fine. Right.
Well, wear a suit and it might change. Yeah, that's it.
Wear a suit. I'm going to get a big Hessian bag and put over your head if you keep talking like that. Right. Well, look at Grim dressed up as Farmer Brown. Like he's,
I put it together.
Not giving him shit. Right.
Adams, that's what he dressed up as.
I got shit because I didn't get dressed up, and he's just wearing his work clothes. Or he's just wearing his work clothes, and whatever. Here, Alex, do you think there will be an ATLS salvage or salvage vehicle someday? Yeah, absolutely. The original image in the original image in Astro Armada is actually of a salvage variant that's in space. Algared, go ahead.
Yeah, Altzella, thank you for that. Welcome to YouTube Basic Membership. Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah. Do you guys want to add to that at all, or not really? Or
yeah, it's a no-brainer. They're definitely. Yep. I think there's going to be a whole suite of them. Yep.
Yeah, and I think they'll be modular by the end as well. Like the way the backpack comes off and all that. I think they're just selling them separately so they can make more money. JDE4472 says, do you think it is unreasonable to expect the Galaxy to have tier 3 beds outside of modular area? Yeah, I do. I do think it's unreasonable. Just like everyone carries on about the Perseus having a medical bed. Not every ship can do everything. They all have to have floors and stuff. And when you get into a much bigger ship that gets all these different things, well, it's the cost of running it and the number of people required. That's the drawback. So you don't get something without taking something away, essentially. And it's just like real life. If you have everything in a big facility, then it becomes this big unwieldy facility. Where if you keep it simple and small, it doesn't have a lot involved in it. It's
choice matters.
Yeah. And there's a cost.
Yeah, I agree.
CIG have made the thing that choice matters, and on a modular ship, you've got to, on the Galaxy, you're going to have a choice. I can have medical, or I can not have medical.
Yeah.
Simple.
Someone banned that guy in YouTube, John Priest. He's asking really naughty. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, John, behave. He's behave, John. I won't be on stream again if you're going to do that. Yeah. Go ahead, Algared.
First time chat says, please don't, Grim. Are we going to get a fleet viewer for base building?
That's the plan.
Oh wow!
It'll be in fleet viewer, but it'll be the plan is to do all the buildings at the very least in a top-down view, so that you can plan your base layouts and share those with organizations.
Most important,
StarJump base builder, basically. That'd be
essentially
sick. Yeah, and you can modularly click. Oh, that'd be mad! Like clicking it all together and lay it out from above, and
I'd like to have click-in parts to see how CIG is doing the base building stuff. But that's the plan. We've talked a little bit about it. We're looking at how to facilitate it. So,
if you could take a photo of like from above and post that in as the background, and you're able to rotate it, and then you could actually start laying the buildings. That'd be sick.
Yep. So Lucky Charmin does appear to have just gifted YouTube membership to 5 lucky members. So
Awesome.
Artemis, TGM, Froboy, Codroven, Splotch, Officer Rondog, and Firefly, you have received a free membership from Lucky Charmin.
Yeah, make sure
Thank you for that.
Make sure
Very
you say
cool.
thank you for that. Thank you again, Lucky Chums. Very
indeed.
it's a bit embarrassing for me. I'm not used to
Yep.
feel like a stripper. You know, but whatever. Here, put this in your garter belt, Algared. Woo! You know.
I will add on to that question though from Don't Please and say that it's possible. There's some stuff I can't say, but it's possible that CIG may be planning their own
Planner
thing to help with base building. So we'll see. We'll see.
It'd be good to see if they could
becomes
help with that planning stuff.
Yeah,
So
it'd be good if they could add to it. Walkerbait, thank you for the super chat. He says, really happy to see Algared's back. What do you mean? Where did he go? Been worried about him. So much respect after getting to know him a little while. Inforunners fix my fleet. Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you very much for that, Walker. Appreciate it. Walkerbait, sorry.
Yep. So thank you for that. Most appreciated, as always.
And we did see the Squadron 42. Was it Squadron 40? No, Starship 42 closed down yesterday. So it was an end of an era there. We used it for many years.
Really sad to see it go. Actually, it was and it's definitely a big inspiration for sure. I still used it pretty regularly.
Well, you used it pretty regularly.
Yeah. It always bothered me that people pit them against each other because that to me they did very different things. But I was always just like use them both.
Yeah.
But I heard it was other reasons that he shut it down. So
I didn't use it on stream, but I did use it off stream because again, it was one of the best ways to visually look at the ships. Yes, they didn't have textures and stuff like that. It would have been cool to have the textures on it, but man, you'd have to sit there and compress all the textures down, and they're done multiple.
Huge challenge,
it would have been a huge ass job because the other thing you'd be able to tell people, Grim, is they're made up of pieces. They're not just one model with one texture. They're essentially many different models with many different textures.
Yeah.
And to reassemble that all into one is a lot of work.
It would have been really difficult to do concept ships too. The flight ready have been a little bit easier, but the concept ships would have been exceptionally difficult because there's no UV wrap information or anything with those. So it would have been a big challenge for someone to pull that off. But Lunfasy was a nice guy. We did share models before and share assets. We did have a private DM conversation going on for a few years and stuff. So sad to see it go. It's always sad when any sort of tools website goes down.
Thank you, Overheal, for 1987 for the Prime sub. The bot hasn't crashed. Obviously, we've got past that sticky part. So again, as I said, just don't hit it too hard, and she'll probably survive the rest of the. What? What do you mean? What? Algared?
And it'll last.
Yeah, it'll last.
Hopefully it'll last.
Yeah, well, it's probably because we did that. Think about when we started our stream yesterday, you get that massive injection of questions, and it's because the 24 hours hasn't gone around. Now it's been like an hour and a half. It's probably halfway through what would have been our stream yesterday. So most of the questions have passed. So it's essentially allowing her to take some in. So if you do have a question, again, I'd probably try and say most of them from during the con, so you can basically, if there's something that you don't understand or you would like us to react to, get to that. And then we are going to talk during the con a little bit, but I'm probably going to try and keep it to a minimum. And I know you two gentlemen will be the same. But if there's anything really cool, you might just hear me go, "Ooh, that's cool." Or something like that, but there's no real point kind of doing it twice, I think, because I had to talk to a few people, and because they now do it on YouTube, a lot of people watched us because they never put it on YouTube, but now they do it on YouTube themselves. It's like, well, why would I watch you when I could just watch them if I want to hear it? If I come to see you, I come to get your reaction. So I get what they're saying, and I think that's kind of accurate. Yeah. Right. Next question, Algared, if you'd like to do another one, please.
There was some chat, but I was going to respond to, but I can wait.
Okay.
The next question was from Sir Faticus, who says, it's for me. What's my secret for the perfect double Windsor knot? Keep it tight.
He does it around his head before he puts it around his neck. Right.
No. So keep it tight. Keep a knot tight as you're doing it.
Right. Yeah, that's what I mean. Keep tight. But yeah, anyway. Right. Thank you, Solar Stubs, for the subscription with the Prime on Twitch. I appreciate that.
Yep.
Right.
Oh, dear me. Got to remember my Greek here.
Greek?
Vaneth. Yeah.
Some guy's name says, do you think we have some salvage mining ships except the Start RSI Salvager next year? Well, I'll let Grim take it. Let it go, Algared. I'll let Grim take this one. So Grim, do you think that we have some more salvage mining ships except the Starter RSI Starter Salvager next year?
Yeah, I mean, we very clearly have a pretty big ship size gap in between the Vulture and the Reclaimer that we know needs to be filled. So that's the most obvious. I mean, there's probably even room for a couple ships in that size range. I mean, CIG's already shown that on the starter side of things or the solo side of things, they're okay with having multiples, in the Fortune, maybe this new RSI ship, the Vulture, all sort of solo operating salvage ships with it maybe at slightly different scales, but all in that range. So I could easily see that being extrapolated to larger ships as we go. But there's quite a large gap there between Vulture and Reclaimer. So absolutely, I think easy.
Also, I think that with the way the Pioneer is going to do extraction, I think we've also got underground extraction coming. At least 3 other ships that can possibly slot in there as well. And I know you and I have gone back and forth on the Flappy Bird being possibly that function. But if that is a function they're bringing in, there's at least got to be 3 ships below it. So where that sits, we'll have to wait and see.
And I still think there's 1 or 2 salvage features we're still yet to get. Like I know siphoning is one of the salvage features that we don't have yet. So salvaging still has some work to go. So you could see salvage ships come online too that specialize in certain types of salvaging, right? Like the Orion sort of specializes in a special type of mining. There could be a salvage ship that does the same.
Yep. So Mega or Meat just sent 5 infinitely gifted memberships for Phoenix Zen, Parker, Harry Hotspur, Garflog, and Sand Chimera. Make sure you thank you to Meat for that. Appreciated.
Always accepted or liked, appreciated, and all that other stuff. Yeah.
I think I've lost my train of thought. Oh, yes, we can hear the sound of your voice.
Disco is a real cool guy
in chat. But he's not. That would be a lie. So he's obviously live on. Yes, he is. He's on. We'll have to mute that one. And is he live on? Yes, he's also live. He's live on Twitch as well now too. So they're both up and going now. Right.
There we go.
So yeah, cool. They're up and going. So that's pretty common around about. They used to start almost an hour before every single time. So yeah, half an hour before is unusual for them. But yeah, it's up and going. Right, good to know. Yeah, so I think the other part I was going to add into that is so siphoning. You've got the whole maelstrom stuff that's going to really be required to break the ships apart. I think that's really why they're in a placeholder scenario. And I look back at things like the Fortune's really telling to me, because there is no part of that has the, like when you look at the Vulture, that you can see that there's this piece where the blast charges come out, and if you go read the concept, you have to go out and put the blast charges on it to blow it apart. It doesn't have the lasers or any way to break things apart like the Reclaimer does. And so you then go, well, if the Fortune is essentially under that, and I believe the Fortune has to be under because of the tech level, but the price is the same, then I don't think it can break ships apart. I think it's literally just for panels and breaking those panels down, but also it doesn't have a way to essentially mulch. We've got that massive big spinning drum on the Vulture, and we've got the massive big processing kind of room on the Reclaimer, but we don't have that on the Vulture. And if it's on the Misfortune, but it definitely means that the RSI salvage is not going to have it either. So there is definitely a difference in like it's, and they also stated that the smaller ships are going to focus on powder rather than rubble in the latest patch notes, or stuff that's come out. So that also shows this massive. So it literally is a scaling thing. Yeah. So I'm almost. Go ahead.
I was just going to say with Maelstrom, I know you brought that up. I mean, one thing I would love for CIG to do, I have never heard them talk about this in any sort of plan, so I don't think it's on the cards. But right now, when we do mining or we do salvage, it is an on-site thing, right? So we take our salvage ship out to wherever piece of floating debris, we do the full breakdown, we suck it in, all that kind of stuff. There's part of me that would love to see, especially when we get base building on and we have refinery or we have salvage processing centers at the base, it'd be cool for a salvage ship to actually break ships apart and then just loads with tractor beams, loads the chunks onto the ships, brings that to the salvage center, planet side, and loads those chunks in for further breakdown and more of an automated process. So again, there's a lot of ways you could approach those gameplay loops, and it'll be interesting to see how CIG accounts for some of that.
You'll also remember last year they talked about the tiers of materials that you could use. So one thing there is, yes, we get the materials in our ship when we salvage. We take it back to the base, and then that can be refined to make even higher grade stuff. But again, I'd expect if they did that, it would take time. Two questions that I want to grab early because they're related to what we're doing. The first one is from Essay, which is Grim, did you play Star Wars Galaxies? He knows I did. I played a little bit. But he says, do you think that we'll get mining extractors similar to that? And how do you think it would function, if so?
I didn't play it, but I've heard good things about it. It was always a game that I wish I had played, but I just I think at that period of time when it was kind of the game to play, I wasn't doing games or something at that time. I can't remember.
It was a hairdresser. It was a hairdresser.
I was a hairdresser at that time, focusing on cosmetology.
I played on a private server after the game had kind of died, but yeah, it was quite unique. It was probably one of the best games because everything was built from scratch. It was you want a weapon, you build it from scratch. That seemed to be the way it went. It was quite good, and I could see that's the type of thing I get the impression that CIG is going for in terms of what they do. How it would function, I have no idea.
Yeah, it would be really interesting to see that coming to Star Citizen. I think there will be some level of that. Yeah, I could see there being some level of that. How far CIG will go with it, I'm not sure, but I think there's going to be some level. I mean, I think just through the features of bases and ships moving forward, it's clear that CIG wants us to be creating and crafting a lot, making the things that we see in the verse. I mean, they're still going to be out there and accessible, but I think what we're seeing out there in things like stores and whatnot is going to be sort of like the bottom barrel stuff, and the future of really good items is going to be almost solely from crafters and people making it themselves. So I think it's going to be a little bit of both. But for the really good stuff, it's going to be all crafted.
It's going to be very much Daok, Dark Age of Camelot. So Dark Age of Camelot, you could get really good raid junk, but the best stuff was always player made. So yeah, I think that's where CIG are going as well.
It's nice because it incentivizes the career loops, the gameplay loops. You know what I mean? It makes you want to do that instead of just go constantly loot to find the right gun you've been looking for. So
indeed.
I don't know if you've seen what I've been doing in the background here, but I started looking for an RSI salvage ship name, and it actually went Orion, and then it went I can't remember what the other one was, but that was taken as well. It was the Cygnus, and then it went to Lyra, which was interesting.
Lyra, yeah. Cool.
And then so Drake Salvager, so it's going through looking at the other Star Citizen salvage ship list. Think harder. If it but again, I was just thinking if we could go through and look at the star constellations, you'd probably come up with a name.
For one. The other question that was related to that whole discussion of mining and extractions and things like that, I thought was from PC Gamer, which was, and his question was, do you think will be adding tonnage to cargo missions, so that certain ships can do the missions and vice versa. I would love it to be, rather than the mass, or rather than the space that the cargo takes up, be done by mass. So a carton of feathers does not weigh as much as a carton of lead. Or a kilo of lead is smaller than a kilo of feathers in terms of the space it takes up. So I'd like to see that type of application. And then I'd also like to see, and we know that this is what CIG are certainly intending, is that the mass that you're carrying will impact your ship. So if you've got too much, your ship may not be able to take off, or it may not be able to slow down or use its retros in atmosphere, or it will not be able to fly as smoothly or otherwise, or increase its thrust as much. So all of those aspects are things that are going to be impacting our flight models down the track. So beware.
And then it literally said RSI Aquila Scrapper. I don't think it quite understands all the names, but that's okay. Lyra was interesting. Can you give me a list of the constellations that would be good to name a small salvage? See what it comes up with. I just find this an interesting thought exercise, because it just, there you go. Vela, Corvus, Lyra, Aquila, Celtus, Palvo, Grupus, Upus, Vela, or Lyra. I don't mind a Lyra. RSI Lyra is kind of interesting. A small harp-shaped constellation implying precision and delicacy in salvaging operations. And they did talk about the powder scraping that would be delicate. Vela is named after the sails of the mythical ship Argo, suggesting the navigation and salvaging through the cosmic seas. I like Lyra. Lyra's sticking with me. I don't know why, but that work? Yeah, because again, the little small harp and the plucking of and the collecting of the powder. I don't know. I just visualize that makes a lot of sense to me. So yeah, I think that's a cool name. I don't know. Just remember it. Maybe Grok called it. See. Preview videos every few minutes. They're doing pre-show videos. Let's have a look. What, like advertising? Is it the
community
created videos?
Yeah. Okay. Well, so people were worried they were going to be inserted into the video of the 2 hours, and it was going to take up the time. And I was like, no, there's no way they're going to do that. But I thought maybe they'll take the 2 hours and spread it out and have gaps in between, like adverts, like so you can go to the toilet or whatever. But I was like, man, if they put like half an hour of adverts in there, people will lose their goddamn mind. Like, you're only giving us 2 hours and you're filling it full of ads. Like, they're never gonna happen.
Indeed.
I guess we missed it. We'll have to watch it in the rewatch. Maybe we can go back afterwards and watch that one. But I don't even have the volume turned on. Is there any sound? Let me just have a quick listen. Yeah, it's just random sounds. So yeah, they've done 2 already. Okay.
So Luke, 5G2 says, how much cargo capacity do you think the new RSI Salvager will have? And do you think it will be viable being under 12 SCU? Do you think the Vulture will be upped and the Star to be 12 SCU?
Look, I'll let you guys weigh on this too, but I kind of think Golem to Prospector is kind of the ballpark, yeah?
Yeah, look, I could even see it just being 12 SCU.
Ooh.
Because
hang on, Aaron.
When you
hold that thought, Algared.
Certification. This is Edwards. After 36 years of a successful cargo foreman career, he's ready to retire. And this is Bob, your everyday hauler. Bob doesn't give a shit. Bob is too busy reading a funny post online.
Oh, it's like a drink and drive ad. I get it now. Right. It's like, what the hell are they talking about? It's a don't drink and fly ad. Right. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah, so
sorry,
I could see the RSI Salvager being 12 SCU. Now that initially looks like, it's the same as the
No, I don't think it'll be 12.
Vulture. If it was 12, just let me finish. if it's 12 SCU, it's still not the same as the Vulture, because the Vulture's still got that 12 SCU in the cargo capacity, in the container
The
system,
buffer. Yeah.
in the buffer. So that's really 24 SCU that the Vultures have. So it'd be significantly less than the Vulture. But if it's a starter ship, depending on how big it is, it's not going to have much. It's going to be a taster. It's going to be something that enables you to taste the profession. So,
I've got to remember how to do this now. I've got to turn off the audio compression. That's what's causing the issue, and I've got to remember where that is. I think it's here. Filters.
Yep.
No, it is.
So what are your thoughts, Grim, on the cargo capacity of the RSI miner?
Yeah, that's a tricky one because if I was
the RSI.
yeah, the salvager. Yeah, if I was to go back, I would honestly think that this Vulture should technically have an even slightly larger SCU carry capacity, and maybe an extended rear end or something, just to sort of give a natural step where we go from Fortune to Vulture, and then on up. But I would assume the RSI starter salvage is going to land somewhere around, I would think, around 8 SCU. You know what I mean? However, another way they could go with it is perhaps the RSI salvager can carry more, but it focuses on one type of salvage material. You know what I mean? We'll have to see. If they end up going that way, I think that will say a lot about where CIG plans to take some of these resource gathering professions. And, where some ships can carry a wide variety of things, and a decent amount of them. But some of the ships can carry one type of thing, but a hell of a lot of it. You know what I mean? So it'll be interesting to see where they go with that. But yeah, if it was just kind of the default, then I would think around 8 SCU. Only because you can start getting any smaller than that, and you start asking that question: why aren't you just flying a Fortune? You know what I mean?
So this is what how I'm going to kind of break the tie, so to speak, by listing both of you. So I'm going to answer it. So if you kind of look at the Fortune, you can see that it's got 16 SCU, right? Where if you look at the Prospector, it had 32 SCU, and if you look at the Golem, it has exactly the same SCU count. So I think, taking what Algared's analogy is, I think it will have 16 SCU. Right, I don't think it'll be the same as the it may be 12 like the Vulture, but as you kind of alluded to, Algared, it's not 12, it's 24. Right, it's just got a different way of doing it. So 16 to 12 is what I think it will have, and I think it essentially is exactly the same as a Prospector to a Golem, but the way they really lock in the Golem is they don't let it change its laser. So it's going to be stuck with an RSI salvage tool of some description, and it is clearly not going to be the best. If you think of like the Prospector like a sampler where you can try all the different minings, a Golem is a taster. It's literally, when you get a toothpick with a bit of cheese, it's that where the Prospector is like, a bit of salami on a toothpick, the biscuit, a gherkin, like it's 5 or 6 different things, not just the one.
You don't just have a bowl of cheese that you with the Prospector. You've got every choice that you can stab your thing in, but the starter ship just had the one.
Thank you, Quantum Wolf, for the description with the Prime on Twitch. I do appreciate it.
Yeah, awesome.
Yep. So we're going down to about 16 minutes out now. We've got about 6 minutes left on the first giveaway for a DigitalCon goodies pack. I'm just going to reshare that in Twitch, and I'm going to reshare that on YouTube as well. So if you want to get into that, we've currently got 281 entries. We've got close to 500 people watching. So there's still about 200 people that haven't entered that. If you just want to enter that, and that'll give you the, if I've still got it open, it'll give you this. You win this. It's worth $35, but as I said, they do go up in price drastically, and I believe in about the next 15-20 minutes you won't be able to even buy this anymore. That's how it's been previous years. As soon as the con hits, this just turns off. So yeah, if you don't have one yourself and you're interested in those flight suits and all those little goodies, make sure you grab one of those. before it disappears.
And don't forget, you've also got our Apollo giveaway. So if you go to our website and go to our video on the Apollo Buyer's Guide, CIG gave us a triage to give away. We're upgrading our triage to a Medivac. Yeah. And to be in a chance to win that, all you have to do is be a public subscriber on our to our YouTube and leave a comment on that video, and then you are in a chance to win that. If you're also online with us when we do the live stream next week, and at the draw, if you're there when we do the draw, we will also chuck in a skin of your choice for the Apollo. So enter. You've got nothing to lose. So yeah.
Cool.
A couple of quick questions. Lucky Charman says, if CIG does a new salvage ship, what manufacturer do you think it will be from? I assume he's talking the medium-sized one, or large, as opposed to the starter, because we know the starter is RSI.
Yeah.
Let's, on that, let's put aside that comment they made for a second there, about the orange salvager.
Mm-hmm.
Like, putting that aside, I really would like to see a consolidated Outland industrial ship. Like, the Pioneer hits so many notes for me, but it's on such a large scale. It's obviously a very focused ship in what it does, base building, obviously. But I would love to see consolidated Outland come out with a host of industrial ships. Like, for example, this starter salvage ship that's coming out, I really wish it had been consolidated Outland and not RSI. I think that consolidated Outland is different enough of a company from like a MISC or a Drake or anything that the way they would approach industrial operations would be really interesting. So whether, and that could be in many ways, how the material is stored, how it's extracted, etc. So I don't know. I would love to see that. I would love to see something like that. For example, a ship with the hover capabilities that consolidated Outland ships typically have, how would that affect like ground mining? You know what I mean? So I don't know. I just think that consolidated Outland brand could plug into industrial stuff in a really interesting way.
Well, it's interesting because consolidated Outland is still orange in color, so they
That's true. Yep.
Bend into that. So our current speculation is, everyone says orange and we automatically think Argo. But and you said this, Execute. You actually think it's more a red herring to throw us off a scent, but without.
With the orange salvager thing, yeah. Oh, again, if you were going to call it orange, and it was Argo, you just say it was Argo. But the way that they've said orange, it makes me think it's like consolidated Outland. So yeah. Just real quick, Chabby Walk, thank you for the tier 1 sub on Twitch. Appreciate it. Yeah. A lot of subs
and also
today.
First time chat on from Blake Lent on Twitch as well. So
does he get a double eyebrow salute from you, Grim?
I'll give him one.
Yeah. He's got, if you look at his emoji, he's got this emoji and he does this, but his eyebrows are like 5 times thicker than normal. They're just like super eyebrows. And so
I have fun.
Looks like a Vulcan. That's how it looks. Super eyebrows.
Yeah.
All right.
Book SC. Why does the reclaimer? Why was the reclaimer sold with a refinery and now it is without one?
Because back in the day it was considered a refinery, but now it's a processor. They kind of again gameplays change, subject to change type thing at the bottom of every screen. Real quickly, there's someone that's at that DC thing that keeps sending me photos of John Crew. Ben Curtis is there with him as well, and he's just saying that they both said hi to us because I just said just say hi from us, so that and they've said
hi Ben,
hi
John.
So Ben and John are in DC, which is interesting.
Yeah,
so,
they are really nice guys, really nice, down to earth guys, very very dry humor at times. But yeah,
I was saying to Grim, if we all go next year, we'll see if we can pull some in favors in, get Grim to sit down. We'll see him get Astro in there, like a whole. We'll do like a ship Like people are like
Round
really
table.
into ships. See if we can get Gav and Ross to come along. We'll get all the people we know and just have this big ship round table. I think it'd be just and literally
That
talk
would be
ship.
epic. Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be like
Yeah.
just like a massive lunch and just all talk. I think it would be mad
Yep.
and just get some really cool because I'd love them to go into the details of like how they kind of go through like what's their process type of thing. Like I that'd be something I'd love them to share. Yeah, it'd be kind of cool. 2 first-time chats there on Twitch. Ursula Fox says, just wanted to correct some info. The goodies pack of last year was available until December. Okay, I stand corrected then. And he got it. They picked it up on December 2nd. I think it's a she, not a he. But Walt K's P210 Chris Roberts was spotted now on the bastards in Switzerland. Man, they're getting around today. So yeah, that's awesome. So they're all over.
I would bet that Sandy's in Switzerland as well then.
Mm-hmm.
That would just be my guess,
Yeah.
But one of the things we found, like at Citizencon last year, so many people just had no idea who they were.
Yeah.
And like...
Yeah. Real quick, Algared, 1 minute left on the giveaway. Thank you, Ashra, for that.
Yep.
So yeah, I'll just bring that up and we'll watch the time tick down while you're saying what you're saying, Algared. So yeah, continue.
So yeah, one of the things that we
12
found
seconds.
is the number of staff coming out of the office and not being seen, or Sandy standing up in front and just being ignored because no one knew who they were. But yeah.
Okay, can I refresh?
Time is up.
Can I refresh it and it tells me who the winner is, or how do I do this? Let's go. View. Does it give me a winner? There we go. Wacky Gamey. Wacky Gamey. Sounds like a New Zealander.
Yeah, congrats.
Congrats,
Wacky. Reach out to me via Discord, man. I don't know where or what you're doing. Wacky, congrats. Are you around, Wacky? Wacky Debacky, are you around anywhere? Wacky, no, Wacky Gammy. Are you around anywhere, Wacky? Don't see him anywhere. All right. Again, I can always draw another entry if he doesn't turn up, but yeah, he's the winner for now. I'll give him some time to reach out, and I'll get that off to you as soon as I possibly can.
He is a first time.
Oh, he's on. There you go. No, there he is.
No,
He's Wacky Wish. Is that him on Twitch? Wacky Wish. Is that you, Wacky? I think he's a Twitch person. Is that you, Wacky?
Might be a Twitch person.
He's not. There was a person called Wacky Wish.
Yep.
Wacky, is that you, mate? Wacky Wish. I got to share. Yeah.
While you're trying to work that out, we do have several first-time chatters in Twitch as well. We've got Calixtus Fox. You just did that.
Yeah, and I did the one after that as well.
And did one after it, and we got another one down there. Moby the White. Happy Citizencon Day.
Yeah.
So.
All right, Wacky Wish.
Welcome to the channel.
Just talk with Asher or myself, and we'll get that sent off to you ASAP. Yep. I know Asher can kind of help me with that. Just need to RSI email on that and just send it to me via Discord if you don't have that. If not, Asher will get those details off you, and we'll get that sorted. So you can either PM Asher on Twitch, or you can and he'll get that to me, or you can get on Discord and message me directly, whatever you prefer. Right. And one more question, Wacky. Are you New Zealander? I have to ask because it looks like a New Zealand name.
And lots of people are saying that.
yeah, it does. Wacky. Well, I think of Tidy Wakiti, who did the Thor and all that type of stuff. He catches me as that type of person. So yeah. Hey, Wax, nice to see you, man. Hope you're doing well. Right.
And Dorwin is in Twitch, first time chat. He says go Sitcon. So yeah, awesome to see you guys. Nope, he's Swedish.
Oh, you're Swedish.
So there you go.
Okay, all right. I stand corrected. What does wacky mean? Is it just a name you made up, or because wacky sounds very, very, very,
the
very
wacky rish.
Yeah. So, all right. We've got 6 minutes to go, man. Now, Grim, you said you had to go cut a cake. Did you want to go cut that cake before we start, or?
Well, I'll probably disappear for a short bit, but I'm going to have my earplug in. I'm going to be following along on Citizencon while I'm stepping away, but I'm going to go cut a cake, open a few presents. Daughter's been waiting patiently, and then I'll slip back in, so don't worry. Yeah, I'm excited, though. I'm excited.
He's excited. Right.
Yeah. Hopefully you'll be able to just turn my thing off so you don't have an empty chair. Are you guys going full screen for the
I've
event, or how are you
literally
doing?
look, watch, bang. I can just do that, and
There you
we're going magic. So we
There
can
you go.
we can just be
Okay.
voices like this. So so when
Cool.
you're ready to go, you can disappear and
perfect.
just come back as you want. I might even
Yeah.
like again if we want to nip out and go to the toilet or something, we can.
Sounds good.
It also gives X and I a chance to be without the bright lights. So
Yeah, no, I understand it, but I got the sun blasting in right now, so
Yep.
sorry, but yeah, I'll go ahead and start doing stuff. I'll pop back in here in a bit, but it's exciting time. Citizencon once again is upon us.
Yep.
On Twitch, Sheriff Fortis, first time chatter says, "Voices in the dark arise."
Yes, there's gonna be something akin to that. That's
we could have did the Mystery Science Theater sort of vibe, but yeah.
So yep.
all right.
Cool. Be back in a bit.
Yep. See you shortly, man. All right, we'll grab another question. You can just
Right,
walk
so-
off because it'll go green screen, so it'll go transparent anyway.
Yep.
Graham. Right.
Arkref
Yep.
says, with the Apollo and the Meteor, do you have a good feeling about the constellation rework?
Yeah.
I've been wanting to get me a Phoenix. Yeah.
We did talk about that in our review. We even did an episode on an Apollo Phoenix, like what would it be like if they turned that into a Phoenix. They're on the channel if you haven't checked those out. They go into depth there.
Yep. Indeed. Erman 420 says, it's a stupid question, probably, but this isn't Sitcon 2025, it's 2026. Or did I get too late to miss the joke?
Did I change it to 20? Did I write 2025 on Twitch? Like an
He
idiot.
may have.
I may have done that in my haste. Hang on. Or did I write it on YouTube? Did I even actually write? Let me double check. No,
If it's
2026. It's 2026 on YouTube. I've done that. So
Yep.
Yep.
It was a Twitch question, I do believe. I know
Yep.
Twitch is red.
yeah, Twitch is YouTube is red. Twitch is purple.
All right, so it is a Twitch question.
Yeah, so I've obviously called it the wrong thing on Twitch. I will amend that right now. Just give me a memento. I did do it like you can ask Algared. I hear that
you did it on the
terrible
fly.
voice. Yeah, I did it on the fly really quick just before we went live because I'd forgot to do it. So obviously No, you're trolling me. It's 2026. Good troll.
Je ne
You
sais
did
pas.
well. You did well.
He trolled
Kudos.
you.
I will pay that. You got me.
First time chat on Twitch also. Offset Studio says,
Hold on.
hello.
All right.
One day.
3 minutes. Algared, with that, I think I'm going to go. Are you right to hold the fort for a minute while I go to the bathroom? Just so
Yeah,
I can
hold the phone for a little bit.
I'll be right back. And you can then go to the bathroom too if you want. Well, when I get back. All right. I'll see you in a sec.
Okay. So, welcome to the Algared Show. So, Discalus, DJ Thicolis says, will we get social tools shown off last year? Look, when they show things off on Sitcon, the goal is this is where we hope things will go. This is the things we hope to bring out in next year. So anything they showed last year is stuff they intend to work on or produce. So when they did the ship panel last year, they said these ships will be going into production. They didn't say these ships will come. But everything they show is they're generally trying to get out. So I'd hope we'd see some more social tools. But for me, it's not a necessity. It's a quality of life aspect and lower down on that priority scale. So if we get it, bonus. If we don't get it, not really fussed. And then one more question, because by the time I finish that one, that should probably mean we're 1 minute. Well, since we're 1 minute 25 away. So let's see, I34. Yeah, something karma. Do you think Ben Foster will come back in the ATC actor for Levski? Possible.
All right.
If an actor's available for comeback, they'll come back. But if they can't, if they've got other bookings or they're unavailable, then they can't. So, all depends on the actor's availability. So,
Damn it. All right. What's my email for? Right, 37 seconds, Algared. Anything you want to say before I...
No, I just did a couple of questions, so you can answer. Do you think Ben Foster will come back to be the ATC actor for Levski? My view is if he's available, but if he's not...
All right, I'm going full screen, and I'm going to cut Algared's and my camera. Enjoy con, and we'll see on the other side. We'll talk up if we have anything we want to add. Have a good one, guys. Remember, have fun, and
we'll see you on the other side.
We'll be here listening, and we'll probably say a few things, but yeah. See ya. It helps if there's volume.
We have finally moved past the question of whether we can build an architecture to deliver a universe with incredible detail at massive scale, seamlessly, and where thousands of people can all play together. Server meshing has been working pretty much flawlessly at scale for the past 9 months. It has brought a more populated and active verse with up to 700 players online and in the same space at once. It's greatly increased server performance and delivered a much more responsive player experience. I couldn't be prouder of the team. They delivered something no other online game does presently. There may be other games out there that claim large player counts or even the ability to mesh, but none do it at our detail, scale, and seamlessness. Of course, there will be continued improvements to server meshing and to Star Engine, but having moved past this last big technological hurdle has allowed us to finally focus on quality of life and stability improvements, something that has long been overdue. We're about to deliver our 9th patch in 10 months, with content that has brought Star Citizen storytelling into new and exciting directions. We pushed more than 24 features and more than 2,000 bug fixes. And while there is still a long way to go, the game has gotten more stable, performant, and fun as a result. We see this in player metrics. More of you play every day. The daily average users is up 45% from last year, and your play time is up 15%. So more people venture out into the verse and stay there longer than ever before. And through all that, we've told the dual stories of the Frontier Fighters Assault on Pyro and the moral compromises being made to combat the regen crisis. Now, as those stories come to a rest for the time being, it's time to look forward to the next chapter of Star Citizen, where the instability in Pyro and the callous actions of some pave the way to new adventures, new locations, and new threats. Last year, we announced our next Star Citizen would be Nyx, home to the People's Alliance of Levski and bordering the Vandal threat. Today, we're proud to share that your adventures in Nyx begin not next year, but next month, when Star Citizen's 3rd system comes online in Alpha 4.4. 2 new systems in 1 year. That's only possible because of the tireless work of our development teams, server meshing accelerating what's possible, the support teams behind the scenes, and most importantly, all of you. Now, I do miss that we're not all together under one roof this year, but in many ways, we're more connected than ever. Across the globe, many of you are gathering at watch parties, 9 of them with our developers in attendance, and countless others springing up in communities everywhere, and all happening simultaneously today. So even if we're separated by oceans and continents, we're bound together by the same passion for space, for discovery, and for this incredible universe we're building together. Whether you're at home or alongside your crew at a watch party, grab a drink, sit back, and let us take you inside our up-and-coming plans for the next year of Star Citizen.
2 systems in 1 year. I don't know if you heard that.
Yep. Like I said, impressive. And no spaghetti next month.
With the foundational technology now in place, the content development of the game is no longer restricted, allowing us to forge ahead with building out our first 5 star systems. Nyx will see the much-loved Levski landing zone added back to the verse, while also bringing you one of its most iconic landmarks, the Glacium Belt. Here, you'll experience a new combined arms operation that will introduce new factions and new adventures for you to discover. With this edition of our third star system, we're also going to do something that's at the heart of the entire Star Citizen experience, and that is to build it right in front of you. As we have done this year, with the addition of several major locations, such as the Hathor facility or the Lazarus complex, we will continue to unveil new Nyx content throughout the year. It's a slightly different approach to how we deliver Pyro, but we feel this gets the content into your hands sooner and shows our intent as we continue our march towards 1.0. I'm so incredibly proud of the work our teams have done and are continuing to do, and we're excited to have you on this next step of our journey. And as with any journey in Star Citizen, that begins with a little story.
In 2025, we introduced two major storylines spanning multiple patches, creating a living backbone for adventure across the universe. The first was Pyro Must Burn. It connected Stanton to Pyro and introduced the Frontier Fighters, who are relentless, brutal, and determined to wipe out any threats that cross them. And with this month's release, you'll now take part in the conclusion to that storyline. The second was Science Run Amok, with the regen crisis throwing the Empire into chaos, and you all jumping in to help the various corporations respond. Through that journey, we pulled back the curtain on ASD and its shady practices, uncovering long-forgotten Onyx facilities, and met new characters like Dr. Logan Yorit and Detective Arkham Meller of the Hokro Agency. And just like the Pyro Must Burn storyline carried us into a new system, Science Run Amok is now setting the stage for Nyx, the next step in the larger story we're telling on the road to 1.0. As this new chapter of Star Citizen begins, let's hear from just a few of the team members working to bring this next era of our universe to life.
When the Nyx system was first discovered, the United Empire of Earth, the UEE, came out and did scans and kind of found out that the system wasn't really worth settling. The planets were too hard to terraform, the resources were too tough to get, so they opened it up. And one company saw opportunity where the UE didn't, QV Planet Services. And so they expanded into the system and tried to mine as much as they could, making a very slim margin by the sheer quantity of resources they were pulling out.
The system itself sort of ran its course from sort of a large corporate interest perspective, and then was mostly left abandoned.
Now this ended up being the ideal situation for the People's Alliance, who were a group of revolutionaries who were trying to overthrow the dictatorship of the Messer regime that was going on in the Empire at the time.
So they went to the Nyx system and established what became known as Levski. They wanted to make it everything that the UEE wasn't at this time.
They set up what they saw as their ideal society, where everyone's voices would be heard, where everyone would be equal. But they've fallen onto hard times. So Nyx today is kind of at an interesting point in its history. Now that the UEE has kind of transformed itself into a democratic society, what is their role? What are the People's Alliance rebelling against? And they still see the Empire as being inherently unfair. They see their role as still trying to create a free and fair society. But on the other hand, they have more problems than ever, and there's new threats lurking around every corner. And they have to ask, are they prepared to handle that? Or do they need to turn to the UEE for help?
Making a star system is, you approach it from kind of two angles in a weird way. What is this system bringing to to the gallery. How does this new system plug into it, and what does it bring to the table from a sort of a flavor experience? We want to make sure that whatever it's bringing to the company is unique and has some flair to it.
So the Nix system is a remote system where people want to go and live free outside of the pressure and influence of the UEE. It's a remote and rugged system with a lot of hostility coming from the ever-present threat of Vandal.
It's kind of like a frontier-esque thing. It's not lawless like Pyro, it's just kind of out there. Pyro's more like a Mad Max wasteland, and Nix is more like Silverado or like Deadwood, right? It's kind of like a smaller scope.
The emptiness and the loneliness is the defining factor. You're still going to find gangs, you're still going to find hostile presences, but it's where people go if they want to live off the grid.
The People's Alliance is the main peacekeeping force in Nix.
They were unhappy with the direction that the Empire was going under the Messers. They got out. They said, we're just going to start from scratch, build our own society, but build it the way that we think it needs to be built.
They're not perfect. They're just people, but they're doing their best. They want to help keep Nix safe and make it prosper.
They are trying to do the best that they can, but are faced with the realities of dealing with people, which is tricky.
The Pyro Star is quite a warm star. Stanton Star is quite neutral. And the Nix is a little bit cooler. The system has its star, and it has this dark, really, really dense gas sort of nebulous cloud. And it has points of light scattered around it, and those points of light in this gas cloud is really, really hazy. So because Nix is bordering Vandal space, it was important that we have a gap in the Nix gas cloud where you could sort of just, in between the clouds, see a piece of the Vandal space. It feels so close that it's even like protruding some red light. The level designers are using it as an actual visual indicator of where to place more dangerous POIs. So if you point your ship in the direction of it, you should find, as we build it out, that you will be in more and more danger. And I think that's really cool. To give more atmosphere, I was testing out adding some sort of space snowflakes, essentially. So when you look towards the sun, you can sort of see that sort of like sparkle. But then when you look away from the sun, you'll see the reflections and sort of like little glints of light. For the jump points in Nix, we'll have 2 on this release. We'll have one from Pyro to Nix and one from Stanton to Nix. It should be going from Nix to Castra, but we're essentially bypassing Castra temporarily.
Hey, we want to make sure you can get there any way you want.
Galatian Belt is a huge asteroid belt that is in sort of the middle of the system.
The Galatian Belt is a combination of a bunch of technologies that we already had. The asteroid fields we use for planetary rings and the gas clouds, and it's combining them to make something completely new that we've just not seen before.
It's full of resources that are still left unharvested because it's kind of a tricky spot for mining. It's not the easiest place to go, but that means that there's still a lot of opportunity for independent miners to go out there.
So the rocks in Nix are a bit more sharp, like sorts of like icy look, rocky, cliff-like, very different from those in the Pyro and the Stanton.
One of the big differences too is all of that extra added movement that just adds a little bit of extra flair.
It's also a good hiding spot for people who are trying to elude capture, maybe set up ambushes, that type of stuff.
Always feel way more interesting flying in those spaces than just, you know, through empty void.
And as we build out the Glacian Belt over the next year, lots of places to put new content.
Delamar is a very large asteroid in the Glacian Belt that QV Planet Services had built a mining base on that got taken over by the People's Alliance and renamed Levski.
Levski is our first and biggest social outpost for Nix.
It's kind of like the place where you stop before you do your panning. So it's kind of a San Francisco before you go out to the gold rush.
It's going to be the central hub for trade and hauling and all of the commerce within Nix and also from Nix to other systems. But it does have a seedy underlayer to it.
Over the years, you're sort of improving the generation method of those asteroids to culminate towards this specific point to make large, explorable location. When you fly towards the Levski, you see this huge gas ring around it, scattered small, mid-sized pieces of the asteroids.
Well, Levski is immediately apparently unique by the fact that it's a facility clamped onto the side of an asteroid. The breathtaking views of looking into the belt instantly gives it a unique charm and flavor.
As you approach, you'll initially see a very dramatic borehole that goes all the way through the asteroid. You'll also see, growing out from there and alongside Levski, there will be landing pads along what I'd call the spine. Lots of industrial pipes and transport systems to bring out the refined mining materials when it was a mining station.
Before, we were using an actual planet, so we had all of the space available to place all of these structures. But now it kind of meant that we had to create an asteroid which has the appropriate size to.
If we took the whole shot of the asteroid, you will see that there is an area to fly underneath. We plan on bringing in hull C gameplay, so this is exterior cargo elevators, so as a team you will be able to load and unload cargo.
There's a lot more movement on the exterior, such as the cargo trains going around tracks. It's now going to be fully EVA-able. There will be walkways around the main landing zone to walk on using gravity plates, but you can drift off and kind of go wherever you want. They can explore fully the whole place, which is great.
Unlike the majority of anarchists living in Pyro, there are people here in Nix that care.
It's not a downtrodden or derelict, dilapidated location. It has a sense of order.
But only where the People's Alliance has people living.
But we've had Levski before, and we've updated it quite substantially to be more in line with the newer features that have been put in since, but also visually, and there's been a lot of quality of life fixes that we've wanted to add and bring up to like a good standard for a landing zone.
Gracing the main lobby of Levski is a large statue of Anthony Tanaka, who was a child worker.
And was being worked to death, all of them were, and Anthony Tanaka just had a break and just said no, and stood up against the foremen, the supervisors, the managers, the guards, and was killed for it. And so he became a sort of a figurehead.
And kind of was one of the linchpin moments in seeing the fall of the Messer regime.
So if you take the elevator up to the top deck, you'll see the top view and the cargo area as well. So you can go through the cargo shop. You've got your normal kind of cargo needs. You'll have ability to trade and buy your tractor beam and other gear that you need. So if you were to die in the Nix system, then one of the places you might come out from is the hospital in Levski, which is called the Mercy Hospital.
So Mercy Hospital is just basically, it's a local med station for all the residents of Levski, anybody traveling through the system. Again, they're trying to provide as good medical help for people as they can.
When you arrive at the HAB's location, you'll be presented with a lobby, elevator bank, and then you will take that transit to the HAB room. So within that room will be pods
And that's where the original miners would have lived. They're not the nicest, and they're a bit messy, but they're a home for people in Levski. If you head down to the lower view deck, you'll go through into the Grand Barter, which is your main social and commercial area of Levski.
This is where you will see market sellers selling their wares. There will be stalls, there will be kind of more embedded shops.
And that includes things like Corderies, which is your armor shop, and also conscientious objects, which is for weapons. There's also one of my favorite places, Cafe Musée, which is where you can go down into some of the more rocky depths and grab yourself a drink, and you never know who you meet down there. If you explore a bit more around the Grand Barter, there's other routes around and little side passages. There's another shop that's away from that area called Teachers.
Teach's Ship Shop is basically where you would go if you were looking to pick up a used ship, buy some ship parts, fix up your old ship, find some new stuff, sell some scrap.
We've closed up Dumpers Depot for Levski, and everything that used to be sold there will now be sold at Teachers. Another new area, as well as the cargo shop that we've added, is the refinery deck for Levski. That's where you can take your processed goods, not just from Levski, but from the rest of the Nix system, and refine and sell those goods there. As a lot of the content in the next coming releases for Nix is going to be mining related. So it's super important that Levski is a really nice hub for mining type of gameplay. So we're really happy to bring Levski back into the game. It's been gone for quite a few years now.
I think it really provided a unique environment of it's run down, but the people who live there love it and are working their hardest to make it a great place to live.
This is a location that has a lot of nostalgia for you guys, and we don't want this just to be a re-release. We do want you to go, wow.
It's not going to be as complete as Pyro was when it first came out, but it's going to be our first iteration, and you're going to be able to see it grow as we work on it.
Like with everything, we're always learning and improving and finding new ways.
I mean, is there anything more Star Citizen than just building the system while the players watch us build it around them?
It's going to add a nice dynamic to Stanton and be a much more calming of, style system than Pyro.
The people that would have played it before are going to love to see this come back, and the people that haven't seen it before, it's going to be a great new location.
This is the first time that I'm going to be able to touch stuff and kind of bring my own content to the game, and that's really exciting to me.
Levski coming back into the game is a huge milestone personally for me. So I worked on the original quite some time ago, so seeing it come back and updated and improved and better is fantastic. So we've talked about Levski, we've talked about the Glacian Belt, but you're probably asking yourself, what's the new gameplay activity we're going to be doing? So let's find out.
Welcome to Nix is your first experience in a new space station in a new solar system.
It's a mystery to be solved. There's things for the player to explore and look into. There's going to be some twists and turns, of course, some combat, and if you're lucky enough to survive, maybe some good rewards.
This is basically a continuation of kind of our ASD storyline. So in the closing out what we had called our Science Run Amok storyline, we had revealed that ASD had been procuring sort of very black market illegal stuff in order to conduct their experiments. So this mission is basically going to be continuing on that trail.
So the Navy has learned that illegal tech is being sold in the UEE, and they're hiring Intersect to investigate. Intersect Defense Solutions is the leading military defense contractor in the UEE. So the Navy contracts with them a lot for doing various kind of military operations that they don't want to handle themselves. We didn't want players to be working directly for the Navy. The Navy just doesn't call up random citizens and ask like, hey, if you're free, can you fly a helicopter? I guess as a player, when you can think about like, oh, where am I going to be doing missions that are capital ship battles or large fleet scale stuff or military operations, that's all going to come from Intersect Defense Solutions. Intersect have discovered the source of the illegal tech is in the NICS system and an old abandoned QV Planet Services logistics station that's come back online.
So they want the players to figure out what's going on.
So when you come out of Quantum and you start your approach vector to the objective, you'll be weaving through asteroids, going through the glacial belt, and slowly the station will reveal itself. Now this is an old QV logistics station. It's pretty beat up, it's pretty derelict, but there's some points of interest that you'll spot as you go through. So the station itself shares design cues from old Pan Am stations found in Pyro. This architectural design found its way over to the NICS system as the system was being established, but you'll also see some additional design cues that QV Planetary Services were adding, so it's a nice transition architectural point. It's fairly skeletal in design. You'll see logistics yards and cargo yards, but also facilities pinned inside the asteroid, creating this network of facilities. You'll notice there's a Polaris near the main hub. It's not a normal Polaris. It's damaged, it's broken. It's not a standard corporate Polaris. So at this point, you should be asking yourself, who does this belong to? Away from the Polaris, you'll see struts leading to asteroid bases. Now, these asteroid bases are locked, so you don't know exactly what's inside just yet. But all of this comes together to form the playground for the mission to take place. So not only is this facility unabandoned, but it's also under attack from a surprising but familiar foe.
First time in the PU, the Vandal.
So the Vandal are a nomadic, very, very, very violent spacefaring race.
They've been striking out against outposts and such in the NICS system. They don't really know what they want, don't know why they're doing it, but it seems like whoever's running the station is really pissed them off.
Vandal raiding parties have been arriving in the system, and they're unaffiliated to any clan. There's small groups coming in and picking at them. But as time goes on, those raids are getting bigger and more frequent.
There'll be the scythes that you're familiar with, glaives and blades that we all know and hate, and a new craft for the PU, the Vandal Stinger.
You will be contacted by some civilians on arrival asking you for help.
So at this point, you have a choice. You can either bug out, mission over, or join the fight. This will be the first time since the PU launch that you'll be able to fight against Vandal aggressor ships.
This fight will be intense. The player should be able to deal with them, but they will have to be prepared and they'll have to come back in to fight off this initial wave, and that won't be the end of it.
After you fight off the Vandal ships, the mysterious inhabitants of the station invite you to come on board.
Which Intersect sort of will encourage you to do because it'll help further their investigation against what's happening here, why these QV stations have come back online.
You dock your ship, you board the station, and it turns out the inhabitants here have a real surprise for you.
The player will be immediately ambushed. These guys are not your friends.
Of course, it's not going to be easy because the people that are inhabiting the station are going to fight you every step of the way.
The fight will be challenging, but this definitely will be the warm-up phase of this mission. This will be the players getting a sense of what exactly is going on here, who these new people are. They'll be in unfamiliar armor. They'll be wielding unfamiliar weapons. And we want you to get a sense that you are in a new place, in a new territory, fighting a new faction.
So after you survive this initial ambush, you get back in touch with Intersec, and obviously the question is, who are these people? Why are they attacking? Why are the Vandal attacking them?
At this point, there's more going on here than anyone thought. The directive from Intersect is to explore the station and collect as much information as you possibly can.
Along the way, you're going to get to explore some new areas.
It's not just the space station. There's the disabled capital ship. There's asteroid bases nearby with obvious installations there, other forces that the Vandal have been attacking. There's a debris field.
Explore the locations in any order you want and try to find out who these people are and why the Vandal are after them.
You'll find new clues. You'll find ways to solve the puzzle of what's going on at the space station and find out what kind of loot they have for you now that you beat them.
And of course, this is a legally open station, so anything you find is yours to keep and sell, maybe even give to Wicklow. This isn't just a one-time event, this is a permanent sort of mission that we're going to be adding to the game.
You can go back and repeat this mission and find ways to do it even better, even faster.
There'll be a different story and different flavor. Obviously, we can't have the same thing happen every time. There'll be other missions that Intersec will offer to you based on the evidence that you found.
Now you know the real story, and you can start digging and giving more information to Intersec along the way.
I'm super excited to finally see the Vandal in the PU.
I'm excited to bring cool Vandal ship combat to SC.
Players in the PU will now get to face down these awesome ships and get a taste of like we already have it in Arena Commander, where you get to fight the Vandal swarm, and being able to do that in the PU is going to be, I think, a heck of a lot of fun.
So this marks a great milestone for us for not only pushing hard and adding great content this year, we're also being able to introduce the next star system and introducing the next landscape to tell new stories and add new gameplay beats into the ever-expanding universe. So we'll leave 4.4 there. If you're at one of the watch parties, please raise a toast to the great work that all the teams have been doing this year. And I'll be right back in just a few minutes to look ahead at some of the things coming in 2026.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Voyager Bar in beautiful scenic Orizon, where the staff of Cloud Imperium Games Manchester is gathered for their very own Citizencon Direct Watch Party. As the dozens of such events happening at locations around the world, we've gathered today to watch this sneak peek at just a little of what the next year of Star Citizen has in store for everyone. Oh, that was really good, everybody. I'm Jared Huckabee, your host for the festivities and for the show today, and let me tell you, it's not a joke, it's not a gag. Next week, we're hitting our 9th patch in 10 months, and then in November, we're going to finish out the year strong with the long-awaited arrival of the Nix system. And in case you missed it because you were chatting with friends, hi. It's not the lawless wasteland of Pyro many folks have been speculating, but an independent system with its own set of rules and laws and multiple ways to get there. It's an exciting time for everyone at Cloud Imperium Games because, as the architects of our persistent universe said at the start of the show, the foundational tech that we've been building for so many years has now unlocked us to bring more to Star Citizen than ever before as we continue our journey towards 1.0. Now, before we continue with the show, let's get a few housekeeping tasks out of the way. First, we're simulcast on YouTube and Twitch. So if you want the keen communities of Twitch or the 4K ultra high resolution of YouTube, you have your choice. Second, throughout the broadcast today, we want to see and hear what you have to say along the way, and you can tell us on social media by using hashtag Citizencon. We're especially interested to see any photos from those watch parties that are happening across the globe, and we're going to find some way to bring a few of them into the broadcast later in the program. Third, we've also had a Citizencon contest going for people to create their very own slice of life in the PU videos, and we played the winning entries during our pre-show countdown. The offerings were super varied. The idea was to work with a team to show the life of a miner or a hauler or a bounty hunter or whatever. But one guy just said, I'm going to make a video about how awesome I am. And I respect that. So shout out Nocturnal Revenant. I don't remember if you were one of the winners getting an L21 Wolf from Kruger for their efforts, but you won the coveted Disco Lando Complete Narcissist Award. Good job. And to all the winners, I'm sure someone will either be in touch with you about your wolves or they'll just show up on your accounts. I really don't know how that process works. Probably would have been good to find out before the show, huh? He's so afraid. Either way, if you missed the pre-show and are curious if you won, you can check the replay after we're done here today. All right. I just realized that my bosses, Chris and Sandy, are sitting in a movie theater watch party in Switzerland right now. A completely captive audience. So real behind the scenes here. This is especially torturous for Chris right now because he's super excited about the next segment we've got coming up. Aren't you, Chris? And you're just sat there right now, forced to watch and listen to anything I say. Do either of you regret that decision so long ago? All right, so I've probably pushed my luck enough. Let's get to the next thing. When Nix arrives next month, it'll have Levski, the Glacium Belt, and the new Welcome to Nix operation we just discussed. But throughout 2026, we'll also continue to build the star system out with new features and new technologies that will not only set Nix apart and give it a unique identity from its sibling star systems, but continue to set Star Citizen apart from other video games altogether. Now at this point, if you're running one of the watch parties, you're gonna wanna crank your speakers up for some brand new music from the maestro Pedro himself, and let's take a look at some of what the next year has to offer for the Nix system.
At Cloud Imperium Games, we believe art inspires the best technology. And through the development of that technology, it pushes us to create even better art. When Genesis comes to the persistent universe starting next year, it will change how you experience every world. And not just in the building of the new planets for the Nix system. We will also go back through Stanton and Pyro and reimagine them through the lens of our technology. Previously, and more traditionally, we'd create slices of biomes, like deserts or forests. This approach moved us forwards and got us this far, but solving the scale was always tricky. And for Star Citizen, we like to do scale on another level. Issues like seeing tiling from our height maps from high altitude, or the unpredictable blending when two biomes connected, were common. But ultimately, things just never felt right. Our worlds were gorgeous, but to us, they still sometimes felt like interpretations. Now this was a super hard problem, which we needed to solve at the scale for Star Citizen requires. We challenged ourselves to emulate nature in the most believable way, and not just on a planetary scale, but to our level of detail. With Genesis, we've made a complete paradigm shift to how we do things. Biomes are now created based on the physical data sets, with the assets being spawned whenever and wherever the correct criteria is found. So when you see a forest or a meadow, it's no longer because an artist painstakingly crafted it there. It's now because it simply wants to be there. It fits inside our rules. Genesis also ties into our other gameplay systems. Our new planets are built from the information we create for our different datasets, like height maps, humidity, temperature, soil type, soil amounts, geology erosion data, to name but a few. This means you can now tell where to find valuable minerals as the geology looks like it would be suitable for it. Where scree piles exist below sheer cliff faces, and where rocks have broken off over time due to erosion. Of course, these new tools still give us the ability to direct the look and feel we want. The attention to detail from the tallest mountain to the smallest flower is still our core DNA. With Genesis, we can now keep that detail-orientated mindset as we focus on the quality, and it provides the quantity. Genesis provides our planets with the ultimate sense of exploration and adventure, discovery in the purest emotional form. We want you to find that perfect place, with the planets providing an abundant resource to harvest. This is a major part of what exploration is for us. We want that feeling of finding a corner of the universe that you'll fall in love with, and where you want to settle down and build your home. Now I'm going to hand you over to Will to go deeper into what we have built that allows Genesis to realize our vision. As a reminder, some of the visuals you'll see will evolve and change as we continue our technological development and hone in on the final look for Nyx.
Thanks, Ian. So, in case it's not already clear, Genesis is our name for a group of technologies that are improving our ability to build worlds, refining those that we've already created, and ultimately expanding our persistent universe to the scale and quality that we all expect. I work on planet tech, so let's talk about how that's continued to evolve since our presentation last year. And instead of just highlighting some really cool biomes that we can create, let's go ahead and show how all this work applies to the upcoming planets of Nyx. So there are 3 planets in Nyx. Nyx 3 is a gas giant, and I think it's blue. It's not going to surface. I don't really know. Nyx 2 is a yellow, toxic. It's got like this high pressure atmosphere, and it's like a very volatile planet with high risk reward gameplay. It's going to have some really interesting biomes for you to discover, but for now, just know it's going to be dangerous, because today we're going to focus on what we consider to be the hero planet of this system. Nyx 1 has got a rugged, remote beauty. It's got a diverse set of biomes, from weathered rocky mountain ranges to vast sweeping forests and grasslands, and from damp, expansive wetlands to claustrophobic, festering swamps. These core biome concepts give us a fantastic platform to hone our technology, in some cases because the current tech couldn't do them at all, or because we want to completely step up our game for them. So, let's approach this planet in much the same way that you, the player, will, from orbit. The orbit appearance of the planets going forward is far more tied to what is present on the surface. Previously, we had different data that drove the orbital and ground coloring. That's because the orbit was designed to look like vegetation that we'd place on the surface, and the ground coloring was trying to be a mix of soil, rock, and the organic compound coloring that forms the kind of colors there. Now we author much more of the data in a unified way. When you look at Earth, you see blues and greens for ocean and vegetation, and brown or yellowy tones for sand and soil. We wanted to keep it as simple as that. The same set of textures and data that define the color of the soil, sand, and rock on the ground are used to create the orbital look. We then assess the presence of vegetation and competition between different species on each part of the planet, and use that to blend in tones of green, including variations due to species health and the current season. This creates a far more complete image and allows you to identify features, geologies, and potential points of interest all the way from space. Let's go down to the surface and start with something closer to what you're used to, but in a whole new light. When we approached the surface of the planet, we wanted to start by focusing on just the soil and rock. One of the things that was missing from our terrain previously was simply feature complexity. Looking at our contemporaries, we lacked detail at the ground scale. To combat this, we've added a new layer of data. That layer is called the medium tiles. These are intelligently placed on top of the existing 4-kilometer terrain tiles based on slope, soil type, and other erosion data. And these medium tiles don't just create height changes, they also bring in local erosion data both for soil and bedrock size values. And this gives us a whole new level of terrain detail, of scale, and allows us to create far more unique locations across the planet. So now that we've nailed the surface, let's have a look at adding some rocks. We've now got two major contributors to the rock content of our planets. Firstly, long desired feature, cliffs. We are adding large scale, very detailed to all our cliffs based on the geology at a given location. This adds an exciting new dimension to steep slopes that we simply couldn't get before. The second is a big one for you ground vehicle enthusiasts. Rocks are now found not scattered everywhere, like spilt popcorn at the cinema, but only in places you'd expect to find them, thanks to a brand new rock scattering algorithm that isn't annoying as hell. Using physical data generated for each large and medium tile, now rock distribution makes sense and has a physical basis. So if you're still crashing into them after this comes out, that's on you. The rock assets themselves have had a glow up too. We now create rock sets related to a particular geology that look like they originated from the same source. And this ties into how we'll be distributing minables in much more interesting ways too. So now that our base terrain and rock scattering looks good, let's add some vegetations and explore some additional biomes. Nyx 1's forests and grasslands are full of trees, various grass species, rock formations, and they're found in all sorts of elevations like mountain valleys, open plains, and dense meadows. And when we start to add a bit of fresh water, they begin transitioning into more wetland-type biomes. And while forests are super cool, let's focus on the grasslands and wetlands today. So, how are we making these look so great? Obviously, we've had grass before, but never meadows of it, because until now, we haven't been able to spawn grass in large enough quantities or effectively represented at distance. So we're stepping up our game in terms of spawning, shaping, and shading grass. With Genesis, we now leverage GPU spawning to create vast quantities of assets across all biomes, whether it be dense meadows or more complex collections of ground cover like you can see in these wetlands. We are also able to fit our grass tiles to the ground by conforming them to the unique terrain underneath. Now we can finally cover complex terrain shapes with grass and ground cover assets, and as a result they are now gravity aligned, meaning each blade is oriented as you'd expect and not sticking out like before. Next, let's take a look at how we light our grass. Now, as in real life, the shading of a grass blade, or indeed a whole field of grass, is lit very differently to like a flat surface. We now use a solution that shades meadows of grass far more like fur or hair. And this, if you think about it, makes sense. At a distance, a field of grass is far more like a carpet or cloth than a flat surface. This improves how our grass looks from a near perspective, as well as bringing us nicely into how we're solving the distant representation of grass. So let's talk about the distance problem. One of our biggest achievements with Genesis is allowing us to build beautiful biomes out of flora and geology assets like a building set. Can I say Lego?
No.
Too late. But in the past, this broke down very quickly when objects simply disappeared when viewing the same biome from 10, 20, 100 kilometers away. Because we don't hide planetary transitions and allow you to view complex regions from very large distances, there are almost infinite perspectives from which you can see a location in Star Citizen. So, how can we afford to evaluate complex spawning logic at runtime for the entire swathes of the planet? Enter the virtual terrain. Virtual terrain, or VT for short, is how we now cache and represent our terrain at varying scales. This has been the enabler for all of the lovely advances in terrain complexity and asset spawning we've shown so far. And it's also how we now evaluate and represent vegetation from a distance. When creating the VT for each part of the terrain, we assess if vegetation has covered the ground, and if so, what shading should be applied. For all of our biomes, we're now able to use the same shading model for the distant representation as the close-up asset, whether that's our lovely rolling hills, some more dramatic rockscapes, those muggy wetlands, or even our festering swamps. So yeah, we didn't forget about the swamps, and they're coming to Nyx 1 as well. Built using the lessons learned and all the technologies we've developed, these swamps now spring into existence from the planetary data. This biome combines all of the elements from the other biomes we've shown you today, from water interaction, denser spawning, unique ground coverage, and I think it creates something really unique. Anyway, that's our update on the Planet Tech portion of Genesis and how we're using it right now to sculpt the identity of Nyx 1. And I hope you're as excited as we are to explore this and everything we haven't shared yet next year.
As you can see, Genesis is now inspiring everyone here to create planets of the quality and believability we've always strived for. A meeting of technology and art that I truly believe will set our worlds apart from anything we've done before. And with that said, let's move on to a little travel between systems, literally. Up until now, our mission system has been specific to the star system you're in, meaning a Stanton mission has to take place in the Stanton system, and a Pyro mission has to take place there. We've never been able to link these together, but with the introduction of our third star system, it's time for this to change. And that begins with the introduction of interstellar cargo.
What are you talking about today?
System-to-system hauling missions. Hauling is back.
No one said hauling was gone. He doesn't even play the game?
These are exactly what they say on the tin. Missions where you're going to start in, say, Stanton and end in Nyx, taking various volumes of cargo between the stations. So there'll be high volumes of cargo that kind of fulfill the purpose for the Hull C and the other series of Hull ships. And there'll be a few sort of more direct routes.
So you might pick up some cargo from Ruin Station in Pyro and go through the jump point to Stanton and drop it off there at one of the LEOs.
So if you've never sort of experienced the jump point or going through it, these missions will require you to. They're no way limited. You can do them in any sort of ship you want, any size of ship. I'll be doing them in my Drake cutter myself, between Stanton and Nyx.
Just a Drake cutter?
I've got a few ships, but the Drake cutter is really cute, so.
One thing that we're looking to add with these interstellar missions is scripted combat encounters where you can be attacked by NPC ships. Maybe the mission giver has tipped off some pirates who are looking to get a hold of that cargo, as well as express missions, which means the deadline timers that you're used to in the regular hauling missions might get really tight and you've got to learn to be very fast. All of the love and care that has gone into hauling missions so far, with the logistical network and making sure they make sense within the themes of the systems, just as much love has gone into the interstellar missions we're making now.
At the start of the show, we said we was going to build out the Nyx system right in front of you after 4.4 launches next month, and why we want to keep as much of what we're doing behind closed doors so you can discover it for yourself, in-game and on your own. We still are excited to share with you a brief look at one of our up-and-coming locations we're calling Rockcracker. Okay, so Rock Cracker, Jared, is our internal name.
Rock cracker is where you have to crack a rock. It's a big rock. You want more?
So way out into the Kieger Belt, you'll find these old QV breaker stations. These were originally industrial facilities breaking apart large asteroids and mining them down. But since they've been mothballed and been left abandoned. So you're going to have to find your way inside and thinking about how do we bring this facility back to life. It's not just about flipping a switch. As you bring these stations back to life, you'll be lighting the beacon and calling attention to these long forgotten places.
One of the main features is the laser head, which will require certain things to get working. It's up to you and your friends to find how to get in.
There'll be a variety of options. Whether you're discovering the bowels of the station and mining your way through long-forgotten tunnels, or you're going through the main laser entrance. Now, as you're traversing through the facility, you'll find the old engine room. Now, there may be ways to bring the facility back to life, kickstart the engines, and bring power to different parts of the facility. Maybe eventually bringing the laser back online and cracking some rocks.
The secondary gameplay loop is FPS combat. You're not there by yourself.
There may be squatters and outlaws in these stations trying to stop you from what you want to do.
So you've found these old facilities, you've brought them back to life. You've systematically brought power to various functions of the facility. You've activated the laser. You've fired the laser. You've broken apart the rock. And then you'll be able to fly your ship inside and see what's there.
So you fly a ship into an asteroid?
Yeah. You just get into your ship and fly in and start searching around and trying to find the pieces that you want to mine.
I'm really excited about Rock Cracker because it's a sandbox activity. You can kind of go to these whenever you want to.
This content is for players who enjoy mining, who enjoy exploration, investigation, and don't mind a little bit of FPS content while they're there.
It will be a very new experience compared to any other asteroids, because this one, kind of like Alan and mine, will crack open and show its secret.
And one presumes you can make a decent amount of scratch in an asteroid that's big enough you fly your spaceship into it.
It wouldn't be worth doing if you couldn't make a good amount of coin, yeah.
Making promises for the econ team.
Yeah, they've got to balance it.
It's for people who want a lot of minerals. When crafting comes in, when all the other mechanics and features that we want in the game for 1.0 come in, it will be a place where like an organization or a group of like 5-6 people could come and just get a monumental amount of minerals.
So that's a look at some of what's coming over the next 12 months. In addition to what we've shown, there'll be new mission packs tailored to the People's Alliance and their struggles. There'll be events that invest you into the evolving storyline of all 3 systems we'll have in the game. And of course, When we begin populating these with new planets, there'll be a whole host of ground-based POIs, settlements and structures inhabited by those trying to make their way in the verse. And all of this in service of building star systems that complement the massive corporate yard of Stanton, the lawless ganking of Pyro, and now the new frontier of discovery for the Nyx system. Should I say ganking?
You already did. Good job, everyone. So yeah, a whole lot to take in there. Interstellar hauling is the beginning of a massive expansion to the mission system that'll let us connect these 3-star systems like never before. What else we got? Rockcracker. Rockcracker is just one of the next operations that'll be coming to the Nyx system in the first half of next year, where you're gonna fly into an asteroid and do that thing that miners love more than anything else. Complain about PvPers getting in their way. No, I'm being told it's mining. It's mining. And of course, one of the most anticipated features coming to Star Citizen, Genesis, and what that means for the planets of Star Citizen, including the ones already in there. So let's talk to Will Hain and find out more. And I'm just remembering that Will Hain is in France at the watch party. Okay, France. Ask Slarty Bartfast over there how they're going to use Genesis to update the planets and moons of Stanton and get back to me, all right? And see if we can get some fjords. What else we got? The Citizencon digital goodies pack. That's a hard thing to say. That went up for sale a couple weeks ago and has a whole bunch of mysterious items in it, and that's where I can tell you now that almost all of them are tied to the Nyx system in one way or another. So let's find out what's actually in there. There's a gunship flight suit and helmet, 2 armor sets from that mysterious faction causing a ruckus with the Vandal, and an Intersect BDU sweater and outfit, a couple of crazy weapons that I'm certain we're going to learn about in just a few minutes, some slick Levski swag, and finally, to celebrate the long-awaited addition of the Vandal to Star Citizen, a cool Vandal knife and adorable plushie, which I swear to love and squeeze and cherish forever. So yeah, it's a pretty solid haul for this year's digital goodies pack, which you can still pick up right now on the RSI store. So now, let's go ahead and transition into our next segment. Much of what you see in the show today has been the culmination of a lot of people's work in... What's up? All right, I had a dream about like this once. Yeah. Okay, so against everyone's better judgment, the thing has finally happened. Can I help you?
How do you think the show's going?
Good. We're getting the Nyx star system and the Vandal are coming.
Kind of been a lot of Nyx, right?
Well, yeah, but it's a major milestone and it deserves a major showcase celebrating everybody's hard work and...
You got more, right?
Well, yeah, there's spaceships coming up.
Cool.
Wow, it's like they only scanned the original community portion of me. If pictures steal your soul, imagine what face scanning in PCAP does.
Well, this has been super cringe. So I'm gonna head out.
Bye.
Oh, regular Citizencon is still better. You should have done that.
Of course. Thank you. Part of me that isn't a soulless marketing puppet. All right. No. Let's just go to some spaceships, shall we?
Hi, my name's John Crew. I'm the Vehicle Director here at CIG, and welcome to Talking Ship, where we're going to talk about 3 new ships coming to the persistent universe. The last year has been pretty hectic in terms of vehicle deliveries. I think we've delivered the most we've ever done in a 12-month period, and we've covered all the way from tiny little snubs all the way up to capital ships.
We've kind of filled out a few little gaps. We've introduced some new ships by some old manufacturers.
You had the Polaris come out, and obviously people have enjoyed playing with that. We snuck the Idris in, without none of you expecting it for a while, and it's been a busy year. It's nice to start revisit some of the older catalogue and some of the bigger ships again.
I think my favourite ship from the last year is a tie between the Wolf and the Golem.
Favourite ship in the last year? Probably the Wolf.
I feel like it's the obvious one. I'm trying to think of something else, but I really like the Wolf.
Everyone's mentioning the Wolf. The Wolf's everyone's favourite.
The Wolf, obviously a return of Kruger, a completely new aesthetic to the game.
The Wolf was, it was kind of everything we set it out to be, and it revived an old manufacturer. We've not seen anything from a while, so yeah, I'm going to say the Wolf.
The Golem, I think, is just an incredibly well-formed ship in such a small package. It really just shows off that Drake aesthetic, giving you the absolute bare minimum needed to perform a role.
I honestly do really like the Zeus. I think it came out really well. It's kind of hard to pin down a favorite, to be honest, because we've released, a lot of really cool ships.
Next year, we've got some super exciting ships coming up. We're ticking off a few big ones, which is good. We're gonna see, again, maybe some ships from some manufacturers that don't have that many in their lineup. There's a few big challenging ones starting. So
the anticipation's
they're
killing me.
A breadth of ships, should we say.
The 3 new ships we're going to introduce today all tie in some way to the primary factions fighting over the Nyx system. We'll start with the People's Alliance and Anvil Aerospace. Anvil is a very military-based brand. It's been a brand that's in Star Citizen for a long time, fighting for lots of military contracts and lore, often up against Aegis, and to the point it actually beat Aegis in the past. You will be familiar with a lot of their ships' designs, such as the Hornet and Lightning. Earlier this year, we introduced the Anvil Asgard, based on the Valkyrie chassis, which is an extremely popular offering. And this year, we're bringing the concept ship we introduced last year, the Anvil Paladin, to life. The Paladin is a gunship from Anvil Aerospace designed to support ground operations.
A gunship is a ship that's designed to sustain a sustained firefight while dealing a lot of damage, also taking damage.
We don't have a lot of gunships in the game that are true dedicated gunships. They are quite a tricky archetype to control in game without being too powerful. It's designed with a lot of firepower and high armor and health, but very low maneuverability.
It's multi-crew, it's just built purely for battle. It's got lots of armor, lots of guns, big guns.
It's got a very similar squat kind of form to the Valkyrie. It kind of reminds me of, I guess, like a pit bull. Obviously a very menacing silhouette.
It looks quite forward-weighted in its stance. It feels like it's coming towards you even when it's just sat still, and I think that's something that helps with it feeling intimidating.
If we swing round, following the ship round clockwise, what you'll then see is the first of the side turrets. If you notice the canopy, you'll see that there's a fairly thick space between where the glass is and the hull exterior. That's because it has deployable armor, which can come out and give you a little bit more cover while you're actually attacking the target head on.
It's got these really nice kind of dual connected wings with the turrets out on the sides, just to try and give as much kind of range for those turrets as we can get.
Which is controlled by one of the 2 remote stations underneath the bridge. If we come around to the rear, you'll see a rail. Now that rail mounts the main turret of the ship, which is controlled by the co-pilot.
So you've got full 360 coverage underneath, full 360 coverage on top with it, and then the side turrets also have 360 coverage that way around and 180 out sideways. So really you have, between the turrets, pretty much 360 coverage in all directions. One of the unique things about the Paladin is all the turrets are remote and all the crew are located in this one central 2-story room.
A lot of our other gunships, the crew gets scattered across the ship, but with the Paladin, you're all sat together with a nice, cool experience, so you can really feel like you're playing as a group.
You've got the pilot, co-pilot up top, and you've got the gunners underneath, and I think that helps with the intention of what the ship does, because you've got this really nice kind of like gunner viewpoint down, kind of giving this lower coverage.
We added a glass floor just to keep the 2 connected. I think that really helps with the feeling that you're all working together and communicating.
That said, if you don't have the ability to fully crew a Paladin, you can still fly it and engage in combat solo.
Obviously not as good as if you have a full crew, but you can't always guarantee your friends are going to be online.
As a solo ship, it's pretty capable of doing a variety of missions within Star Citizen. So if you want to run this ship solo, you can take on combat missions that, say, other heavy fighters like the Scorpius or other ships such as the Drake Cutlass could do. Coming aboard the Paladin, you enter into this sort of armory, ready room area. You have a variety of suit lockers and weapon racks in this room.
Everything's very militaristic, stripped back, simple. It's a very functional space, but you'll find everything you need in there.
One of the improvements from the original concept is we've added a small dedicated cargo bay area, allowing you to store actual SCU crates. Forward of that is the route to the lower gunners, and then upstairs you have the bridge area, and then off that central area you have the dual living quarters, one on the left, one on the right, and then at the rear you have the main sort of engineering area where the majority of the components are. Also within the upper traversal area, you also have a little breakout area with seating, food machine, toilets, etc.
I think it's a very cool looking ship. I think we did a really nice job of taking what was there in the concept and adding an extra level of detail and trying to kind of push things forward.
I think it hits the nail in terms of a really solid military ship. It's really complementary to some of the other ships in the Anvil lineup, so something like the Valkyrie, where you've got this big drop ship. You know, the Paladin's there just to make sure it's safe, make sure no one messes with you, and just basically scare people away.
The thing I like most, I think, about the Paladin is that it's very clearly got a crew of 4, and they all kind of work and operate under the same conditions. You know, the pilot, co-pilot, and the 2 gunners, they're basically all equal on the ship. There's one toilet, everyone's got the same style of bunk. When they're at work, everyone's at the front of the ship together.
It's really odd to me that you call that, you like that there's one toilet for 4 people.
Well, you know, it's you all work together. You're all equal at work. The
toilet seat never gets cold.
Toilet seat never gets cold. Yeah.
So that's the Anvil Paladin. Whilst originally a military-built craft, it's the perfect ship for folks on the frontier trying to defend against threats. And talking of threats, let's move to our next ship, a replica from Hesperia. Hesperia are a high-end manufacturer. They specialise in recreating exotic and particularly alien spacecraft.
Effectively what they're doing is they're remanufacturing them, making them a little bit more suitable for kind of human flight. And the latest offering from Hesperia is the Vandal Stinger.
The Vandal are big, scary space aliens. They're like 7-foot-tall, evil war race that sort of take over, steal technology, absorb it, fuse it all together into their own needs.
They are the relatively nasty aliens that you sometimes hear about and haven't seen much of yet. They also make really cool spaceships.
The Stinger as a Vandal heavy fighter was reserved for their higher tier sort of ace pilots or high-ranking members within their clans.
The Stinger is a competitor to something like the FA or, I guess, the Scorpius.
It packs a lot of firepower in quite a large frame, so it's a very, very tanky spacecraft. The firepower is almost unrivaled in terms of just both the number and the size of them. So it's there for players who don't want agility. They don't want to be in and out quickly. They want to be there brawling with big guns and taking all the hits. One thing Hesperia have done differently with the Stinger is they have done away with the majority of the bespoke weapons.
They heard everyone's complaints about the glaive and blade and have stripped off the original Vandal weapons to allow customization for standard human weapons.
With the exception of the single size 5 gun.
Because it was too well integrated into the hull, even for Hesperia to remove.
All the additional weapons are generic mounts, so they can be swapped with any of the existing lineup that we have in the game. By doing this, it provides greater flexibility to the end user, and this is something Hesperia wanted for the civilian market. For that one bespoke weapon, the size 5 plasma cannon, functionally it is the same as the existing size 5 plasma cannons on the Scythe and Glaive, but it is a sort of Gen 2 model and wraps it in a different aesthetic compared to those models. You'll see they're very much older Vandal styling. This is much newer Vandal styling, but underneath it is the same weapon that people have used for years.
Our job as the vehicle art team on the PU was to take the Stinger from the squadron team and prepare it for life in the PU. We took an opportunity to take, you know, this really well-established art style and, you know, add extra details where needed.
So the exterior is a real blend of these kind of hard surface, kind of rare alloyed kind of wings, and then underneath this real kind of organic structure that kind of webs all of the ship together. You know, it connects the thrusters in, it connects all the kind of underside of the vehicle and pulls the whole ship together.
You can tell it's very different from the Vandal ships that are currently in the PU. If you take, for example, the way the cockpits are constructed.
Up at the front, we've got this big kind of bubble dome that gives the cockpit quite a unique shape compared to some of our other ships, and also gives the pilot a unique position within the ship and kind of gives great visibility out the front.
Boarding the Stinger is a little unusual compared to other ships, obviously being alien in nature.
You're going through a ramp at the rear and it leads you kind of straight up into the belly of the ship.
There's, you know, lots of organic detail, rib cages, kind of strange alien forms.
On entry of the cockpit, the seat kind of comes down towards you and you kind of climb over the back of it a bit like a motorbike.
You're basically riding into the cockpit. It feels very much like you're being carried inside the cockpit.
Into the traditional prone flying pose that Vandal pilots use.
I'm very happy with the Stinger. I think the team done a really good job of making something that feels different, it feels alien, but it suits our lineup of ships and it suits our universe.
I think the guys did a really good job of respecting the direction and vision from the original Stinger and Vandal ships in Squadron.
We've tried to take a lot of inspiration from movies and other science fiction material, but I think it sits well within the Star Citizen universe.
So we have the Paladin for the People's Alliance. We have the Stinger for people that really like Vandal and want to try and pretend to be them. But what about the other mysterious faction we have running around?
So Gray Chowdhury got his start as he was working at a cargo center out in Odin. He started being able to get his hands on some stuff that other people couldn't, items that necessarily you couldn't find on a store shelf, but you wanted anyway.
I think Gray is interested in, happy customers. Gray just sees themselves as a conduit to get these things in the hands of people who would appreciate them.
And I think that his latest offering is really going to turn some heads.
So the Shiv, well, we don't really know what it is, to be fair.
It's what happens when someone who is a genius at aeronautics and ship assembly is given free rein to do whatever they want. It's the best of whatever they can find lying around, put together to make something truly unique, wonderful, arguably beautiful, and just released out into the universe to see what happens.
At first glance at the exterior of the Shiv, I think most people will probably recognize there is more than a fair proportion of a cutlass visible there, but it's had quite a few changes to it.
As you look a little bit closer, you'll start to pick out elements from other ships. You've got, main thrusters that are from the Valkyrie.
Even the bits that are obviously a cutlass have had panels welded on, panels removed. The top turret, which is now remote, is just this hodgepodge amalgamation with multiple other ships' turrets. And then the changes continue onto the inside where, again, it sort of feels cutlass-like, but then you'll find there's bits of Crusader ships just integrated into the wall instead of what was there originally.
It has lost its side entrance, some of its cargo capacity, but what it's gained is it's gained visually more powerful thrusters. It's gained a really kind of nice set of belly thrusters. It's upped its firepower.
As ever with the refined work from Gray's Market, you can see that great care was taken to the health and safety to ensure that there's no trip hazards anywhere.
There's loose cables, panels are exposed. If you look carefully, you'll notice there are tools laying around in the cockpit.
It's gained a toilet. Bucket.
Yeah, it's one for doing stuff and then you need a second one to wash your hands. It's not an animal.
It has very much taken that ethos of Drake and moved it down a level, which I think is quite an achievement.
Just look at this thing. How do you even begin to describe the madness that created this? It's the Shiv.
This is something new and different for Star Citizen. Where did it come from?
I'm not going to answer that.
Just
Nope.
nothing. Just
no comment.
Gray goes to places and talks to people. I mean, there are just many ways to find these things that, are they legitimate, manufacturers? No. Are they operating on the right side of the law? Maybe not, but, money's money.
Does Gray have a motto, an ethos to live by?
It probably comes down to, don't ask where I got it.
Don't ask how we got it.
Don't worry about it. Just ask if you want it.
I think the Shiv is for someone that is looking for something a bit different, a bit away from the norm, that just wants something that's unique.
It's definitely for people who like a rustic aesthetic.
It's a fun ship, but it's also really strong, to be honest, and it's absolutely a statement.
I'm happy with the 3 ship offerings. They are obviously very combat heavy.
There's something we wouldn't normally release all at once, but honestly, all of them in a different statement, and they're all cool.
As always, super excited to release these ships into the game and just see how players react and play with them. It's always fun to see the quirks and the shenanigans that people get up to with them. So that's talking ship for another year. So.
You gotta do the thing wisely. Talking weapons.
So I've just been informed that we have to do a bit of a timeshare agreement this year, so we have to throw it over to Alexi for Talking Weapons, which is an extremely original name.
I'm talking about the new edition that came out in October. The non-weapons are essentially the weapons that does not have a manufacturer, the weapons that you can think of that were made by space pirates.
Gray sells whatever he can sell.
Sometimes he gets his hands on some weapons that come from unknown origins.
He will sell things that no company in their right mind would ever make.
These are the most kind of like scrappy and taped together and the most kind of like pyro-ish weapons that you can think of.
Right now we're releasing 3 new weapons. Rocket launcher, the LMG, and the long-awaited Space AK.
I think this is the one that not only is the most in demand, but I've been politely badgered about the most. It's a fun rifle that basically fires energy and ballistic in sequence. So your first shot will be your ballistic, your second shot will be the energy. You'll see on the top of the art, there is a bolt that cycles the rounds, and that goes off with the ballistic shot, but it does not go off with the energy shot. And that is just like a really fun way of making a weapon work in kind of like a scrappy, glued together kind of aesthetic. The LMG, this thing is a really fun, slow-firing, hard-hitting beast.
It will bring the 50 cal, and the only other weapons that have this right now in the verse are the Bearing sniper rifle and the Coda.
Honestly, if you even get hit by one, you just instant tier 1 injury, back to medical.
Are you even trying anymore?
You know what? We made all these really complicated, fancy guns, and some people just want, I want a slow-firing rifle. Give me a scrap-together box that fires the biggest thing you can possibly find.
We don't have a rocket launcher of this caliber. It will be 3 grenades straight together that you pull into the tube and fire towards your enemies. The cool part about it will have an arming distance, so you will not be able to just point it towards an enemy.
It's also going to have a lot of spread. So essentially, you're going to have to get very close with your launcher to be able to blow up ships with a single payload in it. You can't actually aim with the apparatus, because if you've got the tube on your shoulder and you try to aim it, you'd have to physically put the tube in your head. So we were like, oh, we can't have an aim apparatus for this. And then we realized, like, it's in the spirit of being a tube that you can't use the aiming apparatus, and you just kind of like, all right, I think that's the middle of the screen, I'm gonna hit it.
It's in the spirit of being a tube.
Are we gonna talk about binoculars? Binoculars are really cool. We don't have anything like this in the verse, and I think it will be really convenient to use something that's dedicated to look for the things, especially far away, instead of using your sniper scope, for example.
Will the binoculars have glint?
I'm not aware of this one. Probably not, because binoculars are not something that you need to be aware of.
It's really funny because obviously, due to glint gate, as I beautifully internally call it, basically there was a lot of community feedback basically saying like, oh, I really like spotting people. I really like playing a spotter. And essentially I was like, oh, this community wants to be able to spot people from distances. And what can we make gadget-wise that doesn't require new features? And it was like, binoculars. And I prototyped a thing which essentially was just a scope in a hand and it worked. So we've got some really cool binoculars coming that allow you to spot people from distances.
And how much damage do the binoculars do?
Depends on how you throw them.
Thanks, Alexei and Zach. That's the end of this segment for this year. So that's Talking Ship and Weapons, unless anyone else is going to come and tell me something else. It's been an exciting year, and I think the next year of ships is going to be even more exciting and expansive than this year.
Well. That is an eclectic bunch of combat ships for the verse, and they're all available right now up on the robertsspaceindustries.com store. Also, any minute now, there's going to be a PTU drop that includes all three, so you can fly them now ahead of their release next week when Alpha 432 goes live. 3 combat ships. I wonder if they'll have any additional uses coming up later in the show. That's a hint. All right, what else can I shill? Oh, there's merch. We've got these cool new Levski desk mat things. These are always popular. There's some Levski metal posters on the store, and of course, love them or hate them, but you can't avoid them. There's this cool new Wickelo's Emporium t-shirt. Yeah. There's also a page published earlier today with a bunch of links to offerings from our third-party partners, from eye trackers to gaming chairs to voice packs to spaceship models from new partners like Planet Ring and Pigeon Spaceport and more. You can find all of that on the RSI website as well. And what else can I shill? Oh, for those of you who are at watch parties, where is it? Challenge coins. Who doesn't love challenge coins? There's these lovely Levski-themed challenge coins if you're attending one of the 9 official watch parties around the world. There's also a digital one of these in the goodies pack, so you check those out. Don't leave today without getting your Levski challenge coin. All right, what else can I shill? Now I'm kind of tired of shilling. All right, let's find out some more about where we are. Simon, can we move? Can we do? Oh, yeah. Look at that. Okay, here we go. Pardon me. Here we go. Excuse me. Hi, how you doing? That was my best angle. Hey, I gotta be careful. Last year I took 3 steps and tore a muscle. All right, so this is the 9th floor of CIG Manchester's Manchester office. That's, This is the room where we have lunch every day, and if you get here early enough, croissants, if the weapons team hasn't stolen all of them. Over here, we got some cool mannequins representing different aspects of the game. You got the ever-present, Hurston security armor over here. That's really cool. You got your Dusters armor right here. You got this guy from a game that we're not talking about today. Marine armor, yeah, it's all pretty cool. And then when you come over here, got a nice little recreation area. There's some sim pits over there for people who need to test that kind of stuff. We got this cool Krigeri Bengal carrier. Come over here, shoot it. Go down the nose here. Watch this. It's pretty cool. I'm gonna go over here. Can you see me? Hi, Mom. All right. So yeah, and what are you doing, Richard Towler? All right. I thought John went to Washington, D.C. Let's see, what else we got? We got cool Voyager bar here. This is where we get all kinds of breakfast goodies, coffee, stuff like that. Hey, who remembers the big coffee controversy of 2016, where everybody took to Reddit and pondered the question, do devs deserve coffee? I do. You want to see what next year's big controversy is? Check this out. I'm gonna come over here. Do devs deserve coffee? Welcome to the Stargarita machine. Yeah. Do devs deserve frozen deliciousness? I don't know. Go to Reddit and let us know. All right, let's see. Let's go over here.
Competition winners.
Competition. Oh, competition winners. We have the list of competition winners. Can we put that on the screen? Yeah, sorry, competition winners. Remember the competition for the Citizencon winners? The people made the videos, and we gave them a Kruger L21 Wolf.
we actually have the names. They're behind me, look. Oh. All right, that's cool. Also, everybody's got food. Do I have food here? Oh, somebody's supposed to save me pizza. All right, so we got, oh, you guys saved me a lot of pizza. Let's see, there's like 3 different kinds of pizza here. What if we just combine them into like a challenger situation here? That's a Citizencon throwback if you're not familiar with. So I have now crafted my own pizza experience. And that is a terrible segue into our next segment. Gemma, can we, Gemma, you there?
Yes, Jared.
Can we fire up the FPS crafting segment while I try to chew this off camera?
We sure can. Roll, BT.
Let's go to that.
Star Citizen, at its heart, will always be an enormous sandbox experience where you can set out to tackle the universe in whatever ways you want. But that doesn't mean we can't shape parts of the universe here and there to better suit our needs. That goes for both you and us. Let's start this part of the show with a look at how crafting is going to change everything from resource gathering, refining, and even combat when it comes online in the next few months.
The first version of crafting is going to be quite small in scale. We're going to use it as a kind of a concentrated effort to allow the players to experience the initial UI, the flow of gathering materials of different quality, and using those to craft items which are better than what they have currently in the game.
The first version is going to be primarily FPS items that you can craft, weapons and armor. For Star Citizen, crafting is our primary progression mechanic. Star Citizen isn't your standard MMO. We don't have levels. We have ships, we have gear, we have things that you create in the world, you perfect, you research, you improve, and those items, those ships, those vehicles, the armor and weapons, that's how you progress in Star Citizen. Crafting isn't just a progression mechanic for creating new items, it's also a fundamental change to how we handle resources in the game. The materials that you collect, how you refine them, quality matters.
Crafting the weapons, you'll be able to have some quality materials to influence the item stats on those weapons.
It'll be somewhat random, potentially weighted on the location of the material. Some will have a higher chance of higher quality. And once you take those materials to your crafting bench, the fabricator, you can use them to craft, and the different attributes will be increased based on the quality of the materials you use. It's not just iron ore anymore, it's iron ore of the quality that you know will get you the stats for the item that you desire. And it's not just mining, it's essentially every resource we can get our hands on.
To support this, we also need major changes to inventory so that all of these new resources that you're collecting, you can see what you have, you can order it better, you can understand what you have in your inventory.
We won't have the new refining crafting system yet. We'll be using the existing ones. Those will pass the quality through into the refined materials, which you can then take to your crafting machine and start making your personal items. Once you have your blueprint and your quality materials that you've refined, then you can put them together on the item fabricator. This will be pretty much what we showed in last year's Citizencon, with the UI letting you assign your quality resources to different aspects of the item. Once you're happy with what you see on the preview, you'll be able to click to craft, and it'll get queued up, and your result will be produced sometime later. You'll be able to get the new crafting machine from shops in most landing zones. You'll be able to bring it up on your freight elevator and use it in your personal hangar, or tractor beam it around and stick it on a ship if you want to use it from there.
There'll be a small amount of blueprints you get credited to your account just to test and mess around, but the vast majority of them will be earned through missions, and then you can use that blueprint to craft the item that it is that you've got the blueprint for. So it should be a good reason to go and test all the different various missions in the game.
The advantage of crafting your own items is that they'll be better than anything that you could buy from shops. You'll be able to increase and improve item stats that are relevant to your gameplay. Maybe your gun will shoot faster, maybe it'll do some more damage, or your armor will have greater resistances against environmental effects or incoming fire. You might be wondering, what about the upgrade and research? That will be coming in a subsequent release. We're happy with this initial scope for crafting.
It's going to be so valuable for us as devs to kind of get the metrics in, get the feedback in, because then we can make the changes that, you know, they only become obvious, so to speak, when you have kind of mass amounts of data and mass amounts of users using it. So I'm very excited to get it out in the wild.
It's our intention to get crafting out on tech preview by the end of the year and get the testing we need so we can release it when it's ready.
So that's one way you'll be crafting your own experiences in the Star Citizen universe. But what about us? Where do we get to hone in and craft a bespoke experience here and there, specifically tailored to individual or small group play? Well, that's where instancing comes in. And I'm going to let Benji tell you a little bit more.
We're bringing instancing to Star Citizen in 2026. Why are we doing it, and how will it work? So if you've played any content in 2025 in Star Citizen, you know that most of these areas were in actual PvP zones where other players could interfere. Instancing is a means to create an environment where designers can create tailored content that's tuned to a specific group size, but it is also protected from outside interference. It's not to say that we don't love PvP. I'm a PvP guy. PvP me, bro. But like most MMOs, a good balance between a dangerous overworld and a protected instances is needed. Right now, we don't have this ability, and this is something we really need in order to give you a sense of progression that is tailored and balanced to a tunable amount of groups, so the difficulty matches the group size. There's a beginning and an end. It doesn't mean that that doesn't fit in our overworld strategy, meaning getting to the instance is dangerous, exiting the instance is dangerous, or can be interfered with others. But at least when you're playing the content, we can actually make something that's curated for one experience. So before anybody says this is only a PvE thing, this technology can also be applied to unlock curated PvP experiences that are as seamless as the PvE ones. So it's not about one thing or the other. It's really about unlocking developers' ability to create curated content. So that said, how will it work? Instancing is really an evolution over static to dynamic meshing. We want your instances to be as seamless as your instance hangars, meaning that when you take an elevator, you exit the elevator, you're inside the instance. A gateway opens, you cross that gateway, you're now into your instances. Could be also a quantum jump into an instance that you don't even see. The transition is just like a dynamic mesh transition. And so throughout the universe, we will be able to add these areas that are open or closed instances that allow you to join in either with a party and have a reserved instance for your party, or join an open instances that has a number of slots. And so some of those areas will be completely instanced on different servers. This allows us to leverage the compute power of the entire mesh. The closed ones will be really to drive one piece of content. You enter and exit seamlessly, just like we do with your instance hangars currently. Let's go and find out what one of our first instances will be.
Siege of Arzen was an event we did previously, which created a gameplay scenario where the player had to run through and progress through contested islands of Arzen. This was a high-paced, high-intensity event, but it struggled a little bit from its technical execution. But now with the introduction of instancing, it gives us an opportunity to evolve it and modify it and make it better for you and a small group to work through that activity.
It is an event that I had the honor of pretty much solely designing and building all of the logic and having the stress of trying to get it working.
Agent Dooley from the CDF puts the call out for volunteers because basically the Nine Tails have taken over sort of a cluster of floating platforms in Orison.
And you are there to kill these sort of lieutenants of this terrorist organization and take back control. So in our current thinking, Siege of Orison is designed for about 15 to 20 people fire team. So you, your friends, or your org will go in, you'll all have sort of dedicated roles. Some of you might be the tank who brings in the heavy weapons and sort of pulls the fire. Some of you might sit at the back and be the sniper and pick people off who are a bit further to make the advance easier. Some of you will be the medic who sole job is going to be revive and look after the rest of your team and the health of them. And some of you will be the people who push for the objectives to try and get sort of most of the mission done. The event was designed for about 15 to 30 people, but when we released it, we fixed the problem with 2 DGSs on one server that was fighting for resources. And with that, we also upped the player count to 100. So when it first debuted, it was already too full for what it was designed for.
It was a massive operation at the time. I think that bringing it back and giving it a refresher will be a fantastic addition back into the PU.
So imagine if Siege was a instance that you could go in and play solo, or if it was a public event that you could go with your friends, or you could join up with random players on the server. There's lots of ways that we want to take a look at Siege, how we can make it a more approachable piece of content.
I'm excited, to say the least, to bring back Siege of Orison to Star Citizen and to sort of have it be one of the first tests that we have for instancing and really get it back to sort of a core experience point where it should be. So while the next season is quite heavily focused on Nyx, I'm also very happy that we're not really ignoring our other 2 systems of Stanton and Pyro, and we're going back there and we're sort of improving and expanding on the player's life in those 2 systems as well.
Yes, and while things like Genesis, interstellar hauling, crafting, Siege of Orison, and more will reveal next year, we'll continue to bring life into the existing universe outside of Nyx. There's still one more exciting use for instancing we're building right now. It's an earlier look than normal, and some of it is still in white box, but we're excited to share the first look at a major content release of 2026, and what it means for progression-based gameplay. As an evolution of our Building Interior initiative, you won't discover it by accident, because when it's complete, it will be found deep within the heart of Levski itself. This is the Municipal Works. So inside the facility, you'll find huge vaporization chambers, old processing plants, industrial tunnels, and eventually into the old turbines which are still pumping heat into the old rock.
So this is the true history of Levski. This is a place where you won't see in Lorville, you won't see in I-18 or the other landing zone. It's the pure basis of Levski. You will have, of course, metal and tunnels and more structural place, but you will also see a lot of rock and cave. So it's not a place you go to take vacation. It's really a place you go to fix stuff.
Not everybody has what it takes to come down there and do the job that needs to be done.
All of your sewage systems have stopped working. Everything's going to quite literally. And so the player is tasked with their group, most likely, to go into there, take out the outlaws and get the facility working again.
So let me get this straight. This is literally a mission to fix the toilets of Levski.
It's not just the toilets. You're also trying to turn on the air. Air is a bit more important. It still works in Levski, but they have like maybe polluted air because it's not being cleared properly. It's not just for the toilet.
Poop mission.
It's also a little bit more exciting than just going into like some vents. It's like a 3-layered system where there's 3 chapters.
This will be mission-driven and repeatable. Everything from mining to salvage to combat to investigation, a variety of roles. Narratively, it's a real sandbox. Every progression you do will unlock a new area that will link back to previous areas, complexifying the play space.
We've been wanting to have more gameplay around landing zones for a long time. Now that we have instancing tech coming online, that allows us to do something that provides really cool gameplay close to a landing zone.
With the missions, that's what will create different overlays or change the spaces or change the progression, but it'll be the instancing which will enable us to create tailored content to you and your group. So you're going to be able to play a part of it, make your progress, and then log off. And then the next time you come online, you'll be able to pick up where you left off.
It's going to allow players to return back to it at different states, depending on how much you've progressed, and be able to keep it going until you've reached sort of the end of the whole 3 chapters.
Where you're not going to have other people getting in your way. It's you, your team, your party.
It's a way of giving players content where they know exactly where they're at and they can keep going back to it and improving sort of their own progress and ability to jump through them in faster and faster times as well.
So that's a look at how we'll be allowing players and developers alike to create more crafted experiences within the greater sandbox of the persistent universe. Okay, is that it for me at this point, Jared?
Almost. Throw it back to me, and I've got one more for you after this.
Back to you, Jared.
Everybody's really excited about the year ahead. So that's a brief look at some of the ways in which we're allowing you and our developers to craft a more curated Star Citizen experience. Now, at this point in the show, we are in the home stretch. We've got only one more segment to go. But before we do that, we wanted to check out, we said earlier in the show that we would look at what you were saying during the show. We looked at how to put YouTube comments on the stream, and it was immediately apparent that we were going to lose our broadcast license, so we're not going to do that. We did find some social media stuff on Twitch, though, or not Twitter, X. What is it called now? Let's see what this says. Let's see, we've got Welcome Back Levski from, I'm not wearing my glasses. Oh, no. Oh, time to suit up, let's go get him, says Ubu. I really should have worn my glasses. Cue the bagpipes. That's the other game, Charlie Oscar. Let's see. Nice to see you live, Jared. Mom? Let's see. First Citizencon after playing for almost a decade in Austin. Oh, nice. Straight out of Klesher, back to the Hex. Photos from Leicestershire. How do you say it? Is that Leicestershire? Leicester? Leicester? I've only been in the UK for 3.5 years. San Jose Bar Citizen Watch Party. Oh, somebody created a lovely Vandal mask there. Sean Tracy, can we get that in game? Just that, exactly. Just scan that, put that in game. All right, so that's a few reactions we're seeing on social media right now. Before we get to our big finale, or the thing we're going to wrap up the show with today, I did want to talk a little bit about big Citizencon versus digital Citizencon versus what we're doing today, which is Citizencon Direct. Every year, Citizencon is a monumental task for any number of people, whether that's development, marketing, the support teams, the platform teams. Everybody comes together to make this thing happen and go off, hopefully without a hitch. And so far, we've been doing all right, other than some stuff in the room here. You know who you are. They had to know. But doing Citizencon is not always the easiest thing for our developers. You might not assume this, but most game developers are not social butterflies. They tend to like to sit quietly in the dark at their computers, like little goblins, and just make digital virtual worlds like this. And then I come in all happy and like, hey, you want to be on video? And they're like, no. And I'm like, it's in your contract. And they're like, oh, yeah. So we thought, we usually do it behind the scenes afterwards, but we thought we'd do a little bit of it here. The folks in the editorial department put together a brief montage of some of the more candid moments from the filming of Citizencon over the last couple weeks, so we're going to spend 2 minutes and take a look at that. Let's see what they put together. How many Citizencons have you performed in now?
Performed? Just the one. Nope, my first one.
One last year.
2.
A few.
8 or 9?
Maybe 9 or 10?
Never.
Man, I don't know, man.
Did you like doing it?
Yes, I was completely terrified.
It was good, a bit stressful.
The first live one, I was a mess.
Weird combination of going from insane highs to insane lows.
Live ones.
Because?
It's over.
The live ones are pretty special.
Pre-samp's always fun, but the live events are special, aren't they?
Remember we were at that weird crack house in Anco's?
Right. I like the live ones. Oh, I mean, I love these digital ones. These are the best.
Every time I've done it, it has been a digital one, and I'd like to do one on stage.
Is it because you have a restraining order against you, or?
Didn't know if I was going to be sick, if I was going to lose my stomach.
How hard is it to keep your eyes open on stage?
That's another problem with the lights. They're kind of, I'm realizing through this sentence that I'm closing my eyes as I speak. Do I do that a lot?
I am a very shy individual, so this is me just trying to get out of my shell.
Getting the crowd to react to the ideas that we've been working on for so long.
We can react. Watch. Everybody.
Yay!
I can feel your passion from here.
Cut the camera. Counting you down, you've got 30 seconds. I'm like, do I stand up? Do I sit down? Do I drink? Do I not? Do I talk?
This will be the best one yet. That's right. Because it's nice and short.
Is this all supposed to be usable content? Because I could do different.
No. Of all your nicknames, why is Moist Master your favorite?
I think you mean least favorite, because it has the word moist in it. I mean, come on.
We'll give you a new nickname by the end of this.
Sounds good. Could do
All
with
right.
one.
Let's get started. So for those of you watching at home or at the watch parties, you're like, why are we showing that? I put that in there because I'm eternally grateful for all of the CIG staff and developers who take the time to appear on these things, whether it's ISC, SCL, Citizencon, walk on stage, be pre-recorded. It's not the easiest thing for everybody. And on behalf of the community, if I can speak for them in this regard, I want to say thank you for participating in these things each and every year that we have them. Now, let's wrap things up here. So, let's see, how do I want to do this? At this point, we've only got one major story left to tell. But before we do that, we wanted to do one more check-in on something we started last year. Last year, Rich Tyler took the stage and presented his roadmap to 1.0. And we didn't want to go an entire year without talking to the senior game director himself to get his update on that 1 year later. So we're going to throw it to him, and we're going to go to our last segment, and when we come back, we'll say our goodbyes. And if you're at a watch party, it's time to get... I was going to say, that's not a word I can say on camera. Let's just go. Let's just throw it back to me. Go to me from 1 week ago. Last year, Senior Game Director Rich Tyler took to the stage and revealed our plan for 1.0. Now, before we end this year's Citizencon Direct, we wanted to take a few moments and follow up on that reveal from last year, to do as we've done today and look at the year ahead. So, Rich, thanks for taking the time to join us.
Well, you're welcome.
All right, so we're going to jump right into it. Everybody knows the only constant in game development is change. So I'm going to ask you outright, what's changed about the road to 1.0?
Well, fortunately, nothing. It still remains our North Star. The team is busy working towards that goal in the background, and every patch this year has moved us towards that goal. And if you haven't watched the Star Citizen 1.0 presentation from last year, I highly recommend you do so, because everything in it is still relevant as of today.
You mentioned every patch this year has moved us towards that goal, so I want to dig deeper into that. We've done, at this point, 9 releases in this year, more than any year prior. How does each one of these not just sit as their own moment in time, but move us forward on this road to 1.0?
Well, last year I discussed the framework of 1.0, how all those complex systems can tie together. And one of the core aspects of that was the main story, which became the spine of the universe, which brought all of the locations, mission givers, guilds, and all the different areas of the game to the players. Now, what I didn't talk about from last year was all of the content that was going to support that framework, add the flesh to the bones, should we say. And I think that's where this year has moved us towards that goal. If you think about previous events of previous years, they've generally been locations that we've put into the verse, but they've been transient. we've taken them away, like Siege of Orison or Zenithreat. We've added them to game and then they've been moved away. And I think with the addition of the patches this year, when you look at the Hathor facilities, Onyx facility, these are permanent additions to the world that not only have their own story, as when we release them with the patches, but they'll also become points of interest and areas that the larger 1.0 narrative will utilize.
Since we're on story, I'm gonna stay with this here. Since we launched the PU back in 2015, it's always been this sandbox where players can do what they want. They can bring their own story to the verse, and that'll never change. But how important is it that we also build this concurrent narrative of our own, this crafted experience, if you will, alongside that?
Well, we're trying to create a living, breathing universe. And that includes both the player stories that you mentioned, that they can go and enjoy and create their own memories together. But it also means that we want to have a universe that gives back. We want areas and locations to feel like they're believable and real life locations. And if you look throughout this year and the patches that we've worked towards, we've had an overarching story that's moved from patch to patch, and we're going through some of those cycles right now. We've also been introducing mission content that has fully voiced dialogue and facial animation, which allows us to inject some of the meaning and the why to what you are doing as a player. And I think story is integral to Star Citizen as a connective tissue that ties all of these different complex systems together, because it takes players on that journey throughout the game.
To see this big turn this year to start injecting story into the verse, I think people are really responding to it. So everybody knows, and you mentioned just now, that this year we changed a whole lot about how we operated and how we release things. How do you think that's gone?
I think it's gone very well. I think if the mantra that I've always been pushing this year at the beginning of January was patch always goes. And I think this year has seen a different development strategy for how we've been moving the game forward. That's where this different strategy has allowed us to really take a wider approach. And we also have to remember that Star Citizen is played by tens of thousands of players every day. And while we have lofty future goals, we still have to make decisions right now that make the game fun for the people that are playing it all the time, playing it as their daily game. If you look at previous years, we've had to hold a patch back, we've had to make concessions, mainly due to around a feature may not have been ready or right to go into there.
There were 3 months, 4 months, sometimes 5 months between patches.
Exactly, and I don't think that's good for anybody. I don't think it's good for the players. I don't think it's good for the development team. I think it's better to have regular cadence of drops. One good example is this year for A Line of Mine. People probably don't know, but A Line of Mine, when you turned on the laser, it was actually supposed to reveal the sandworm Valakar. And I played it, and it didn't hit the quality that I wanted to go into the game. So we changed, and I took it out, and I made that decision alongside Chris and Erin, and we've held that back, and we're going to work on that towards a future patch. But I think definitely the more regular cadences has had the multiple benefits, and like I said, I want to dispel a myth right here, right now. Like, features are still being worked on quite heavily in the background, from radar and scanning in FPS, the new quantum, to inventory, engineering and crafting, and all of those features are going to be coming very, very soon for players to get their hands on. And, you know, I'm going to be honest, I'm not going to sit here and say that if I was to go back to the start of the year, I would hope that we would have released more features. But I also think every decision we've made this year has been through the lens of making the live experience as stable and as good as possible.
Absolutely. All right, so that's a bit about the year before. And the year before has been, I've said this before, I've said it internally, I've said it out there, I'm going to say it right now again on camera. I think this has been the best year of Star Citizen ever, and I'm willing to look right into the camera and say that. The player numbers are up, engagement numbers are up, the length of the play sessions are up, bug numbers are down, 30K is gone. It's been a solid year. But Citizencon isn't Citizencon without talking about the future, so I want to move us to the future. We've talked about story, we've talked about this more diegetic, immersive universe and adding voice lines and stuff like this. But where do we go from here? Obviously that continues, but what more are we going to do to make this universe seem alive and real and breathing?
I think the biggest thing is to start having that conversation be two-way. So if you think about this year, like you mentioned, we've been having fully voiced NPCs, but a lot of those missions and those NPCs, they're talking to you, they're talking at you.
Right.
You don't get to talk back to them. Now, obviously, you get to interact with them through your actions. You get to go and do their mission, and you get to move that along, and then they talk to you again. But it's a one-way conversation.
We're missing that conversation wheel.
Exactly. The next part would be physical mission givers. That's something that we're going to be working towards very soon, with Battaglia being the first one coming back in the verse. And just to be clear, we will be bringing all the mission givers eventually back, and we want them to be an integral part of the verse and the story that players go and enjoy. We want the locations to be brought to life, and as we mentioned last year, we want to have interactive scenes that you can go and be part of. And obviously the full end goal is towards, you know, to have cinematic stories in the game, and that is what we're going to be pushing towards. Everything we do, every decision we make is through the lens of moving us closer to 1.0. It might sometimes be difficult to see why those decisions have been made at the time they've been made, but rest assured that Star Citizen 1.0 is still our North Star. That's what we're still aiming towards, and that's what we're going to be moving forward with every patch next year as well.
And remembering when mission givers were first introduced, they sometimes became a bottleneck. Is there a role in instancing, which we learned about earlier today? Is there a role for instancing in that, in helping with mission givers?
Yes, partially. It will be one mechanism that will allow us to have players go to their own individual area of the verse, have that conversation, and then go and continue on into the open world environment. So I think that's where, when we look at instancing provides us one tool that allows us to remove that bottleneck and provide a more seamless experience.
Happy you said that, because that's one of our last topics I want to get to, is how we reconcile instancing with the persistent universe. Like, for the last 10 years now, we've been building this giant, seamless, persistent universe where everybody can come in and play together. And it would be easy to have a first instinct reaction to the idea of instancing and say that's antithetical to everything that Star Citizen. But you mentioned last year these three pillars of building Star Citizen in the PU, and I want to know, you said nothing changed, but I want to ask you about this specifically. What are those three pillars again, and how does instancing fit within the greater design of Star Citizen?
So the three pillars I mentioned last year were open world. That's just like the missions you love today. You can go and play, there's other players there, and you can go and enjoy that together. Then we have instancing, which I'll talk a bit about more, but similar to municipal works that we've talked about previously. And then the third pillar was dynamic content, which would be content that's generated by the activities of the players. And I think it's very easy to become myopic around one specific thing when we're talking about it a lot, when it's the next stage of our development. And I think you could reverse it. If we'd have made a game that was all instance, and then I'd come on camera and said, hey guys, we're going to start doing it open world, it would be like, oh, is the game changing? Are we doing open world now? Is open world the new North Star that's going to take us this way? And it's not. It's just one more tool that's going to allow us to offer different and dynamic experiences for players to go and engage in. Now, when I talk about instancing isn't always what you'd imagine as a solo instance experience where it's only just you. We're going to have several different versions of instances. Some are going to be closed instances, which will be like the new player experience. We'll be able for you to go in by yourself, for us to teach you the ropes in a safe environment so that you can understand how to play the complex game that we've made. But we'll also have open instances like a cantina or a bar, where we might say, hey, we only want 50 people to come in here because we've got mission givers and we've got other NPCs for you to talk to, and you would just walk in and it would be seamless. You wouldn't know that there was an instance, you're not going to get a loading screen, you would just seamlessly walk into that location, it would be full of other players and NPCs, and you can go and enjoy the content. And that's, I think, something that instancing is going to provide us. It's going to give us a tool to offer different dynamic content or curated content, as I'd say. It allows us to create experiences that are different to the open world experiences that we've already made. And it's not to say that we won't continue our open world development or only do instance content. It's going to be a mix. And like I said, this is one of the pillars that will move us towards 1.0. We will eventually work on dynamic content that will move us towards 1.0. And all three of those pillars will interweave to create the full Star Citizen experience.
All right, so we've hit a lot of the bigger topics, the feature work, engineering, and FPS crafting coming to tech preview soon, stuff like this. We've talked about instancing and how that's going to work within the universe. But I want to ask you this one last big one. It's very easy to say Star Citizen is this kind of game and that kind of game. Those of us who spend our days making it know better. It's an everything game. It's everything we can make it game. It just is. But at the core of this is still spaceships. That life of spaceships. What more can you tell us about spaceship gameplay in the future? What can you give us? What can you tee up for us to look forward to for those of us who are really into Star Citizen for the spaceships?
Our intentions going forward are to make sure that every ship or ship archetype that you acquire has a role and has content that you can go and enjoy in the universe. For example, right now I know that we're working on more robust mining missions, more robust salvage missions. We're going to be working on refueling missions. And we want to make sure that each and every one of the ship has a purpose and has a reason to exist in the game. That's from the smallest Argo MPUV, as well as ground vehicles, all the way up to the large capital ships. We want to give them purpose. And I think it's something that we are absolutely aware of. We want to make sure that we're building that spectrum of content to allow players to go and engage in. And I think 2026 is going to be a very good year for Star Citizen. And I think there's going to be something that's very interesting and something that a lot of people have been waiting for. But rather than me spoil it, I'll let Ian and the team go into the details on that.
He had a twinkle in his eye. Ian, take it away.
So the persistent universe has existed for over 10 years now. During that time, we've created lots of gameplay systems, we've added hundreds of locations, we've added lots of mission activities for different purposes: combat, cargo, mining, salvaging. But for combat ships, the only thing you've been able to do is fight other combat ships. In 2026, this changes. We're going to be delivering a spaceship-focused activity space which incentivizes the use of different gameplay roles. These are going to be scenarios where you're going to have to plan and strategize and create operational tactics to overcome your objective. So what you're going to see is very early. It's early in the pipeline process, and it's going to come online about mid-next year. But we're really excited about the content we're creating, so we want to share with you a super early look at what we're building in a space we're calling Tactical Strike Groups.
The People's Alliance are still trying to get to the bottom of what this new faction is really doing in the Nyx system.
They've sent a capital ship to check out a station and run into more than they can take care of themselves.
Unfortunately, that team came under attack and members of their groups were taken hostage. Now they've reached out to Intersec, who've reached out to you to help recover the pilot. Of course, it's unwise to do this alone, so you'll need to put a team together to attack the station.
When you arrive, you will have this big asteroid, kind of broken asteroid, and on this you will have this space where you will find three big arms. You will see in the middle, you will have this big energy core. Everything here has a purpose. It's not just for the show, just something nice to see.
You'll see a People's Alliance-owned Idris that's just on the outside, and it's going to be getting harassed by this unknown faction that you have met before.
So your first objective here is to clear out the ships. There'll be waves of these ships, so this is where you want your light or your medium or your heavy fighters, whichever playstyle you prefer.
So while one part of your group is dealing with the fighters, now it's time to actually assault the station.
This station has been outfitted to resist all of the obvious way of attacks.
Somehow they've incorporated Vanduul capital ship killing turrets. These turrets ignore small fighters, and they have the firepower to destroy even the biggest capital ships.
Your Polaris and your Idris, if you get it close, it will get shredded. The idea of these is so we can sort of make it so we can mix up that ship combat, and not everyone can just bring the biggest ship and win just because they have the biggest ship.
You have to send out your best pilots to navigate the superstructure and take down anything that may damage your bigger ships. So at this point you're thinking, destroy the turrets. But it's not that easy. This turret has shields that you've never seen before. It won't take any kind of damage. Your missiles won't do anything, your lasers won't do anything, your ballistics won't do anything to them. But like everything, they do have a weakness. You have to cut the power to their shields. To do that, that actually brings you to your first objective, the power relays.
So the exterior has a number of power relays that are holding the doors closed so that you can't get in.
You have to find them, you have to target them, and you have to destroy them. But it may not be as easy as it seems.
Here's our first wrinkle. The power relays have their own shields that are resistant to energy-based attacks.
We know how much you like using laser repeaters, but so do these guys.
Capital ship can't get close enough because of the turrets.
So ships with explosive or ballistic ordnance will be needed here. That's torpedo ships like your Retaliator or Gladiator, or even another fighter with ballistics loadout. That's gonna take you a while.
Once the power relays have been taken down, the station opens up.
And this is where things get really cool.
Now it's time for you to fly your ship inside the station.
Yeah, you, in your ship, fly into the superstructure of this station.
How cool is that? I feel like this is a proud dad moment. Thank you, Jared.
We're just gonna call it what it is. It's a trench run.
Trench run.
So as you enter the structure, you'll see cooling units along the sides that you'll need to take out. There's 3 arms to the station that have these trenches. You'll fly into one, and then there'll be a core in the center, and then you'll move out another trench.
You're either gonna do it multiple times, or you need to bring friends.
At this point, the core is still protected, so these are essentially strafing runs.
There are objects to avoid. You're going to have to be able to dodge. You're going to have to move quickly. You need an agile ship.
Because the shield generator that you're targeting is emitting lots of distortion damage.
So once the cooling units are out, that exposes the core to overheat, which means that you can attack it from the inside and also from exhaust ports on the outside of the station. This core is armored and just takes a whole lot of damage. Once the power core goes down, the turrets come down, and then the capital ships can get closer. Why is that important? Because during all of this, you spend a lot of ammo and munitions and ballistics, and you're going to want to top up.
This is where we're gonna get our new feature in. Ship hangar refueling and rearming. You're going to be able to land in the hangar of select ships and be able to use the same interface as you are right now at stations to refuel and rearm.
It's specifically for ships like the Idris and the Polaris and other ships that are designed to have other ships land inside them.
Of course, it'll be more than just those 2 ships, and you'll find out more once we get closer to release. But this is a really important feature that we're really excited to get out.
If you're not bringing your own Idris, the People's Alliance has an Idris there that can provide a safe port in a storm, allow you to set back up and head back out.
And it's a good thing that you've rearmed and refueled too, because now another group of ships is coming to attack the People's Alliance Idris. So while the fighters are protecting the Idris, what's happening at the station? Well, that's where the dropships come in.
Now you've got to take a fire team in. You've got to land, you've got to fight through an onslaught of FPS enemies that belong to this unknown faction, and you've got to open a hangar door which will allow you to release captives from the station. After you've opened the doors and that person's taken off, you've just got to make sure they get to safety.
So at this point, all of this sounds pretty simple, but there's an additional complication.
So up until this point, it's just been you versus the enemies in the station. But the enemies in the station have their own enemies.
The Vanduul neighbors who really don't like these guys for some reason will come in and wreak havoc on everything.
And they're not going to discriminate between you and the station. They're out for blood. When you alert the Vanduul by destroying the power core that the station's now vulnerable, you're on a time limit. Vanduul are coming, they're going to come hard, they're going to keep coming, you're going to have one hell of a fight.
Tactical strike groups. I'm personally so invested in this. So throughout 2025, we created a variety of content. Some of it was very focused on FPS combat. So personally, driving a more vehicle-based experience was very important to me. This is a defining statement that I want to do in 2026. We're a spaceship game. There are prized possessions. To the objects we fall in love with. This is the content we want to create, which creates scenarios and roles for you to use those spaceships. We won't get to all roles initially, but we should see this as a landmark, a position where we can see a gameplay space which incentivizes the use of different ships and scenarios to clear objectives and complete missions in a variety of roles. And in the future, we can use this to expand on. So I hope you're all just as excited as I am for tactical strike groups. They're going to be fantastic.
Okay. Why do you still have the puppet? John, come home. All right, so tactical strike groups. It's been a long road for the last 10 years. The PU's been around. We've done lots to build stuff for mining ships and for salvage ships. And as Rich said, we're currently building out even more for those. And our first refueling missions coming online in 2026. But combat missions. Oh, hi, Aaron Roberts. But finally having enough of the foundation in place that we can begin to build real spaceship operations, in any other MMO they'd call dungeons. It's really exciting for me, and that's why we're ending the show this year with that. So yeah, that's been Citizencon Direct. Thank you
for taking the time to share this with us. Again, this is just a glimpse at some of what's coming in 2026. I've seen the Twitch chat and the YouTube chat like, oh, you're spoiling everything. I promise, we ain't. So before we let you go, that's it for me. Thank you so much for tuning in. And as with every Citizencon, the last word shouldn't be mine. It should belong to our founders and CEO. So take it away, Chris Roberts.
I hope you enjoyed this glimpse into some of what the team is cooking for the near future. Of course, we're not going to spoil everything that's currently in progress, and many features we haven't discussed today are in active development, like base building, social, and trade tools that are very much a priority. These, along with bringing the final polished features from Squadron 42 into the persistent universe, will make next year the most exciting yet for Star Citizen. Finally, I want to extend a heartfelt thank you to everyone at CIG for working so tirelessly and with so much passion to deliver something that is already special and will only get more so as we continue. And of course, to all of you for making all this possible with your support and feedback. We couldn't do this without all of you, something that I and the team appreciate every day. We are very lucky to be allowed the time and the money to build a game of all of our dreams, something that is only more apparent as the video game business becomes more monolithic. We are one of the few large independents left standing, and there is no way we would be allowed to dream as big as we are on an original game and take the time to achieve that dream if we were part or funded by any of the few remaining mega game companies. So thank you, and I look forward to seeing you all in the verse this coming year.
Alrighty.
We're back.
Well, we are.
Oh,
Grim's
didn't
not.
really go.
Grim's slack.
Yeah.
He just decided to piss off. That's right.
We didn't really go, but yeah.
No. Right. Oh, all right. Grim, you there? Left to Grim. Oh. Guess not. What's your initial impressions, Algared, on that one?
Yeah, pretty good. Pretty good. Like, didn't really see data running, but you could see from the stuff that they were doing and the way they talked about NICs that data running is essential. It's there. But I didn't really hear them talk about base building, but that could have been when I had to disappear for a bit. But crafting, I was like, Diok, yes.
Yeah, I got many messages from SA going on about how he's so happy because it's just like Star Wars Galaxies. So, yeah.
Well, and crafting in Diok, like I said earlier, player-made items in Diok were the best you could get. You couldn't get anything better than that. And Star Wars Galaxies is built on that and took it to town. And this looks like that's what we're doing. I also like the idea that it's not just a matter of having the bits and then saying, yeah, I want to create that game. You've got to not only get the materials, you've got to create the bits that you need for your mat, and then put all those components into the the plant to create the weapon or thing you want. So it's a lot more complex than just going, yeah, I've got this, chuck it in, and out comes the.
I want to go through the ships, but bloody Grim's not here.
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, you are here. All right, cool. We're back on camera.
But I've only got 15 minutes, and then I do have to go. But I can give some quick thoughts.
All right. Well, I had a lot of trouble because I couldn't touch anything, or it like froze. So I had to set up like other screens. So I'm just gonna drag them all over, and they should hopefully transfer across. Bear with me. I've got many things working here in the background. So we'll do this. Let's see if this works. Oh yeah. Right. So I'll start with the Shiv. Now I was really surprised by this. It was the only surprise because I honestly thought it was going to be the smaller one. But now having a manufacturer like this in the game, you can obviously see they can make a lot of junker ships going forward.
Yep.
So it's really,
I think it really opens up a lot of opportunity. Yeah.
Yeah. It's really scant on details. Like there's just nothing. It's just like
No.
doesn't tell me how many people it is or anything like that. But I have to assume being in the build
Well,
off.
the buyer's guide said 2 people.
Right.
So if you go in the purchase on the ship,
Yeah, I assumed it was 2
ship
people.
review.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I assumed it was 2 people just based on because it's based off the Cutlass. So
Yeah.
the way I kind of see this is the Shiv is like a 2-player version of the Paladin. Because when I look at the turret, it's still got a quad turret on top of it, but it just doesn't have the extra guns on the side. So I think they've deliberately kind of made 3 kind of gunships: a solo player one in the Stinger, a 2-player one in this, and a 3-player one in the a 4-player one in the Paladin. That's my initial takeaway when I look at this.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and tell you too. Just taking the temperature of the community, it'll be interesting to see what they all say. But obviously, I get messaged a lot about ships. People messaging me saying, "What do you think of this? What do you think of that?"
Yep.
And I'll tell you right now, I've gotten like 4 times more messages from people saying, "Oh my God, the Shiv! I'm buying it immediately over the other 2," which is kind of interesting to me. It's the only one I purchased as well. I actually melted my spirit and melted it into the to the Shiv. I love it. Love the look of it. I was hoping it's this one. I'm obviously a big Drake fan, and I've seen this one from the Squadron stuff. So I was hoping it was this and not that smaller fighter.
It's definitely updated from the one that we saw in Squadron, though. You can tell.
It is.
Yeah.
But I love the look of it. To me, what I really like about this is where a lot of the manufacturer ships kind of bring the personality of the manufacturer along in their design. This one to me sort of is like the personality of a player. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? Where it's sort of like the person that's buying this really is buying it because it represents them. That's the reason I'm buying it versus like someone buying something because like, oh, this is very Drake or this is very Crusader or very Origin or whatever. So I like that about it. It's a little bit of a personality ship, and I think that's really interesting. And I think they could go some really cool places with that in the future. Not just junkers. They could go. They could go, for example, customized luxury in the future, whatever. They could go to both extremes.
It's hybrid. It's literally the ultimate hybrid because you can take, as we said, you could take like something Van Duel and mix that in as well, and all that type of stuff. So yeah.
And I can confirm from the StarFab team, it's definitely coming into Fleet Viewer quickly.
Yeah. Algared, I have to assume that hearing something lower than Drake was kind of a surprise for you. I'm assuming.
Really, like I looked at that and I thought, someone said in chat, I think John Pierce said it was the Cutlass, basically a Cutlass, but he gave it a different,
Cutlass
titanium or something. Cutlass titanium, I think he said. But it is a Cutlass, but it's a modded Cutlass that's been jury rigged with other bits and pieces. But it is as Grim said, it's a 2-person gunship, and you said, you've got a single person, a 2-person, and a 4-person.
Yeah, well, you can kind of see it's really interesting. I do really love how they've got the Cutlass in the background, and then they've just kind of got this over the top to kind of show it almost like an eco-skeleton. I think that's really kind of cool how they've done that.
And the other thing is, like, even though it's similar to the two-person version of the Paladin, it's got the same turret, but the difference is this turret can't go top or bottom, so it's just stuck in one place. Brian Havoc, thank you for that $20 super chat, and also Dirty Garden, thank you for that $20 super chat.
Right. I had an idea. I did miss some of the con because I was running around trying to organize this, but Algared was apparently on the bathroom toilet and missed my phone call. But what I did, I had this idea that if we do a raffle for 150 tickets, we'll start it here and we'll probably run it for a week or so or something like that. But to try and get Algared's GPU, he's got a 1080, which is pretty damn old. That's like what, 2017.
Like old man
so it's like 8 years old. Is on its last legs and he's having trouble, like he's getting blue screens and stuff. And so what I was thinking was we'll get him a 5070. And I looked that up. And what we're going to do is we're going to buy a Stinger and raffle that with 150 tickets. So that's $10 per ticket. And that'll pay for the ship and Algared's GPU. And then we just, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to if it just goes straight to Algared, Algared can buy the ship, and then I will just take, I'll work out with Algared, we'll do a big wheel on one of the streams and just have 150 people and spin the wheel. And essentially the person that gets the, you know, if you have 5 tickets, then I'll put in, so you put in, you send $50 to Algared, he will get, you'll get 5 tickets, but it's Australian dollars. I do want to stress that. So when you send it to Algared, you have to send it as AUD. Right, and so if he gets about $1,500, that'll pay for the stinger, and it'll pay for his GPU. So I'm being completely transparent how we're doing this. It's a little bit more than that, but I rounded it down to make it all $10 tickets. And I did a poll on that earlier, and there was like 73% of people basically said yes to that. So Algared, did you link that to me?
I did.
I'll grab that real quick then. So this is Algared's PayPal.me, and actually I can probably, that's the card, Algared, that I've got up on the screen that I was looking at for you. I haven't brought it up for anyone else, but if you want to see the card, it's an Aorus Master 5070. So this is Algared's, that's Algared's real name. He's been doxxed. I doxed him again. It's not the first time he's been doxxed.
He did.
He's been doxxed a few times now, as have I. So if you want to get... help Algared out. Remember, you got to send it in round amounts of $10 AUD, and whatever Algared receives. So if he gets like $43, then he'll round it down to the latest amount, and that's how many tickets you'll get. And Algared, you're gonna have to keep track of that. So you get a pen, write them all down, and again, 150. I think you can manage 150 tickets. It'll probably be less if someone puts some money in and stuff like that. And then Algared can then just literally just go buy the ship, and he will gift it to you from his thing. And Algared can go to that website that I've got there, and he can purchase that and get it into his PC and get himself back up and running. So if you want to help Algared out, I'm not touching it. It's all, my hands are off now. That was just my idea to help him out. If he doesn't get enough, then Algared will refund everything. I don't know. You'll have to work it out, Algared. What you're going to do if you don't get enough. So yeah, I've linked it in.
Put my name on the wheel for the amounts that aren't there. And
oh wow, that's evil. Oh, giving his own shit back. Oh, that could be funny. That could be so funny. That's the type of evil shit I would do. That's
It's very Estonian. It's Estonian.
Wow, so if only half the tickets go in, Algared's got half a chance to win his shit back. All right. So yeah, that there's that done. I just wanted to bring that up. So if you want to help Algared out, feel free to get in there. And again, round increments of every $10 will get you a ticket. And if you just want to do 10, that's totally cool. If you don't want to do none, that's totally cool too. Right, the Paladin. Holy shit. They upgraded the fuck out of this. I was so impressed. I like I liked the Paladin, and now I love the Paladin, and I haven't even got it in it yet. I
could almost see you going drooling, and even though it's our camera as well, I could see you drooling when that came.
The interior's better. The armor on the windows is better. Like, this is everything I wanted in a gunship. It's just so glad I got one. And I'll be in the game very shortly. I downloaded it in the background, by the way. It's all done. I've got it all ready to go. What I was hoping, if Grim wasn't going to piss off, was that we could get in with Bops when he got here. And Bops has just stopped his stream, so I'm assuming he's not far away. Yes, he did.
Good. He could take over for me.
Well, serving all four of us to get in the Paladin and go around and shoot shit.
I know.
He's a really good flyer, so we could have got in. Would have been mad.
I'll say this: I would love for them to bring this canopy over to the Carrack. I love the little shutter system.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing, because the Carrack's supposed to have that roll down.
Well, again, you could just add the. It's got it all except the very front of it. You could just add the flap things to the front, and you'd be done. So yeah. I am very, very, very happy with this.
And Cody Cooper, thank you for that $5 super chat. He says, "Come on, fellow citizens, let's crowdfund Uncle Algared Hurston's
Whoever's got phone notifications on, turn them off." Because I'm staring, ding! Wait, that must be Pow Me notifications, Algared. People are paying you. Is that what they are? There we go.
That is what it is.
All right, so you'll have to get in there and make a list.
I do have to run, but one thing I will say about the Paladin is I do think it's a really incredible looking ship. I think it's a step up for Anvil ships in general. It's not really a ship for me, so it's nothing that I'm probably going to pick up, but I do think this is going to appeal to a lot of people. I think it's going to be a really popular ship for sure. You're going to see a lot of these in the verse, and what's really nice is that just some of the new gameplay they were featuring I think could really tie into this ship really nicely. So from a design standpoint, though, I think they nailed it. I mean, it's really, really well done. Really happy to see where they took it. So,
Okay, before you go then,
little disappointed. Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say before you go, can you tell us about the Stinger as well? But say what you're going to say before.
Yeah, my quick thoughts on the Stinger are no big surprises here. I do like it. I want to check it out in game for sure. Yep, saw the
It's
price.
only just more expensive than a blade, and it's cheaper than a glaive and a scythe.
Yeah, kind of crazy. I do like all the paints, by the way. The paints look slick.
But
It's
they're
I
finally
think this is an
getting the
exciting
mission
ship.
about alien pricing. It's finally sunk
Yeah.
in. Yeah.
I'm also just excited to see this new Vandal shape language and stuff come into the game. I think that's going to be really exciting. I think this is going to be another sought after ship. I mean, I really think all three of the ships on offer, there's no real duds. I think all of them are going to be pretty popular. And they hit that kind of price sweet spot. So,
Actually, Algared, I'm going to modify the deal ever so slightly. I'll do another poll. So you don't have to stay if you want, Grim. You can head off.
That's all good. Thanks for having me on. I
It was
appreciate it. Sorry I have to
awesome.
run. Late birthday.
We're going to have to catch up for a tinfoil hat episode.
We will. We're going to catch up. Lots to catch up on.
They didn't do silhouettes.
I'm very disappointed.
What are we
That's
going
what I
to
was
do
going
for
to
the
say.
next
Very
12 months?
disappointed. I know. No, I'm going to have to make my own silhouette video. That's what we're going to do. We're just going to troll John Crew with it. So,
there's a guy that was with John Crew. Ask him.
Where's the silhouette video? Damn it.
Ask them where the fuck are the silhouettes.
We better get one at IAE. That's all I got to say. Thank you, everyone. I appreciate it. Execute Algared. You're awesome. Thank you very much, guys. I appreciate you. Bye,
Have a
everyone.
good one, bud.
Have a great rest of your season, Gun. Later.
See you, mate.
Adios.
Right, now I've got to switch these back around that he's stepping out. So he will disappear us. No. And then you will reappear us. No. Shit. No, it's not that one. No, it's not that one. Shit, which one is it? This is why I don't move my cameras. There you are. All right, cool. You're back. Algared. So,
yes.
How about we do a poll? Because they're pretty close in price, right? We're literally talking $35. How about we do a poll? Stinger or Paladin? And I'll give you the extra money but to go to the Paladin. How's that sound?
Yeah, okay.
All right, so we'll do a poll. Which ship is Algared given away? Oh, which ship to give away?
Which ship should we give away?
Yeah, that's too many words, Algared. I can't words.
Yeah, well, that's life.
I bet you if we did this for me, there'd be no money coming in. Look at you. Ding, 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 ding.
It's going faster than I can
write them down. Yeah. Oh, what a problem to have. Oh, everyone feel bad for Algared. Oh, free money. Oh. Right.
Stop it, you. It's humbling.
It is
very humbling.
It is very humbling. I know because I've been on the other end when we were at Citizencon last year. I can't believe it's already been a year. Right.
I know.
All going up.
Unbelievable.
If there's a massive thing, then I might have to redo the poll again. But I'm assuming it's going to be pretty close. Stinger or Paladin. Again, you might be into a single player ship that's alien. I think the Paladin will probably be a bit more easy to pick up. Alien ships usually a little bit harder to pick up. I just assumed the Stinger was going to be the more expensive one, which is why I said Stinger. But already the votes are going straight into Paladin. Twitch is 67%, Paladin's at 54%, so we'll just see where it sits, but it looks like it's going to be Paladin. You know what? I'll sweeten the deal. Right? If you can get to it before we end stream in an hour and a half, like Algared gets all $1,500, I'll chuck in a Shadowfall paint for the Paladin. Do you know what that, Algared? Do you want to tell people what that is?
A Shadowfall for the Paladin, that's the super hard one to get, isn't it?
It's the rare one. It's the one that came with the concept, right? So you can't get it anymore. it's the type of thing that if someone was selling it, it would sell for like $50, $60 plus, right?
Yep.
So yeah. So I don't know. How many people have you had into Algared, roughly? Or what? How much money would you be up to already?
We're 356.
So you've got
59 cents.
So you've got 356. What's that from 1500? So you've got 12. 1,150 by my count. Yeah, something like that. So if you can get there in an hour and 20 minutes, basically, I will check in a Shadowfall. Because it looks like the Paladin's Paladin's 60%, and it's 60% on both basically. So yeah, that's pretty much done. So 60% Paladin. So I'll upgrade it to a Paladin for Algared. What was the forgot what I was gonna do. I've just totally brain farted. There was something I had to do, and I've just totally forgot. Oh, the giveaway. The giveaway of the
second.
Yeah, active giveaways. Here we go. And I think it's this one. Is it this one or is this the other one? Yeah. Thank keys. Are you in chat, mate? For this was drawn half an hour ago. I do apologize, but Fankies, if you are around, I've got a digital Citizencon goodies Pac-Man that does not roll off my tongue at all. If you can reach out to me, bro, and Wacky, I think yours has already been sent off to you, mate. I don't know if I got a reply from you, but Wacky, yours has been sent. So yeah, if you can get your email to me, Fankies, I will get that sent off to you as well as soon as possible. How did you find the whole thing, Algared?
I thought it was pretty good. Like very early on, when they started, did you notice the rodent? The rodent with spines coming out the back. So a little critter there, just running around, just in Levski. I think it was Levski. So I thought, oh, new critter, that was cool. I loved the graphics. All of those where I was showing in game was eye candy. Levski was eye candy. The new Planet Tech was eye candy. It was just, it was drawable. It was just absolutely drawable. So that was good. What else did I have? I had the things that I was missing, like the weather tech wasn't really there. The engineering still wasn't there. But you could see where that was falling in. So it was it was really good. And yes, with the rodents, I would hope we'd get flat cats coming in soon after that, because we want some rodent critters to deal with the rodents.
The reason Algared is stuttering is I'm doing things in the background and he's looking at the pretty pictures.
No, I was actually stuttering because I was actually trying to do 3 things at a time as well.
Yeah. Okay. Left side. Right. I'm just rejigging things because I wasn't planning on Grim leaving. So I'm just getting ready in case Bobs turns up for him to be in his place. Right. Cool. That is all done and all switched over.
Yep.
Cool. Too easy.
Yeah, it would have been nice to see things like weather in more detail. It would have been nice to see the fire. But I honestly think the update on fire, they did a lot of stuff on fire in the past, like propagation of fire through areas. And I can remember years ago we'd go, oh, not another thing on fire. So I think they've probably got fire down, and I think when we see that, it's going to be when engineering comes in. So there's no good having the fire if we can't put it out. So I think that's when they're going to be bringing that in.
I don't know what's going on with Bops. He's not online on Discord, and he's not online on Twitch, so I don't know what he's doing. But yeah. I think for me, I was really impressed with the Genesis tech. That has gone up a significant level in a technical stance that the way I would explain it in layman's terms, previously it was a tool that you were kind of like painting with a brush, right? Now it's just like they put in the information using essentially maps, and it is all procedurally generated. It just the whole thing. So literally, they now using maps as a tool, so you can essentially paintbrush the tool still. But if you use real world maps as an example, they can essentially generate this stuff way faster and move artists that would have had to sit there and work on it before into other places. So they can move them into, you know, the landing zones, missions, and all that type of thing. So they're just going to need less people all around, or the same people better utilized in other areas. So I was really, really impressed. And I guess the other thing is, obviously, we've seen them moved into the swamp tech, but now the artwork side of it is actually building out the level tile sets to go into that Genesis world creation. So like the lava one we talked about yesterday. So now going back and, you know, what are the type of rock formations you add into a lava world, you know, the lava that you and I talked about and stuff like that.
Like, I got the impression that they've got a base level of a planet now, and then this mid-level goes on top, but smooths everything else and gets rid of the rocks. But that made me think, that also gives an area where you've got destructible terrain. So you've got your base level, and then you've got this mid-level on top. So that's where my mind went in terms of that as well. That level where you can actually dig into it before you get to the base, and
it's just the
now
grass
whether they go
alone.
down that line, whether they go down that line at all, or whether you can harvest the grass and turn it into hay for your animal, you know, your grazing animals or whatever. So lots of hopium there as I start to
but the grass alone in the meadows is probably the best grass I've ever seen in a video game. The cliffs were the best cliffs I've ever seen in a video game. That they have now, like, I literally, the comment I left is, I felt, and I said it in both chats, I said literally I felt like other games just shriveled and died, because anyone that's kind of sat here and ever looked at the tech of Star Citizen, you can see where it leads to and where it goes if you've got that forward kind of thought theory, and it's just like the sky's the limit now. If you've got that tech and you can just, you know, essentially we've got like a fire or
when you look at the grass, when you look at games,
I read you're completely out of sync. I don't know what's going on, but your mouth's not moving when you talk. That was really weird. Or you were playing your own sound or something. But anyway.
No, it wasn't playing. It was just out of sync.
Okay, cool. But long story short, all it is now is making the different tile sets. So, for example, I'd like to see them bring that back to snow. I'd like to, you know, they've literally said they're going to come back and they're going to do other planets in Stanton and Pyro. So I now start to think we're going to get to Nyx and go, holy shit, and go, what's this going to look like on X planet?
Yeah, because they did say, you know, they're going to roll that back into the other planet, because it's not new. It's just adding to, it's a new layer that goes on, so it gets rid of the rocks and all the other stuff. So it makes it smoother. Sorry about that. So that was really impressive. The other thing that I thought was really good in terms of that was I've lost it. My coughing fit made me lose my train of thought. Scary that.
I didn't get to catch all of the crafting stuff because, again, I was running around doing stuff. I did go out of my way to see the ship one. Oh, hey, thanks, Tomo, for the raid on Twitch. He's obviously just
thanks,
wrapped up his
Tomo.
stuff. Good to see you.
I unfortunately missed half of that crafting stuff as well, because at that point I needed to take a bio break, and so I had to go at that point.
So Jared had given you the shits, basically.
So Jared had given me the shits, as one of my mates says. So, but I saw up to where they were talking. You know, they were talking about the crafting and the fact that it's not. You know, you get your mats, and it's not just you get your mats of the stuff you need. It's I get my mats, and then it tells me the components I need, and I have to manufacture those components. And if I get the higher grade materials, then I can get the higher grade stuff, and so it's a whole pile of things going in to make that component, make that gun or that weapon. And I can imagine that's only going to be even greater when we're doing a ship. So,
all right. So I thought we'll while we have a talk, we can get in and have a look at some of these really quick
new ships.
Yeah, we should have access if they've done this. I haven't even checked. I haven't. They didn't send us an email. They didn't send us anything. I'm just assuming based on what they usually do is they give apply loaners to content creators. So I should have hopefully some loaners. If I don't, I'll drop back out and purchase some. But I'm assuming that they've applied loaners. 123. Oh, that's not so bad. Pretty quick.
Well, based on the I just did a check on the PayPal, by the way.
Yeah.
Based on that, if it keeps going the way it is, we will be doing the Paladin, and you will be chucking in the skin.
Yeah, that's fine. I got a problem.
Because we're at $1,044.47.
Nice. All right.
So that's insane. But yes.
Well, anything that goes over the thingo, you can just put towards the going to the Paladin, and that's fine. Work it out. It's fine. But yeah.
Yep. So for those wondering what we're doing is X decided that yes, my 1080 Ti is on its last legs. It is dying.
You're having blue screens of death, is what you're having essentially, weren't you? Or you're crashing the desktop.
It just crashes the desktop.
Yep.
Which is most frustrating.
But it's 8 years old. Come on, like that's a.
It is. It's done its job.
Yeah.
And I think it was. I don't think it was brand new when I got it. So
I think the other part of this is like the reason why I'm doing this, right, is Algared also got a very large bill for some house repairs. I think we could call it that, couldn't we?
Plumbing.
Yeah. So he got a $5,000 bill the other day. So he just is not going to have the cash to. He was still paying off his medical bills and his Citizencon last year, and now he's got another five.
I just
got that done.
I just got that taken care of.
Yeah, yeah.
It was like,
so he's like, cool, now I can go get a GPU or whatever. And now he's just been smacked with another $5,000. So he can now pay that off, and he can at least have a GPU. And again, if he's going from a 1080 to a 5070, that will literally be an upgrade. That he won't need, like, if he's playing Star Citizen being fine. 5070 will do him fine. He doesn't need, like, I've got a 5080, but I'm also running the entire show. Algared's only really got to have his camera on screen, or be able to play the game. So he doesn't need something as intensive as me. But yeah,
and in terms of everything else on the laptop, on the PC, it's pretty much.
Yeah, well, you updated it just before. It died, didn't it? Most of it before Citizencon last year. What was it? September last year?
No, because we built it last year.
Yes, but I'm saying it was before Citizencon, but it was only like a month before. That's what I'm saying. So it was like September last year.
Yeah, we knew it was dying, and we were hoping it was going to last until after Citizencon, and it died. And so it was basically salvaged what we could, which was basically only the graphics card. So new motherboard, new RAM, new CPU case. Paint cooler fans, blah 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 blah. But yeah. So.
Well, I go look. If they go, I'd have to look it up. But if they go much higher than that, you can obviously go to the graphics card above or whatever. But you don't need that, so to speak. But whatever they decide to give.
So
we just take.
So the deal was, So the deal was, we'd get a Paladin. We'd put tickets out there for every.
We'll have to. I don't know if I can do it today unless you can get me 150 names or whatever the names are going to be. I probably could get it together today.
I was actually trying to do that, but it was just coming in so fast.
Well, you're going to have to put it in the end,
lost it.
You know, you're writing it down on a piece of paper.
Yeah,
you should be writing it.
Excel file.
Well, I'd put it in a notepad document, just in a list of names, because then I can take it from a text file and
just take it and put it in.
Yeah, straight in.
Good point.
So just write them down, and again, if they have multiple tickets, just put their name like 5 times if they've got 5 tickets.
Well, I'll start doing that now.
Yeah, or just write times5 or something. I'll work it out with you, but we'll probably have to do that next week. Oh, okay. The game has just. Oh, I'd clicked the wrong button because I'm an idiot. Wrong button again.
It didn't crash, did it?
Nope.
Execute.
Yes,
One
Lemon.
thing to keep in mind is the names that are coming in are going to be like people's names.
Yep.
Yep.
I can just do it anonymously then. I can just spin the wheel anonymously if that's what people want.
And
or actually, Algared, take their emails.
Yeah.
And then when I read out the email, you can contact the person via name, because an email is at least a lot more anonymous, as in nobody will know who it is.
Harder for me to get the names, but that'll make it harder to get the info because the emails don't come.
You know what? Yes, but if you have their email as in their PayPal email, it's not doxing them. Fleming is correct.
Yes.
So
I don't want to dox them.
Yeah, so we just use their email as the thing on the wheel.
I was thinking you do the reel separately and tell me the name, and
But
I
if
just
you
contact
just
them.
but if you just do the email, then I can show it on screen so people can see it. It's being more transparent. So just do both in two separate lists, and we'll do it. We'll figure it out later then.
Yeah, we'll have to figure it out later because getting that info is going to take a lot longer than just grabbing the email name or grabbing the names and just putting them up.
Okay, so let's have a look and see what we've got here.
Another thing, Algared, it may be time to maybe start capping it if it's going as fast as you said that it was.
Well, as I said, he can just get a bigger graphics card. It's fine. I'd have to look up the price for it real quick. Hang on.
Yep.
5080. Oh, helps if I can spell. So this is exactly the same video card I've got, and it's dropped. It's dropped almost $700 since I got it. It's $2,300, so it's $900. Well, what's that? It's $800 more. So if you can make another $800, you can go to a 5080. Wait, that's got to include the price of the ship. No, it's more than that. Because the ship is I think the ship on its own was like $450, Eric. I'd have to hang on. Let me do it again.
Ship on its own
was $450 from memory. When I converted it back to Australian dollars. So if I open, this is riveting shit watching me work out stuff on a calculator. So it would be 2,300 plus 450 equals 2,750 is what you need.
2,750.
But as you said, if you want to add to it yourself, you can always upgrade it to yourself too. So up to you.
Yep.
Right. What do we want to see first, people? Do we start at the small and work our way up, or do we? So I think we go single seater.
I'd like to see a single. Personally, you know, it's a small ship. It's a ship, but I do like the Vandal look of the ships. I'm not a Vandal file. I'm like my old uncle Hurston, who you know got hold of a glaive and got the Asperia boys to fix it up. You know, so yeah.
Okay,
so
and
the I do like.
The Asperia Stinger. I saw the Shiv. They're right next to each other. There we go. Okay, I am going to store this Stinger again because I want to put a skin on it, because I do... Oh, wait, it would require that I update my account, though, wouldn't it? So I'd have to restart to bring out the skins. All right, we'll just go with the default for now. Fine. Because I'm pretty sure Yeah, I don't have the liveries. I did buy some liveries off the store earlier, though. So let's just look at the defaults for now. A lot smaller than I thought it was going to be. Well, at least in first impression.
Well, you did think that was a two-person ship. From my memory of your.
Well, I'm wondering if that turret is just pilot controlled then and it shoots backwards, but it doesn't even look like it has it on there now. It looks like it's gone. What the hell's going on over there?
Oh, that's somebody else's.
Yeah. In the instance.
There,
yeah. That's crazy. Alrighty. I assume there it is. Very insect-like. It even makes the noise as well. It's kind of cool. That little pulse.
Yeah, they've been cooking here.
Oh yeah, they really have. Okay. Whee! It's like a roller coaster. Yep, they did make them purple, as I assumed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're 100% bringing in that Vandal thing at AIE. And I am really convinced that the gold. One of the things I brought up with Bops yesterday was I said I think the manufacturer for AIE, you know how they have a predominant manufacturer, like that year where they had the Saulian and it was all purple and stuff. I think it's Asperia this year. I think they're gonna think about it, the goldy bronze.
Yeah.
I think it's all the Vandal ships coming in. I think that's what it is.
That's why it's Goldie Bronze. And and I like the way they've actually got that Goldie Bronze on, because it has that callback to the battleship, the Defender.
How do you close the
kind of that
door behind you? Was there a button there that I missed? Yes, there was a button
possibly.
there I missed. Is there a button here that says close all? Maybe. Close exterior. There we go. The sound is really good. It's really insectoid like.
Yep.
Damn.
I have to say, when you took off, it looked like it had little chicken legs.
Do you know what it reminds me of? The Goa'uld from Stargate.
The Goa'uld?
Yeah, the Goa'uld.
Yeah, it does have that feel to it. I could see that. If it wasn't gold, it'd have less of that. But yeah,
it actually feels like a little bit like a flying scarab of some sort too.
Yeah, well, no reason why they can't change the design language or the design thought there.
It is extremely sluggish, to be honest with you. It's not as maneuverable as one would hope.
Well, it is a gunship, so a one-person gunship. So
yeah, but it's still being a heavy gunship, it's just going to be completely outmaneuvered by a light or a medium. I can already see what the PvPers are going to say already. Oh wow, I'm being shot. Are you serious?
Yep.
What a dick.
People love you.
No, it's some dickhead. Who is it? I don't even know where they are. Wow, that was nice of them. Happy Citizencon, everyone. I think I'm... Yep.
Soft diff?
Yeah, I'm dead, I think, because I'm not going to recover from that.
Can you bail out right near the bottle?
No, I've gone back into...
Yep.
Armistice now, so that... No, I'm back into Armistice, so they can't touch me. But I don't even know if it's going to control. I wasn't really ready for that because it's in third person. It is what it is.
Yep.
It is not controlling very well at all either. Well, at least we get to see. Well, we didn't get much to have a look at it. Yeah, it just doesn't want to go anywhere.
I was going to say, it's flying okay for missing like half the ship.
You've lost your thrusters. That's what the main problem is.
Oh, God. Right, we're going to get over there.
And then, yeah, once you get to your landing pad, you should be right. You should be able to land.
Technically speaking, you're not meant to attack people on the PU either. Well, I know you can't in Evocati, but they don't. CIG doesn't enforce it. So
In the
to speak.
PTU, you're not supposed to attack people.
No, because it's meant to be for testing. So, again, if I really wanted to, I could go out of my way and be an ass and report that guy, but I'm just not going to worry about it.
Yeah.
Waste my time. But considering it's right after Citizencon, it kind of tells you a lot about that person, more than it does anything else.
Yeah, they just like to say, I killed the first stinger.
Well, that's the thing. Like that, you got to imagine the thing. Oh, that guy's just gone for his first flight and his brand new stinger. I'll just shoot the crap out of it.
Yep.
Yeah, it says a lot.
Yeah, people are. There's never any doubt as to the quality of people. People will always unfortunately often stoop down or act to the lowest base in games.
It does kind of break up a lot cooler though if you kind of look at the damage states here. It's not as back in the day. It used to be very sheer, like just very straight.
Yep.
Okay, we're probably going to be this one, hopefully. Maybe? There we go. The other interesting thing is it's not spawning the other landing gear.
Yeah.
Well, actually, have I deployed? No, I didn't deploy the landing gear. So yeah, there you go. Invisible landing gear.
Yeah, it's great. It's great that they got rid of stuff to. You remember the skids on the Mustang were removed, so they got rid of the invisible landing gear, and then we get ships that still have invisible landing gear.
It's just like the ultimate puzzle. How do I land?
Yeah, when your thrusters are gone like that, it really does become hard to land. It takes a lot more concentration and I imagine get down low, and then once you get down low, just flip and cut your engines maybe. Put your landing gear down and then cut your engines when you're facing it the right way.
Yep, that was my plan, but it doesn't want
to do that for you.
Riveting stuff. Whoa. Got it. Nothing but net.
It has cute little chicken legs on it.
I think if anyone that can't tell, I think Lemming is in love. This is the Lemming. Oh, that's kind of cool. You can kind of run out it as it extends. That's pretty cool. All right, here's the ultimate question. How do you... Oh, wait. There we go. I love that noise it makes too.
Yeah, very
insectoid.
Yeah,
and the legs are very or bony actually. That's kind of a cool thing to see it without the ship above it. Yeah, it's definitely bone. Look at that. All right, let's reclaim that one. I am actually thinking about restarting the game because then I can load all the skins in. Because I really do want to look at, like, show off that palette and Shadowfall skin. So I will claim this. It's not going to let me claim it, is it? No, it wants me to store it. Can I repair it? Yeah, I'll just repair it. I got 15 mil. And then I'll store it. Riveting stuff. Is there any
absolutely riveting stuff?
Any newer questions there, Algared, that you can read out?
Let's have a look. We had a whole pile from before. Let's have a look. We had Jack Archer had a question. Have they talked about gas mining for construction crafting as a resource? No.
No.
I do not believe I heard them talk about that.
Not today.
But they have talked about it. Last year they did talk about when they showed the mining facility in the base. They did say this is only the start. We've got, you know, solids mining, liquid and gas and other things as well. So
did anyone see that repair bill? It was 370k. This ship is not cheap to repair. Holy crap!
Alien ships.
Yeah, I know it's alien ship, but what an asshole that guy is. Like, just, if that was in live, I would be sending people out to get him. Wow. So yeah, you're gonna want to have a lot of money if you're running this in PvP. But yeah, she repairs totally fine.
I wonder if all ships got a huge boost in how much it costs to keep them fixed.
I guess we'll find out in a bit.
Welcome to the
Yeah.
ASOC vehicle retrieval system.
Alright, let me store this one. And we'll log out in a minute. Alright, next question please, Algared. You'd be so kind.
Yep. The next question is from Commander Shadowstalker, who says, a question. Briefly looking at the past. Briefly looking to the past a moment. Do you believe the patch bundles should rely on the FOMO of it's gone forever, or rather the FOMO of it won't be discounted forever, e.g. the patch bundles that have gear, armor, and ship paints?
I think they should be a discount for being brought together, and you should still sell them separately. That's what kind of shits me. Because, like, again, I've said this before, as soon as there's one thing in the bundle that you don't want, it's not really worth you picking up. So let's look at the last bundle. It had a cutlass skin. I don't have a cutlass. I don't like the Fresnel, so I didn't want the Fresnel skin, but I did like the kind of armor. So I was like, yeah, but I'm not going to pay that much money. Like, it's like, it was almost like $30 to get, like, so $10 would have been fair. But, or even if they charged me maybe 15, I might have brought just the armor. But the fact that I've got to spend all that money to get all three of them when I know I'm never going to use them, and it was the same with the previous bundle. I even own a Spirit, but I didn't want a bright yellow skin, but I did want the irradiation suit.
Yeah.
So, all right, Algared, do you want to answer that as well, or do you want to?
No, that's the frustration we've had. I like the idea of the FOMO. If it's gone forever, that's not true, because you know that everything in game is going to be available.
Yep. Eventually,
like even Imperator subscriber rewards you are now finding in loot boxes. Everything's going to be found in game, so it's not gone forever. It's just the easy way to get it is gone.
Yep.
So the answer is typical with what CIG have done from the get-go. You buy it now; it's cheaper than what it's going. It's the cheapest you'll ever get it. And yes, if you're playing the game and you get in a loot box, yes, you've got it cheaper. You might get it cheaper than when you buy it, but then when you consider how much time it took you to find it, time is money. So you've got that balance. So yeah, hope that makes sense.
Yeah, it makes sense. All right, I'm just recopying my account to the PTU and waiting for that email to go through.
Execute. While we're waiting for your account to copy, you should go and look at the Citizencon pack, because everything's been updated with all the stuff in it.
Okay, I did have that up on my screen. Give me a second. I think that was, of course, that had to be the one that I opened and updated. So now it's not there. RSI. I'll take us over anyway. And then you got to go to the store. Now they've probably changed the store around.
They probably have, of course.
It's on the front page. As soon as you get into the store.
There it is. So they've updated everything there. That's quite a lot of stuff considering previous years. So you can see why they went to $30. But then again, things like this, like these, don't really mean a lot. Like, they're kind of cool to have and very nostalgic, but like how often, like how many coins do we have and how often are you really going to show those off to people? Like, not really.
Yeah.
So it's stuff like this that becomes more valuable, in my opinion.
The
I know
medal,
some people.
not the medal, the trophies they've got the trophy cabinet, so that's something that goes in, like it goes with the.
Yep.
But yeah, you're right. A lot of it is, how long is it going to, am I going to have a cabinet where I can put them and show them off and they can be seen? But yeah, you were going to say something, Lemon.
I know some people would stab for more plushies in the universe, so that Vandal stuffy, I can imagine people are going to really like that.
Yeah, well,
It's really strange. The three things you'd want to look at, the three armors, are not even in the photos. Like it's just all the other tiny. That's a really weird way they've kind of
because you
sold
can
those.
see that viewers, you can see the armors in the picture, but you don't see the knife or the gun and all that.
Yeah, but again, it still would have been nice to have photos of. Well, again, you see this armor. Why is this one on its own? Yet this one, and even this guy is not on its own. I just find that a little strange. What they decided to highlight. I guess maybe they've only got a certain number of photos they can have or whatever, so that's just what they went with. Yeah. All right. Just checking my email. Haven't got a email to tell me it's been copied over. So I guess I'll just be waiting. I guess there's a lot of people trying to copy it over at the moment, so it might be
probably are.
Going to take a while.
So another question.
Yeah, please.
Is from Commander Shadowstalker. I know that's the one we just did. But yeah, I tend to think the stuff is better to be it's cheaper.
Mm.
And so if you take it that view, that it's only cheaper, and it's only cheaper if you're going to pay cash for it down the line, then I've got no problem with it. And then even the packs, like even if you keep those things in the store all the time, a combo pack should always be cheaper than buying all the items individually, and that's what I think the big discount should be.
Yep.
For packs, but yeah. Jonathan, question. Any expectation for the RSI store sales? They're up now.
Yeah, they've already been.
I get that was way before we did it, well, 532. So
Well, that's kind of why I said start at a newer one. So go back to so I can go look at the ones that are on the Q&A if you want. But again, I'm trying to do two things at once.
Yeah. Stimpack Steve, is it possible to do a quick volume test on stream before it starts? No, we can't. We already did that. I think there were questions that came in from the freeze.
Yeah, hang on. Lemming, you were saying?
I guess the Shadowfall paint isn't in the PTU right now.
Mr. Piggles, do I mind if you jump in? Not at all.
No, Piggles, jump in. When
We'd
was
love
that?
to have you pop
How
in,
long ago was
Piggles.
that?
9:15.
Oh, that was like 1 minute ago. Yeah, reply to him then. Like, actually reply to him. Don't just say it in audio. Up in. Got heaps of messages to go through. I'm gonna have to do it later.
How much is the 970 XT in Australia? Just out of curiosity.
1,100, I believe it was, roughly about that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, for the 9070?
Oh, the 90
5070.
For the 5070. There it is there, look, see? You can see it.
How about the 9070 XT?
I don't know, I didn't look at that. You're talking about like I don't want to deal with the issues of an ATI card, sorry. Or an AMD card. Okay. Because I'm the one that's going to have to fix it when it goes wrong for him. So I rather at work just makes it easier for me.
Welcome, Pickles. Long time no see.
Good evening.
Hey, you don't. Oh, you sound very distant. Where are you?
He does.
Oh, do I?
Yeah.
Is
oh,
that
that's
better?
yeah. That's much better.
Oh, that sounds much better.
I was looking away from my microphone.
Yes. That sounded like the Pickles we know and love. But this one sounded like you had a really bad cold and you were
distant and mysterious.
Yeah, that's right.
Made your voice deeper. I assume you've picked up a stinger?
Well, I have to say, I'm really struggling to find reasons not to.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah.
Well, I can. I just went in game, and the guy shot the shit out of me just because as I came out of the hangar, because he could.
Yeah.
Like it was just like, what an ass. Welcome to Citizencon. Lose your ship before you can get to fly it. Like it was like, wow. But yeah, epitome. Again, it'll sit there for the record. I'm sure I'm not the only one that's going to have an issue like that. Because again, technically being the PTU, there's only one server up. So everybody that comes out of Lawville, that guy's attacking them.
AMD card issue, execute doesn't like AMD. There you go.
Yeah. I've never liked their drivers. They, it might work totally fine in Star Citizen, but then as soon as you go into another game, they'll just have issues like randomly, and I just don't like dealing with that.
Yep.
I remember a lot of the time having to reinstall and uninstall drivers for friends and stuff, and I just can't be bothered with that stuff. And Algared's not going to want to deal with it either. Algared's not the most tech savvy person. No offense, Algared, but I'm telling you now, Algared would be far more peace of mind if he just gets an NVIDIA.
I can work it out. It just takes me time.
Yeah, it takes, and it's stressful, and you just don't need that stress.
No,
So
I don't
it's-
need stress.
Yeah.
Stress is not good.
We just need computers that
But,
work so we can do what we need to do. It's that
But
simple.
yeah, so that's the story there. But yeah, that's why he doesn't like AMD. The only good thing I think the only good thing that you've got from AMD is the Amiga.
Actually, they make really good CPUs. I have an AMD CPU.
Actually,
I
so
think
do I think.
they're yeah, you do as well. They're totally fine. They've just never been able to get. Put it this way, I would be more inclined to buy an Intel one than I would be to buy an AMD one, because I think Intel will get the drivers right. AMD have never, whenever they've had to make drivers, they've got a massive track record of it.
Yeah, and I've got to admit, I do like the AMD drivers, not drivers, but AMD CPUs.
There we go.
But not a fan of their other stuff. It just felt it didn't quite have it.
Okay, so okay, it didn't copy over because they are recalled. So yeah, I'm gonna have to restart. But I still haven't received the email either. Anyway, Piggles, what else did you like about the presentation? Because you're more of a tech person, so what kind of spoke to you, mate?
Honestly, the biggest thing for me was Genesis.
Yeah, same.
I liked the look at the upcoming content, because it's always nice to know, what to look forward to playing.
Mhm.
But the main thing for me was seeing the output products of Genesis coming together. We got a lot of talk last year at Citizencon going, oh, this is great, look what we can do, this is how we work, it's much faster than our previous methods. But to be able to see the almost end product looking as good as it did was really good for me.
Well, as I was trying to say to Algared before, before it was a bunch of tools, now it literally almost procedurally generates everything. Essentially switching the work from building the worlds to building the art assets and the almost like how you have kits for ships. It's like kits for worlds. It's building out the tile sets essentially.
It becomes much more data driven. You still have that artwork load in, trees, rocks, animals, whatever else goes on. But in terms of laying it all out, it's a much faster process, and it results in a much more fluid look, I think. At least what they showed. And to be honest, the big thing for me was the grass. The grass looked amazing.
I couldn't get over the grass at all. It was utterly the best grass I've ever seen in a video game.
And I think what made it so good is usually when you see a large flat surface like that in a video game, you can actually see the tile market. It's like you can see the patchwork of tiles. That was just seamless. It was just and that was like
and the rock scattering.
Yeah, it was. It was sexy.
Yeah, the rock scattering was great. I loved the mountains as well. It's a landscape that we don't really have right now. We've got big mountains, but we don't have those
mean the
sheer
cliffs?
cliffs
Yeah,
and deep valleys and things like that.
You can ask Algared. I literally said before the two things that impressed me was the grass and the cliffs. They were the best I've seen in any video game, bar none.
And the other thing was that the way they're procedurally generating the foliage and the vegetation on planets and the other stuff is it's done by the height levels. So you get to a certain height and trees don't grow, and so you'll get the same type of flow of stuff, and so that takes away a lot of that workload. But it still doesn't take away the ability of the artist to go in and touch things up and do special things. But it
looked to me. That wasn't the only data point. Give me a few minutes. I've got to go through and find a picture of what I'm thinking about. I really liked there was a shot in particular I'm thinking of. I'm scrolling through trying to find it. Where they had it was a big mountain, but there were patches of grass and trees on the mountain, and generating something like that is really difficult to pull off. Yeah, here it is. I found it. I'll just stick that screenshot in the questions channel. You have a look there. You can see you've got that really nice mix on such a tiny scale. I mean, if you look towards the right of the photo, you've got that tiny little patch there with the two trees, and stuff like that's really difficult to generate on such a small level.
Hang on, I'm trying to bring it up.
And the trees just hanging on the edge of a cliff.
Yeah, being able to get the grass there, the object scattering there looks really good. You've got all those little stone props on the actual cliff, but nice clean bits where the grass is, and then down in the valley you see where it's the saddle where the kind of mountain goes in a bit and it comes down where that room.
Even up here where
you've got lots of rocks there that have kind of fallen down. I don't know why I'm pointing with my mouse. You can't see it.
I'm pointing though, but like the foliage up between the rocks. He's just talking about all the level of detail that is essentially in and amongst all the rocks. It's just unlike this is the type of stuff that takes hours to do for an artist, and it's just all procedurally generated. It's just fucking crazy. And then on top of that, as we said, some of the best rock placement, grass and foliage and all that we've ever seen in a video game before. It's just crazy.
And people say CIG will not be able to do 100 systems. Man, this type of stuff has reduced planetary tech down to producing planets and worlds just down to seconds or minutes or hours or whatever it is, and then it's just a matter of putting in the points of interest, and that so good.
All right. There is also a Q&A out for the Stinger. I did have it open, but now I've lost it because of whatever I was doing. God, where the hell?
I will say to people who are going in for the PayPal Me for the draw for the Paladin, since it's going through PayPal, it's not actually naturally showing your email, which makes it difficult. So please send me, if you haven't put in a name you want other than your real name, message me, do me a message or an email with your real name and a name you'd like to be put into the wheel, so that I don't dox you. You guys have at least
it just makes it better for us, so we can put it on screen and people can see the wheel go around and it picks someone. And it said Fred won it. Like that's rigged.
Yeah. And it helps those people who've been very generous, like people who've got 5 tickets or 10 tickets or so. So yeah, so that'd be really helpful. I've been going through. We're not trying to pick out questions and put them down, and there's so few where I can get an email or a username, which makes it difficult.
Yeah. So. All right then. Let's go through this Q&A. I'm not going to go through everything, but basically the biggest change to the Paladin is they had a 4SCU cargo grid. How does the Paladin differ from existing gunships? The Paladin's primary competition is the Redeemer, but they tackle the gunship role in different ways. The Paladin favors firepower over and durability over more agile Redeemer, while packing slightly less firepower has the edge in avoiding gunfire. I'd really love to see a fight between a Paladin and Redeemer. It would be really interesting.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things we did talk about originally, was that the way the Paladin and Redeemer would be.
I think it would come down to the pilot and the Redeemer, because you'd be literally trying to not get hit by them the entire time, but you'd also have to go close enough that you can outfire them with size 4s, because your size 4s fire faster, but they do less damage. So it'd be really, really interesting.
But
combo.
if you can get into their blind spot, that's Although they gave the impression it's got pretty good coverage. It's one of the few ships that has.
Again, you'd probably still be better to stay behind it, because at least then the two side guns can't get to you. Only the main gun can. So, and then maybe go up and above below it. So they've got to keep constantly rotating the turret. But yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Right. The other one there is the Paladin intended to shine more coordinated group play, or can it still support smaller crews? They talked about that in the thing. You can fly it solo. The lower deck houses an armored equipped suit locker and weapon racks, while upper deck provides crew amenities including food machine, toilet, bunks, and personal storage, which is nothing new. Really, I'm glad that it's got some form of cargo on there, just even if it's a very little amount.
But it does. I think it does lend itself more to that group play than solo play, even though you can do it solo.
Obviously. The Stinger is a relatively it's aside from the aggressive appearance, which characteristics distinguish the Stinger from human ships? The Stinger is relatively faithful recreation of the original Vandal, so while externally, internally you will see a very different alien aesthetic, there are touches to the Asperia added for human comfort, such as the weapons rack and relay access. I didn't see the weapons rack. That must be in that first little one of the wall segments or something in that first area. We'll have a look when we get back in.
And the relay connection was the other thing they said.
I don't know what relay access. I don't know what that is, but
so you can put the fuses in.
Oh, okay, yep. Does it come equipped with alien style weapons in which, they talked about that already, so you can switch them over because it's bespoke. How does the Stinger compare in handling? Well, that's pretty obvious. It's going to be sloppy jalopy. Will the Stinger feature an updated MFD UI? Yes, that's really obvious. With the release of the Stinger, are there any updated plans for another Vandal replica such as the Blade and Glaive? We still plan to bring these over to the PUE once Squadron 42 has been released. Also, maybe we aren't seeing them from AIE.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'd say half those questions were wasted on the Stinger because they were all really
certainly
obvious.
The updated model one, I can understand the question, but it would have been more, are we getting it at IAE or are we getting it at Squadron still? And the answer is, well, we're getting it at Squadron. The plan is to bring it out to Squadron.
So listening to that FAQ, did CIG forget that the Paladin has been sold before?
What do you mean?
I mean, it had an FAQ when it was a concept.
Yeah, so they've just done another one. I don't know. Because
it's been updated.
Yeah, it's been updated. It's not exactly the same as the final concept. It again, they changed some stuff. And again, when we go in, we'll have a look. I just want to have a quick look at this Stinger again and see if there's what do you call it? Oh, I didn't take you with me. That would be why.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's taken a long time to copy over. Like I've been sitting here waiting, and it's
Sometimes it won't copy if you don't erase it first, and then.
Oh, really? Okay, well let's do that then. But I've been sitting here waiting for ages, so let's.
It also might just be stuck with.
I think there are heaps
of people trying to do it.
Yeah, because it's open to all. It's open to all. That's the thing. So I think there's just heaps of people doing it. So I've not really had the problem with erasing it, whatever. But I will erase and I will copy one more time.
Try it again. And while that's on, let's see.
See that level of detail shift there? Yeah, look at that.
That's pretty jarring.
Yeah, that's super jarring.
PTU. Anyway.
It almost looks like it goes from high detail to low detail.
It jumps like 5 LODs in one
go.
go.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, so they obviously have got some mod work to do there.
but it can work in game at the moment.
It's not the first time we've seen that with new ships that come in. But
No.
I mean, that's ultimately jumping a few lords in one go isn't that concerning.
No, it's easily fixed.
Yep. Victor has a question for us.
Oh, hang on, Aaron.
Within...
Hang on,
Okay.
Aaron. Hang on. I wanted to see these things first before you jump into that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So I assume, there we go. So there's your weapons rack, and there's your fuses, right? So that's all that was, right? Okay, I got on with your question. Yep.
Yep. So Victor had a question for us. He says, with the introduction of engineering and repairing costs, do you think big ships will be a rare encounter from now on?
No, I just think people will be banding together more. Like even today, you and I and Grim are all saying that we generally play solo, but I think it's going to start to encourage people to play together. Especially if you're not combat focused. Like you get together with someone that's combat focused, and you can do the engineering or the utility stuff, and let them shine with the things that they enjoy.
And I enjoy flying a ship. I enjoy being on a ship with other people, and doing stuff. But so I don't think it's necessarily going to make it rarer. I think you'll see more people doing the group work deliberately and.
Account copied to the PT. All right, we can restart, which is sweet.
So that's what I would expect to see. So yeah. For those wondering, we're at $1,490 towards the GPU.
Damn. Pretty much $10 more in there. And this is really funny. No more money comes in. Like, oh, what a shame, Algared. You got a referral. I'm kidding. I don't think they'll do that to you. I don't think that mean.
So that would be a 50/70, wouldn't it?
Yes. Right, I'll just hold on to all that now, and I'll work it out with you after.
I still can't get all the names and stuff. I was trying, but I can't do those plus do questions.
So
make it look like I'm ignoring everyone and pay attention. I'm a bit like you.
I don't think they're gonna hold you to the flame, and if we don't get to giving it away until next week, I think they'll survive.
So
it's okay.
We'll do that. We'll do two giveaways next week. We'll do the wheel for the raffle,
and
we'll do
the Apollo as well.
And we'll do the Apollo giveaway next week.
Yep.
But yeah. So I think the big ship running costs are valid. Like if you take a big ship and you do a single box mission, you're an idiot. But if you take a big ship and do a cargo hauling mission, then maybe that gives you the value.
I really like doing box missions in my Polaris.
I don't think Bops has just gone to.
You would.
I think Bops has just gone to bed. I think he's just totally forgot he had to come here. Or when I messaged him on Twitch, he's just thought that I was in chat and listening. I can't listen when I'm streaming, so I think he's just going to bed. But it is what it is. It's all good. There we go.
So So I expect the cost of the big ships to be comparative to the missions they take as well. And which is nothing new to what we've said in the past.
Brady, thank you for that super chat, mate. $5 said, take your time, my friends. With love from Texas PS. I DM'd you, Al, on Discord. Please show your message. I can't look at messages while I'm live because it truncates everyone's names and stuff. So if you've messaged me,
it does make it difficult when. Yep, Junior Monkey Boy, yes. No, okay. Accept.
All right, do you want to ask another question there, Algared?
Yep. I was just looking at some of the messages that have been sent, responding to the please send me your name and email.
Yep.
The next question was from Veneficus, who says, what are the odds of modular salvage with modules geared towards each type of salvage? Yeah, look, I could see that.
Yeah, it's possible, but again,
I could.
Stab in the dark. We haven't heard anything either way.
Well, we do know we've got. You wouldn't even need to be modular. It would just need different mining heads. A mining head that's
well, they've
more
only
specific for.
Well, essentially, one is scraping and one is breaking it apart, because that's like breaking it apart is rubble and scraping it is the powder. So realistically, they're already there.
And you probably need the grinder to break up the big bits. So
it's a laser. They use a laser to cut up in the original concept. They use blast charges on the vulture. So it's all again, plans can change. Like again, even in the pallet, and we saw today. So
indeed.
Yeah.
And that's one thing we've always got to remember. Like Sergio will make a plan. This is where we think it'll go with the gameplay and the tools and everything we've got at the moment.
Yep.
But as the development goes, sometimes you go, yeah, that's not going to work, and you have to, and then you jury rig it, or you kind of relook at your design to make it work the way you wanted it to work, or as close as you can to the way you wanted it in that environment you've got. And so, and it's not just Star Citizen that does that. Look at any game you've ever played, but any MMO, but any patch comes out, it's the same type of reevaluation, rebalancing, rejigging of stuff. So, so yeah, but it would be cool.
Very much so. I'm now really curious to know how long this goes to live. I think that again, that was their intent, was to get this to live or have it ready to go to live, and it just hasn't quite made the standard. And I think a lot of that's got to do with the Yamundi. It wasn't just quite polished enough.
Yep.
I would say though, within, let's say very much before the end of the month, this will be ready to go. I don't imagine it's much more than a week or two.
I wouldn't be surprised to see it next week.
Yeah.
But Jared said like multiple times next week.
Yep, cool.
Yeah.
But again, I said I'm giving myself extra padding.
Yeah. I imagine they've given themselves extra padding in that as well.
And I also didn't hear that from Jared either. So, yeah, that's my guesstimation. Yeah.
But yeah, I could see it being. I've lost my train of thought again. I got distracted. Too many pings going on.
Do you want to read another question?
I will read another question. Luke 5G2 says, how would you rework the rear of a reclaimer and also the processing? Would you change it or keep it?
I think their original intent has probably changed over time. And I do think older ships like the Reclaimer, the Starfarer, and a few others will have some pretty drastic reworks. I at least hope to be updated to fit the more modern aesthetics.
Yeah, well, one of the things we were wondering is whether our Reclaimer video would be well and truly dead after Citizencon, because we were thinking that the salvage ship would be here. So maybe
you've now just told everyone we've got a Reclaimer video.
I did do that, but we were thinking it was outdated, but maybe it's not. So,
didn't get a chance to release it beforehand. We recorded it. I think it was it's about 3 or 4 months old. We recorded it ages ago.
And we kept thinking,
going, shit, that's gonna salvage this update's coming. It's gonna be out of date.
And it was a problem of other stuff would come that was time sensitive, so it kept
the Apollo and shit like that. Yeah.
And so it just kept going, no, it's got to push it. But
it would have been one that I'm not going to the Philippines anymore. The way I cancelled my trip. So those of you that don't know, so it would have been one of the ones you were getting whiles away. But I'm now going to be here, so you're probably going to get more Citizencon content after today and stuff like that. But worst comes to worst, we can just release it to Patreon or something like that. But I don't see a need to do that yet. It should be okay to watch, or we might just release it as supplemental or something like that. So, all right, let's have a look. What skins we got here? Did they throw us at us? So they've only got. I only brought 2 off the store. So this is the concierge one, which is yellow, which I kind of don't like. and they obviously didn't add the Shadowfall paint yet, but I reckon that'll probably be fixed when it goes live, because again, they've only prioritized the stuff that they're selling. As usual, I don't blame them for that. I'd be doing the same. This is the concierge style one, so I'll check that on that, and the Shiv.
I'm curious what you guys think of the Shiv, considering it's a Squadron 42 ship that's been copied over with not a lot of changes.
I'm gonna put the Blue Blossom one on that. This I don't like the yellow one, and I don't like the Thingo one. Actually, I might even just leave the default for now on that, because I probably should have a look at them with their default on it before I look at the skins. In fact, I'm going to do the same thing with the Paladin, and then I'll pull them back out.
Piggles, it's going to be ridiculously popular. So many people.
Oh,
Paladin.
Oh yeah, I'm looking at it going, everyone's going to love it. But the thing is, I'm looking at that and going, that's a Squadron 42 ship with not many changes, and it's based on it's based on the existing Cutlass, which doesn't have its the vast majority of its components available. So it concerns me that, I mean, I haven't had a chance to look at it yet, obviously, but it concerns me that it's not up to the standard, and there seems to be a trend of releasing ships in like that recently.
Well, it's just they've been doing a lot of asset flipping, essentially.
Yeah,
that's what they've been doing, and this is just more of that. The Stinger, the Shiv, they just flips. And I've kind of said this before. Like I was half expecting, they still may do it. Re-releasing the Vandal ships at AIE, but updated, because that'll sell, right? And last year, if you kind of look at, they kind of did that a little bit with the Mark II Hornets and stuff. So doing that again with the Vandal ships would get a lot of sales.
Yeah, I mean, it's understandable. They put a lot of work into making them for Squadron 42 and never sold any of them, so they've kind of got a lot of free sales line around there. But it's just a shame to see that not much work beyond that got put in.
It's definitely been updated since the sneak peek video where we saw those two ships.
Oh yeah, definitely.
That was like over
it's still
6 years ago.
Yeah, it was, 2019, I think it was.
Yeah.
But it's still not been. It's still not up to some of the standards that we've seen of newer ships.
Oh shit! I just knocked my water everywhere. That is my mouse moving around while I'm trying to get water. Sorry, apologies. Right. Okay, so this is the concierge looking one. Give me some lights, please. That'd be great. I'm expecting this to kind of be more gold. Was my first instinct, and that does appear to be.
Got those gold accents.
Yeah, so it's just got gold. So essentially, before this was a gold panel, this is probably more gold now than these.
I think I like
these are all, the default is kind of cooler in a way.
Yeah, I think I like the more gold looking one.
Have a quick look. Yeah, so it's a little bit more stone, and yeah, I'm gonna be honest, I actually do prefer the default. The other one made it kind of like black and silver on the store, and then the other one was like it literally made it green. So yeah, this is one of those rare ships, almost like the Banu Defender, where the default is the best. And yeah, I'm going to be honest, I'm probably going to melt. I'm not going to keep any of these. Probably going to melt.
I like the one that made the gold panels.
That was the default, Algared.
Oh, that was the default, was it?
Yeah,
Right.
So the only one I brought was
far the best.
Yeah, the only one I brought was the concierge one. I didn't bother with the other two because, as I said, like if I can probably bring it up real quick so you can see.
Yeah.
Give me a moment. I have to go to.
Yeah, you did say it. I didn't like the look of it, so it was kind of. But I think you're right. The
hang on, Algared. Hang on. So if we go to paints, and we go to actually, I can probably just go. Do they sell them on the individual ship pages? Can I go there and to the Stinger? it's not gold on the default either. It's like this copper. And then so that's the other one I was telling you about. The kind of that's the paint if you buy it at Warbond. And then
at the moment we're just seeing your PTU test universe screen.
What are you? No, you're seeing that. They're not.
Oh, okay.
Because I've moved it up here. Look, I'll move it down for you so you can see. Apologies.
Oh yes.
I took them with me, but I didn't take you with me.
No, you left me hanging. Just shift me.
Yeah. All right. So where were they? So we have that's the Paladin. There's the Fortune. There's the Spirit Boat. So if you go down here, these are the skins, right? So that's the one if you buy it at Warbond. That almost makes it look like a blade. The Black Widow is one you can buy, but that seems to be more red.
Which makes sense for a Black Widow.
I'm probably going to check that one out. That is I believe that's the black one I was talking about. This one's the Concierge one, and then the last one is the Pit Viper, which is the green one. I'm going to go check out I'm probably going to check out that one, but I'm going to be honest with you now, just kind of looking at them all. I prefer the factory default is my favorite.
The factory default is my favorite.
Yeah, so if you go do the same thing for the Paladin, you've got the factory standard, you've got the Galahad, which just goes to the white and black. That is very similar to another ship. I think it's the Galaxy or the Ironclad that has a white on top black thing. We got the Downstream, the Carmine, and the Solar. Let's see again. I don't. None of those really speak to me at all. I really want the Shadowfall. And what I can probably do is open the Shadowfall to show you guys what that looks like. But
the Solaris kind of appeals just because it's yellow and green.
Oh, to you?
Yeah.
Oh,
because it's yellow and green and it's Australian.
Okay.
That's the only reason I said, that one.
Yeah. All right, I'll set this to. I'll let that load because it's got the mod. And then if we go to the Grey Cat Shiv and do a similar thing, you see they don't have it on. Is it just not loaded? It's just like it's like this is just like an empty website compared to the others. It's kind of strange. Because you've only got these small ones to look at. I wonder if I can actually open the actual ship page in it. No, it's not going to show them, is it? No. Yeah. So that's the Concierge look one there. That's almost like a Star Wars-esque version. Then you've got open this 3 paint pack. They should have photos in there of the other ones. So there we go. That's the other 3. There's the Blossom one. That's the one I think that will kind of look the nicest out of those, but I could be mistaken. So yeah, that's basically a Cutlass Black, is it not? Yep. There's the Blossom, and there's a pirate one. What one's that one called? Nightmare. So
Nightmare paint.
Yeah, it's
Nightmare paint.
Okay. So yeah, I don't know.
I don't mind a Nightmare.
Yeah,
don't mind the Blossom. They're
all a little different.
Yep.
And there's
$6. $6.
What? $6 for a scan?
Yeah, I know.
Algared, the ship's 150. I think it'll be okay.
But it does put it at 150 does put that at Cutlass pricing, which is
it's more than a Cutlass actually. A Cutlass is 100.
Cutlass Blue?
15. No, a Cutlass. It'll be Cutlass Red's 135. A Cutlass Blue I think is 155 off the top of my head. I have to go check. But it's but it's
I wasn't thinking Cutlass Black. It's in that.
It's essentially an all combat Cutlass is the way you got to look at it. Better guns and stuff like that. So that's why it's almost the price of the Blue in my book. So yeah.
But it's still cheaper than a Cutlass Steel.
Yes. Yes, it is.
Which is a good thing.
All right. Speaking of ship, let's
I love the attitude to the Cutlass Steel. It so deserves it.
Paul agrees. He's a big fan. I think Paul's going to love these ships too. I'm kind of interested to see what he thinks about them.
Yep.
When we get around to talking to him.
while you're doing that, Kalias Fox says, do you think the Percy will have 50 SCU cargo like originally conceived, or will it have larger capacity?
I'll make any changes that they require.
Yeah.
Some ships go straight to the letter of the law, and others, like the Paladin, need to be changed.
And some get exchanged down the track. So, you know, the Vulture came out originally, created letter of the law, 12 SCU. And then it was only later they looked at it and went, yeah, it really needs more storage. And they
What ship was that,
made
sorry?
the Vulture.
Yep.
You know, had 12 SU, and then they made the refinery
I think a better
type thing
example
be able to hold 12
I think
as well.
I think a better example would be the Tanner, because the Vulture is like within the storage of the actual thing. It's not actually physicalized.
Yes.
Where with the Tanner they added an actual physical 2 SCU cargo grid, much like they've added a 4 SCU cargo grid to the Paladin. So that's a better example. in my opinion.
That's where they physically add them, but they also can jury rig it by doing. Yeah, it's hidden in the machine. So we doubled the cargo by enabling the machine to hold stuff, which certainly you can't say that didn't increase the value of the Vulture in that regard.
It did, but it's not the same, and you know what I mean. I'm not going to sit here and spell it out, but yeah. All right, let's have a look at this.
I suppose so. But yeah, they'll do what they need to balance the games or make the ship fall where they want.
So one thing about the Shiv, isn't the Shiv just what the Cutlass used to be?
No,
Like it's
no, it's not.
Okay.
So it's got different engines, so it's going to have a completely different performance to how the Cutlass performs, because it's essentially
I was
got
just talking about how skinny it is.
Kind of. You mean like the older Cutlass? Is that what you're trying to imply?
Yeah,
I can see where you're going there.
Old Cutlass.
Yeah, I could kind of see that a little bit, but like again, this thing's going to be. I'm assuming it's going to be pretty fast in a straight line because of these guys. These guys are like non-existent on the other one.
I don't want to ruin it, but it's not.
It's not? Okay.
It's not faster.
Okay. Well, I haven't tried it yet, but you would hope it would be.
And then the old one used to be able to hop up on the wing to get in, and the side doors are missing. So it's you can see it's a Cutlass frame, but it's
they've definitely got a lot of greebling on the out of it. Piggles, what were you going to say, mate?
It'll do 479 meters per second boosted in SCM.
Oh, this is definitely a Junker vibe. Oh my god, really? It even groans when it comes up.
It reminds me of the sounds that the cutter makes.
This is not the same back. It's
much smaller.
It's much smaller.
Yep.
So it is a little bit like an old. Algared, this is where you live?
Yeah, but even
here,
even the old Cutlass was inside.
Wasn't there a turret in the original one?
Yes, it is.
And the scanner turret in the thing. Your beds are still there. Engineering, fuses, and storage. So the front of it's the same, but oh wait, I don't want to do that. It's a very interesting way to reuse assets, though.
Yep, it is. And you know, you pick any ship you want, and you can just gut it and use the base frame and just chuck. You know, it literally is using the modular aspects of the game.
Well, there's Crusader
development
pieces
of the game.
There's Crusader pieces here. So yeah, it is just interesting. And they've retextured panels to make them look plastic instead of metal and stuff like that too.
Yeah. But yeah, very, very interesting way of doing ships. You can just...
Ooh, they went green too. So they went back to the old color of Drake. Interesting. All right, so so they don't rotate like the other one at all. So it clearly doesn't have the VTOL. Man, that sounded... Did you hear that sound? We'll turn it off. Turn it on again. It went... Row, 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 row.
Yeah, and sorry for interrupting, but on the stream we're still looking at the store page.
Oh shit, sorry. My bad, thanks. My bad. That's my fault. Thank you, sorry. See, that was Algared's fault for distracting me about the following him. I was more worried about you guys, but it's all good.
Uh-huh.
Alright, same landing gear is identical.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it is. Okay, they're definitely smaller engines at the back, so they're not as powerful. But the ones at the front are more powerful. But that's interesting. So the front ones are more powerful, but the back ones are way weaker. Like way weaker. It's definitely got like a Star Wars Junker vibe though.
It's a Reaver ship.
Yeah, it's a little bit like that. It turns better than a Cutlass, but only ever so slightly. But yeah, I don't think it's as fast like Lemming said. Interesting. Let's try
Does it feel sluggish?
It's not sluggish. Look, well, you look how quickly it's responding backwards and forwards. It's more responsive than a Cutlass in my book, but not by much.
Can you open up the back door?
It's like, what the hell? You just turn up, why don't you? Right, fine. I'll open up in a minute.
Welcome.
I've got to
You're
get.
most welcome,
I gotta
I'll
get. I gotta get away from here first because I don't want to get shot again like last time. Just give me a minute.
So I'm just looking at the data. The Shiv is marginally faster than the Black.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, like a couple of meters per second.
But what about the? But what about the movement? Because it feels more responsive.
But yeah, the pitch for your roll.
Oh my god! Look at that.
Yeah, it's much better.
Holy crap! Yeah, it's definitely got more gun firepower.
Yeah, it's better.
That's nuts.
It's a little bit more health than the Black as well.
Well, most of that's the turret. Like if you take the turret out, like once you have someone on the guns, that is just lunacy.
No, the point of fire is all way better. Like it's much more concentrated fire.
Yep.
Yeah. And that's with that remote turret being controlled by the pilot.
So what did you want to say out the back door? What was so important about the
No,
back door?
if the jump seats were there, like is
No,
this
they're all
better,
gone.
Like, actual?
The whole back of it is just gutted. Like the jump seats are gone. It's like almost half as narrow as it was. Like you got to imagine that. Like I have to realistically assume this is the cargo grid, right? And this is where you walk down.
Yeah.
Because you're not going to be able to walk past the cargo, and then just get even worse where the cargo has to be completely in the middle. And I think of ships like the Carter where that doesn't affect it anymore. So I have to assume that that's all cargo. So what is the SCU count on this? If someone can check for me real quick, if someone's
I'm pretty sure somebody said, yeah, it was 32.
It's got 32. The Black's 46.
1, 2. Let's have a look at this. 1, 2.
I mean, we
3,
talked about this
4,
ship being a
5,
reality
6, 7,
previously.
8,
like
9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Yeah. So
Well, I mean, it's been a
16
thing for years. It's from Squadron.
Yeah, so I think it's 16 across the floor and then another 16 on top to get to 32. So yeah.
The fact that the front section is the same is such a telling freaking move from them.
But what it's meant to be is it's meant to be like 3 different ships bunged together. You can tell it's got Pete's from like whatever that back is almost a ship that we've never seen before because that's not a Cutlass back. It's something else.
It's got Hurricane bits on the wings.
Yeah. Hurricane wings, Valkyrie engines. Asgard?
Yeah.
Oh, Valkyrie, Asgard, same
whatever.
thing. Yeah,
Yeah,
same
one of
shit.
them.
And then whatever that slopey scope bit is there, it's got Freelancer engines here at the front.
Yeah, the hump.
Actually, missile pods in the back on that top as well,
Hang
under
on.
the green, where you've got this kind of
Yes,
between
there are
the
a
green
couple of
and the yellow.
missiles.
So you've
Yeah,
got
there's a couple of missiles there.
internal missile launchers there.
Hang on, give me let me get back in the pilot seat in a second, Algared.
Yep.
I just wanted to check out the remote turret real quick so we can. Oh, it won't let me fire it though. Why can't I fire
Its
it?
turret's actually off the Hurricane, which is interesting.
Do I have to power this on at all?
The turret?
Do what?
The Hurricane turret's manned.
Yeah, but it's the turret. He's saying it's the Hurricane turret that's been made remote. That's what he's trying to say.
Exactly.
Yeah.
There we sorry, yeah, I thought you meant as a straight rip.
No. Okay, it's still not firing.
So, do you think this might be the Cutlass 2.0 or 3.0?
No, I think what this is, like I said it earlier, the Stinger is a gunship for one person. This is a gunship for two, and the Paladin's a gunship for four. That's clearly what they've clearly. They even said that we wouldn't release 3 ships like this specifically, but it's really tailored for whatever's coming in next. Like they want us to fight. There's that big massive gun fight with all the ships they showed off. That's what it's built for.
Not my point. My point is like, is this like previewing what they're doing with design for the, Cutlass, Black 3.0?
No. This is this is a ship that was made for Squadron 42 years and years and years ago. So this is a lot of capitalizing on work that's already been done, and it's kind of the same when they sold the Mark II Hornet. The vast majority of the work's already been done, so you might as well do whatever changes you need to bring it into the PU and sell it and get the cash out of it.
Exactly. I mean, same thing with the freaking Vandal ship.
You see that, Algared?
Yes.
Yeah, I did.
Oh, yeah.
So what size are they? What size 2?
They were Arasta. What were they called? They're called Tempest 2s and Arasta 3s. So size 2s and 3s. I believe. 8 of each, if I've counted correctly.
I think the 3s are on the front arms, like right next to the.
You might find they're on the arms.
So
yeah.
Whereabouts on the arms?
A question to the group.
Hang on.
Sitting...
Hang on. Whereabouts on the arms?
Do you see the little recess points at the very front of the ship? I think they come out of there. I mean, shoot one.
Those are reverse thrusters, aren't they?
Yeah, I thought they were.
Are they?
Thrusters? Yeah, see, they're thrusters. They're not. I think they just come out.
Okay.
They all. See how there's 4 on the side and then 4 in the middle. If I zoom in, I'll show you. Oh shit! It's gonna do this weird camera thing that they've got on at the moment, though, and I'm gonna go into the dark. Just give me a minute.
Into the dark.
Yeah.
No.
See there? So you've got. Wait. There we go. See how there's like 2 missiles left on the right? They're the smaller size 2s, and then you got the 4 size 3s.
Yeah, I see it.
So they're all in there. Sorry, SA, your question. Sorry for interrupting you.
No. I think the pilot position is slightly higher up. So, do you feel like you have more visibility in this?
It does feel a little
seems
higher.
like we do.
But it's probably just them This even feels different. There's no second screen down here. It just, again, I think it's all jerry rigged, and they're taking, as Piggle said, taking existing assets. But not only that, this is literally taking assets of all the ships they have and smacking them together. So,
Well, it's not that. I mean, like, what I'm really wondering is, so I remember very clearly, like, because I have a blue, seeing the top of the stick when you would pilot, and I can't see it now. At least in your screen.
Look, so what we'll do is we'll go pull a Cutlass out. I'm pretty sure I've got a Cutlass loaner.
Yeah. The other thing that this shows, like, as you look and you can see the different ships, it shows how all ships are modular and they're broken into parts, and they're literally able to just click, a bit like Lego.
No. It's a little bit more than that, Algared.
Well, it is. Okay, I'm being very...
You are making shit up. Because there's no way those components without modeling can go together, because it's a different engine and stuff like that.
Okay, true, and different ships.
As someone who's worked with ship models and object containers, it would be a massive pain in the ass to take bits from existing ships and kit bash them.
Yeah.
The way it would work is if there was like a library of models you could use.
That's a better way to look at it.
But if you were to take an existing ship and do that, it would be a huge pain in the ass.
So what they're more likely to do, Algared, is they start kit bashing with the stuff they've got, and then they've obviously, so say these wings, for example, they've had to rebuild them so they can connect the major
now
pieces.
Now they go into the library, which they can use for other kit bash type stuff.
That's it. Yeah. But like you can clearly see all along the side of here they've added all this greebling and shit to make it look way cooler. So they have added new art assets on top of it.
And it's not a straight up put shit there and copy and paste job. Your kit bashing is only going to get you so far in sort of the general shape and look. You're going to have to go through and properly make that model to work in a game engine. So it's not a copy and paste job. I mean, I challenge you to look in there.
I'm not saying copy and paste. I wasn't.
No, I know that.
Suggest that.
I mean, they're not taking the models and just mashing them together. It is still need to make the model.
And I was in error.
The right area.
Yeah, I was in error because I was thinking the way they do the connies and putting all the connies together. But to do that with those ships, you'd have had to have all those ships with their parts already linking and joining to be able to mash them together. So it's all. But that's what I was thinking. But yeah,
I want to butt in here for a second. Execute. The stream isn't getting any sound, like in-game sound.
Yeah, because it's just
I don't know if that's something you can change.
Algared makes me turn it down all the time.
Okay.
That's why. The game sound is on. It's just turned down because Algared doesn't like it. He complains. I will try turning it up. Is there no sound at all, or is it just really, really low?
Ash, are you still in voice?
Yeah, there's no sound at all at the moment.
I will double it, and I will game sound. It is that might be why. Hang on. Options, audio, comms. I need to set the audio output to the correct. It might be down here that I need. Hold on. Sound settings. I need to go to Star Citizen individually, and I'm trying to remember how to do this because they changed it.
And if you'll excuse me for a bit, I do need to disappear. I'll be back.
Yep. I need to run also, but have a good chat, everyone.
I'll be back. I've just got the bio break is calling. Let me just put it that way.
Yep. All right, should have sound now. You did have none at all before. I'll turn it back. All right, you guys should be able to hear it now.
Well,
let me know if you can hear it, Ash, or not. Oh shit! That was the worst time.
We can hear it now, mate.
Yeah, cool.
In fact, while I've got it in my mind for the shift, those laser pieces on the turret, they look like Ardors, but they're not. They're called Tormentors, and they put out like less than half the damage that the Ardors do.
So realistically, you are paying for a modified Cutlass with Hurricane-S parts and blah blah blah. But if we remove the look, I feel what you're paying for here is a premium for weapons. That's my kind of takeaway. It's a re-looked and slightly different feel, but with the extra weapons that a Cutlass doesn't normally have. That's my initial takeaway.
Yeah, I disagree with that. I think
I mean, as in the cost of it, mate.
Well,
you're paying for the extra.
Cost,
you're paying for the extra weapons.
You're basically buying a Buccaneer. It's a Buccaneer.
It's for two people.
Yeah, that doesn't matter. I mean, we're talking about what does it do? What is the purpose?
Well, a Buccaneer doesn't have all that SCU in the back. It doesn't have two people. It's way more a modified Cutlass, basically, that has extra guns. Over the standard Cutlass Black. And I'll bring out the Cutlass Black and you can have a look.
Well, I mean, I know the Black, but I mean, to me, this is the... you and I had talked about this, the ability one day to be able to Frankenstein's ships together out of parts. And we had a really good conversation about what could you do, and this was the main ship. I think what they're doing is they're realizing the weakness in the designs they have, and eventually we'll have a system to be able to Frankenstein ships together. And I think this is their initial, very gentle push on, hey, do you want a Buccaneer, but want more firepower, but less firepower? Here you go.
I don't know. I'm not huge on that. Mainly from a technical standpoint. I struggle to see how that could perform well in an environment like an MMO. If everyone's flying around in these kit-bashed ships.
Yeah.
I don't disagree with what you're saying. What I'm saying is it's about choice, right? I'm not saying it's about performance or results. I'm saying it's about choice. Being able to design your own ship. The whole thing that what's the oh my god, I this is the only game I've really followed after the Kickstarter. Not No Man's Sky, but the one you design your ships with. Elite Dangerous.
You don't design. Do you mean
you don't design
Space
ships in Elite
Engineers?
Dangerous, do you?
You mean Space
Yeah, sorry, I
Engineers?
never played it. Whatever it is, the one that you can build your ships and like single player game. I'm sorry, I have not played that.
There was a single player game where it was kind of you could salvage stuff and build your own ships and do your own stuff. I think there was a PvP version where you could do that type of thing as well, but I don't know how those
Anyway,
games went.
what's the point you're trying to make?
The point I'm trying to make is like we all want to design our own ship. I think this is the precursor to that. Like hey, we're gonna have an NPC do it for you.
They're
and eventually you can do
they are way too complicated to do that. No, it's not.
It's not. You'd have to have such tiny modules.
Yeah.
To achieve the details and the success of existing designs that it wouldn't be technically feasible.
Piggles, would you agree with this statement?
Piggles,
Piggles, you'd agree with this statement. It would compromise the fidelity that they've set up over the years. It would be ugly by comparison to the ships we have now.
Yeah, I'd say I agree. Yeah.
Right. So
what if it was like? So I don't know game design, but like, what if it was the only difference was the mounting point of the engines, or like the mounting point of the weapons? The same thing.
It's too much work for not enough payoff. You're actually asking them to do more work and make less money. That's what you've just said.
So I'll respond to you with a question essay. Think about this. So what goes into an engine mounting at a point that it does? You got to model it, you've got to animate it, you've got to arrange the physics to agree with it. You also then have to deal with failures, damage, you name it, a number of things that go with that. So it's not just a case of moving a model, it's actually a fairly significant undertaking to move it.
But look at the example
position.
they're using now, because they're using the Asgard engine, which does, I mean, theoretically, based on the Valkyrie, rotate.
Yeah, but so what you're saying is exactly what Algared said before, and we said no, it's way more complicated than that. Literally, what you're.
No, I know it is.
Yeah. So.
I could see them doing it by actually having a select section of engines you could put together and make them modular in that sense.
Yeah. But again, you
at
also
that level of work of what you get you get in return for that level of work.
Money
And
to me. I mean,
no, you
get to be able
don't.
to customize
No, you
your
don't,
ship.
because the players get stuff, but they don't. That's what I'm trying to say. It's a money thing.
In my view, it's the same thing as like right now they sell like variants of ships. What if you could just sell variants of engines?
All right, let's move on for this, because I can see that this is just going to go on repeat, and I am so tired. I'm going to start yelling and screaming in a minute. Right. So obviously it's been narrowed, right? So you can clearly tell we've got in here now that you essentially lose these parts on the sides. You lose the
side doors.
Side doors. There is a version that has a turret back here. I think the other thing I've picked up on is the other one doesn't have the tractor beam either, which is another big thing. You've obviously got the seats in here.
You've
question
got the levers like you see on the Corsair rather than and the cutter rather than the buttons.
You can put 2 rocks in this. I think you'd only be able to get 1 in the other one, so you've lost a lot of cargo. I'm not sure if it's any shorter, but it does feel a little longer in this, but maybe it's just a visual thing. The engines are clearly a lot bigger on this as well. I think this room here even feels... Could be wrong.
The shiv is a little bit lighter than the black, so it would make sense.
Yeah, everything else seems to be on par in this front section. All it goes back just as far. It's just that they've got the chair in here. So this really is just a cutlass and the other one at the front. It's really what the. Okay. Apparently, I pressed the F key nowhere near the turret, but okay.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, getting sucked in.
Yeah, but you can even see how they've just like switched over existing shit, because that was switched over to Crusader gun rack instead of this one, and the storage lockers had been retextured. Oh, for
Yep. So Chimera has a question.
Yep.
Says, haven't played in a while. Is there a heist mission to rob the distribution centers mass delivery of goods?
Nope.
Because that would be awesome. Nope.
Nope.
Long story short. Spicy SCO7 says, does Execute think we are currently in the year 2026?
Did I write 20? Oh shit! Did I? So I read 20. I did write 2026. Not it's.
That's what they were saying earlier when I was picking up for the year.
2025, not 2026. I'm an idiot. Yep. That's it. Yep. We're gonna do Citizencon 2026 twice.
Yeah, we're just in the future.
Yep.
You know, we're used to that.
So the one weird thing about this design that I. Sorry, Algared, go ahead.
No, that's it. I wasn't going to say anything.
I actually agree with the choice of taking out the side doors. I don't think they really had any value.
Well, it slims out the other one. So yeah, these engines are much bigger. I'd almost argue, I wonder if they're the engines of the Paladin, because the Paladin engines are meant to be a lot smaller, because they are like, again, if you think about where I was standing before, they're at least half the size of this, so they're just nowhere near as powerful as these ones. Obviously, you get 4 of them, but they just don't have the volume. Like, this is just huge.
Well, it's about mass, right? Like, it's about does the mass of the new vessel that's been slimmed down need bigger engines? And it doesn't, potentially.
Yep. Well, it's got more engines, because it's essentially got 6 almost the same size. 4 at the back and then 2 in the midsection, but this just has 2 utterly massive ones that are big. It's almost like on the Rambler and the Scout, when it had the different and default cutter, they had different configurations. It's like that. That's the analogy that's in my head anyway. All right, let's get that set back down and we'll have a look at the Paladin. And I will...
I'm so freaking. So excited, so wet.
Right, let's
another question from Riddick. Riddick says, if after the release of Squadron 42 they don't put all the effort into Star Citizen and just start Squadron 42 Part 2, will the player base riot and jump ship? Nope. Well, I won't.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
And it's not as if they're saying, as if there's a change, there's a change in their thinking. They've always said they'd bring out more modules of Squadron. I think what we're seeing though is the fact that I thought one of the biggest things they said was all the foundation tools were now in and ready to go. That was probably one of the biggest things I heard them say in the videos, which I think we'd glossed over, and it was that big change to all the foundational tools and all the framework that they hang everything off is done for this, which means they're now able to speed up the level of development and putting stuff in, hence the planetary tech and being able to speed up the way they do planets. That type of stuff is going to make it a lot quicker to get Star Citizen and the PU
they also
up and running.
The very first thing I wrote down today was 2 systems in 1 year. That was the very first thing I wrote down. So we're getting Castra as well, which is crazy to me.
God, it looks smaller than I was expecting. It looks way smaller.
Yeah, it kind of does. But the other ones are pretty small as well. They look bigger than they actually are.
I think that might be a result of them being in a massive hangar as well.
Well, yeah, but I mean, like, if you think about the
kind of messes with your perception.
So let's see how we get in, because this is going to be interesting. Assuming it's stairs. No, ramp, stairs. Ramp and stairs. Ramp and stairs. No, stairs. Look, stairs. Woo! No more shitty ramp. I like this. I like it a lot. Why would anyone buy a Guardian or an F8 when you can get this? Well, it's gone up in price now, but like you get my point, right? Like it was $280, so you could literally.
Okay, this makes sense. Like the armory being right at the entrance exit. This is the first well-designed anvil, like egress, ingress, entrance.
Do like the lighting very Star Wars dark side. Is the new cargo area. It's not super large, but it's better than nothing. We'll have a look at that in a minute. I want to check the interior out first. These will be component access. Yep, so there's your size 3 shield. I'm assuming
There'll be another one somewhere, we expect.
Life support. So that isn't in yet, obviously.
Yep.
What's this one? Was nothing? Big fat nothing?
Nothing.
Big fat more nothing. Nothing.
So that's the cargo grid, right? I wouldn't put things in cargo either.
That makes sense. It almost looks like they've put that. See, this is that thing that was meant to be that. That's that weapon thing that was in the concept.
The drop down where you have to kind of duck around it, I like that. That's a real freaking military vessel.
But this almost feels like a weapon loader. We often
and the cage. Do you see the cage? Like on the side of the stairs. Like that's a real thing. That's what we do, and we are, the way the vessels are designed, the vehicles are designed.
When I first saw this, I thought it was going to be some kind of thing where you load your ammo in, but now it just. I don't know quite what it is.
It's a magazine. It looks like a magazine.
Yeah, but there's no way to load it. It's just literally graphical, nothing else. Right. The back room is no. That was the one we did. Okay, so there is no back room. Very kind of cantina vibe there. Weapon rack. All right, so let's just go through. Let's have a look at them all. So there's your shoilet. That's a very big shoilet, though. That's straight off the other two, the Valkyrie and the Asgard. These two rooms should technically be the same. Storage,
and
kind of little thing, and bed, and little table. And if I run to the other side, it should be identical, which it is. Mirrors of each other.
They did say they were 3/4 were the same for everyone.
And this is meant to be where most of the repair stuff is. Engineering council.
Engineering, yeah.
Let's have a look at these. So there was the shield downstairs, so I'm just curious to maybe it didn't fit, so they moved it down there. So there's your jump drive. That's kind of a right in the center at the back too, so that's probably going to be the first thing they knock out, potentially. Let me open. Thank you. So 2 power plants, so 3 power plants? Oh, but they're size 2s, not size 3s. That's why.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And the other thing is the Paladin definitely has more shields because it's got 3 size 2s, so it's got that. They're about equal to each other. 3 size 2s is almost equal to one size.
Yeah. So far, incredibly well freaking designed. This is the best ship I've ever seen from CIG.
I was thinking exactly the same thing when I was watching it on the footage. Actually, all right, let's go check downstairs real quick in the this one, and then we'll go back upstairs and have a look.
Except for these bulkheads, we talked about this. The bulkheads are.
Oh, they've removed the upstairs. Okay, I can forgive them slightly because they've removed the up angles. So what I'm talking about,
though. You don't need that one.
On the Valkyrie and the Asgard, you kind of got to go down and then you got to go back up in stairs. It's kind of a bit weird. But I'll still take.
I'm sorry, I thought you were talking about the bulkheads. It has 2 bulkheads there. It only needs 1.
Yeah. No, I'm talking about the stairs because you got to go down a bunch of stairs and then you got to go up another one, and it's really aggravating.
I'd say another view of the 2 bulkheads there is minimizing depressurized space in the event of a have a hole in the hull, albeit that is a tiny corridor to warrant two bulkheads for. I do get the argument. And to be honest, I probably wouldn't put two there either. But for the sake of playing devil's advocate, there is an argument to have two there if you really wanted it.
If it had weapons or it had like components, I get it, but it doesn't.
Yeah.
Now, I want to know, did that deploy it upstairs as well or just downstairs?
You would have to go into...
Not showing me. Only showing me... Yeah, right.
Just look up through the ceiling, you should be able to see it.
Oh, motion sickness already.
I know. Oh, yeah, don't like it. Just rotate it.
Right, so I'm going to assume that that's the other bottom one down there. That makes sense to me. So you have the pilot upstairs with the other one. Don't know what they are though. They almost look like they want to open, if you see what I mean. Like,
yeah,
some kind of component, or is that an escape?
Yeah.
Oh, it's
no
server rack. No, maybe I don't know.
No, it would say escape if it was. I think it's like they thought of something previously, just didn't finish it.
Yep.
I think that looks like you put blades in there.
Yeah, it looks a bit like a blade server rack to me.
Really? Okay. Yeah, I mean, usually they mark them if they're blade servers, but yeah.
Well, they probably just haven't put the open switch on yet. But then again, here is a computer here as well.
But they usually put the tags on them, like the names on them.
Not always.
Like that says computer.
Well, this one just says.
Yeah, that one actually says something.
Yeah, but the other one said SRV, just like this. So, that is a relay. Okay, and that is the radar. Oh, another wheel core radar.
God, this is the best design ship I've seen from CIG so far.
Okay, so here's the actual turret. Nice.
Yeah, by far.
All systems online.
Exit. Deploy. Oh, it only deploys on the bottom.
So the bottom has like phalanx shield type of like metal things that come out. This has a visor that comes out. See it from the top right there. You can see it. If you look to the left.
But when I clicked deploy, it didn't come out.
Turn the ship on. See if it comes out.
Well, it's because it's just moving the turret from the top to the bottom. It's not.
Oh, that's the deploy. Yeah. So maybe the pilot's got to deploy it.
Okay. Oh my God! They really thought this out. It actually does work.
Okay. Let's see. Maybe the pilot's the one that deploys the shield. It makes sense. That'll be the only other thing he has to do other than fly. But yeah, I'm really ecstatically happy with this ship, and I haven't even flown it yet. I'm just talking.
No, this is the
visually.
You and I talked about like a ground support gunship. This is the first one, the first CAS ship.
Enable VTOL. Different. Deploy. This should be the screen. There we go.
Oh, that is badass.
That's really cool.
Except for the side. The side should do the same thing.
I don't know.
No, look at the side window right now.
I know it's closed, but I'm saying I don't think you need it. Because again, the shooters are already on a remote turret anyway. So the only you only really need to see forward, so to speak, and that you can also communicate.
You don't.
You can also communicate with each other.
Oh, good landing gear too. Oh, that's a beautiful animation.
It is.
All right, so
I'm very impressed. This is... Yeah, this is what the you know, I mean, the Asgard's amazing. This is, yeah, up there.
yeah, it's a little sluggish. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, but I actually said that. Like it's basically when they were talking about it, I thought it's your typical MMO tank. It's heavily armored. It's got lots of it's got lots of firepower. So it can stay in the fight, but it's slow.
It's a real ground support gunship. Like, it's heavily armored. I wish it was more armored, less on the top, more on the bottom, to be more of a ground support. But you know, even if it isn't, it's well thought out. This is the first real gunship I've seen. You've heard me talk about gunships. It's the first one they actually really thought about, and it's well designed. I'm very impressed by this ship.
Yeah.
The independent. So the other thing is, it doesn't look like the glass retracts anymore like it was originally going to. I think that's my only little disappointment, but they obviously concluded it just wasn't worth it because they just made it glass. But in the original plans, you were going to be able to retract the floor. If you go back and look at the original concept. So that is...
Yeah, because the original would have been retract the floor so you can see the ground target you're attacking. But if you've got your turret, your top turret now swings down, if it's a remote turret, you don't need to be able to see through because you're...
Pickles, what's your opinion of the general design?
Of the Paladin?
No, a random ship that we're not talking about.
Sorry, I zoned out for a little bit. I was reading something else. Yeah, I very much like it. I have to say I'm not a big fan of the Valkyrie or the Asgard, but I'm very much liking the Paladin so far.
Oh.
The layout. Sorry.
No, I was just gonna say that the bottom floor of the Valkyrie and the Asgard just kill it for me. This thing though seems like it's well designed, so I'm sorry, I didn't mean to...
to be honest, I just find them quite ugly as well. No, the Paladin I like visually. It looks great. The layout makes sense to me. Most things are where I'd put them. The only thing that I would do extra is put the weapon racks behind something secure, maybe just like a cover or something, so a boarder couldn't grab your weapons if they didn't have their own for whatever reason. But in recognition that this is a game and adding an extra layer between you and picking your gun up when you need it isn't a great experience, I'm fine with that. So yeah, overall I don't have many things that I would say poorly about the Paladin.
I am in love. I fucking love it. It is fucking fantastic.
So Pickles, I mean, you know a little bit about military vessels and military design. You know the Bradley, I'm assuming, like the exit port of the Bradley.
Vaguely, I'm not too familiar with.
I've seen them on YouTube's when they're covering. So
they got the hatch in the back, right?
Yeah, they do, but there's a hand lock. So to me, I've always thought these ships, including the Terrapin, would have a hand lock that you couldn't get in. You couldn't breach the ramp because there's a physical barrier unless you blow off the door. So in my mind, when you're talking about the weapon should be more secure, you don't want your weapon secure. You want to be able to get to them quickly, and then no one should be able to get in through that door. The breaching would happen from, the front.
You'd have to go through the armor. Yeah. The other thing I always like to see options for crew escape, which we don't have in the Paladin, and a lot of ships are guilty of that. And I don't mean it's more convenient to get in the ship from this angle. I mean the hallway to the ship's going down. The hallway that we get out through is on fire, and we've got no other way out of the ship. Something like that. So it's some kind of crew rescue system almost.
No, I mean you're 100% right. Like I don't want it to be a T-90. I want it to be something Western that actually cares about the people in it. Yeah, I get it. That's actually a really good point because I don't see that in the ship. There's no. I thought the center there was originally an egress ladder to its port side that went up and down from the hallway. Inside the hallway, and I didn't see it when X walked through it, but I always thought that should go down to the ground. There should be a hatch so you can get out and get up.
I wouldn't mind that at all. Yeah. That said, in real life, we're not exactly saints in the crew egress thing. I mean, look at the space shuttle. If there was a failure on launch, oh, is there something there?
It's still here.
I didn't see that earlier.
Check it out. Do it.
So I always remember.
Go down.
Shut up. I always remember it being in between the stairs. That's why I think you were thinking it was here. It's actually here.
No, I thought it was there. I just didn't.
Yeah, like I said, that the space shuttle, if there's a failure on launch, the option was just wait for the boosters to finish burning and fly back if you still had a spacecraft that worked. Just fingers crossed. And then there's many things that could have been solved if a crew escape system existed, not just in the space shuttle, but other aircraft and other spacecraft as well. And the lack of that in especially something like the Paladin, where you are fully expecting to get shot at, fully expecting to take lots of damage, would be nice to see.
That actually looks like
really
it is
pretty.
still designed to retract, by the way. Look. They just haven't put it in yet. I think that is still meant to retract.
So can you go down to go
See
back
how
to the ladder?
See how the glass is. It's all. I think that's all still meant to retract. It's just not in yet.
That's not allowed to get out there. That's just an alternative route between the tracks there, right?
No, yeah, but like, see how it's wrapping around the console. So in the original concept, this floor was meant to retract, and it was so the guys at the bottom could talk to the guys at the top. Right, that was the kind of intent, and I still think that is the intent. I just don't think it's in yet. I just don't. They've added a button or whatever to retract the floor.
I got the impression that when they were talking about the ship in the stream, that's what they were saying. But the crew was all quartered really close together so it could communicate. Because I actually wrote down.
They're all in that one room essentially.
Yeah, it reminded me of the idea of a constellation. Way they've got the two turrets, top and bottom, and the idea was so you could do the, I got one, don't get and have that don't get cocky kid scene.
Yeah.
And that's what I feel they've been trying to recapture with this, in terms of all the crew being there together, so you can talk to each other without having to, without loss of communication. So I think even if it's a grill. It may just be a grill, not a. But you can still communicate.
No, what I'm saying, Algared, is like when I was downstairs, you can see that the weight. Like if they were just going to make it a solid glass floor, it would just essentially be.
Yeah.
A solid glass floor, but they've actually gone to the trouble of cutting. Look, they've actually cut that panel out around the center island console.
Yeah.
So it makes me think that it's still possible. Oh no, that's not, because it's a footstep. That would have to fold down. Yeah, so it's not gonna attract anyone.
Surely
there's. Oh shit.
There's still enough space in there that each deck could speak to each other through there. I mean, there's room for the sound to get through.
Yeah, I thought it was just a grill rather than glass, but.
I think it is a grill. I think you're right, but
in the concept, it was yeah,
open.
Yeah, it was open.
Yeah.
I can show you.
I love that part of it. I think that they probably got sidetracked by the constraints of the width of it, because you can see that it's underneath one of the feet. So I think they went with the grill just for convenience, but like it still works.
Yeah. No, it's glass. You can tell it's glass. It's not a grill. It's glass. They
Is
even said in the video it's glass, but I was hoping it still retracts. But now I see that is bent up behind the pedal. It's not, because if they'd made that flat, it still could have retracted. Even if it was just this middle, even if it was just this middle section that retracted.
Well, if you look at, no, it's the Aegis symbol, not an arrow on the glass. I think there was an arrow on it indicating it moves, but no, it's just the Aegis symbol.
Yeah.
I mean, for gamifying it, I mean, like it doesn't make any difference from the gameplay, right? You can still talk to the person.
They're going to be within proximity range. They just probably thought it was not worth the effort.
Man, those freaking slats. Those slats and the fact that they even gave them to the bottom floor, I love the constricted view. That's the thing with the freelancer that I despise in the general design, but like I get the design. Like the restricted view it's so like 1980s space drama.
1980s space retro glasses. Do you remember those?
Yeah.
And they had 5 or 6 slits on them. Yeah. It goes with the grills. They're just trying to trick you and make you think it's got heaps of grills on the front.
Yep.
No, it's beautiful. It's a really.
It looks serviceable.
I think the turret is ridiculously large, and the design of the ship to me, when I look at the turret with the overall design of the ship, I'm like, yeah, it's fine. Like, it could be even larger. I don't care. It looks well designed. It looks like it has a purpose. It looks like it's a real ship. And there are a few ships, I mean, especially recently, like the Valkyrie, the interior of the Valkyrie, the interior of the Asgard, which I love the exterior of the Asgard. I love the redesign of the Asgard. It doesn't make sense when you come down to the interior design. This makes sense. This whole ship, 90% of it makes sense.
And like you talk about that turret being on the top and being, you know, it looks big. But that's the same size turret that's on the Hurricane.
No, it's a size 5. Isn't it?
Size 5. Size up, isn't it?
It's 2 sizes
Yeah, size up.
It's two sizes.
No, Hurricane.
Hurricane's
Isn't Hurricane 4?
Hurricane's a size
I thought it
3s.
was 4s.
Okay, no, it's 3. Okay.
Size 3s.
Okay.
4 size 3s. This
It's so
four.
ridiculous.
And these are 4 size 5s. Okay, so that's similar, but
All right.
yeah,
Well,
it's
no,
big turret, but either way. Aurelius has a question. Aurelius Indomitus, do you think we will get Vandal fighters in next? Well, yes. They even showed us.
Yep.
That will pretty cool. But
Well-
the fact that as you do the missions and you do more and more, you keep getting more and more Vandal and
So-
eventually get your strike group. That's
So I don't mean to like jump in here, Algared, and like say that the intent of the question wasn't meant, but could he have meant like on foot fighters, like actual combat fighters?
and then the Vandal, Scythe, and
no, he means like Vandal
the
soldiers.
actual warriors.
Vandal
okay.
soldiers.
That's possible. Like I don't know whether that's what he was meaning.
Again,
but
it's hard to take the context of the question sometimes when it's not said. So,
yeah. But even the scenario that they're building up, there's nothing to say they couldn't have that, the Vandal boarding that station. So it's possible. But your guess is
Excellent
as good
Pickles.
as mine.
What do you think?
In terms of FPS combat, from what we've seen, I wouldn't expect it. Although that isn't to be said. You know, a mission design could change, or there could be, you know, some kind of FPS content added that would have one for Vandals.
Yeah, that's pretty much my view. Like,
but I think in the activities that have been announced, I doubt it.
Yeah, my thought was just ships, but
look, I'll put it this way: I think eventually we will get Vandal FPS in the game.
Yep.
It's a matter of when, not if.
yeah, that's probably the best way to put it. We'll get it. It's just when.
So, as an FPS guy, because I mean that really is my main focus. I do love ships, and I love piloting them. I love crafting. I love like the weird things that like a combat person shouldn't like. But I believe personally, I think it's the perfect intro to Squadron 42 that you introduce the Vandal in a scenario. The whole storyline ends up being like the Vandal invade something that where you're defending it and you have to defend against them and you don't win. I think that's the most beautiful pre-Squadron 42 launch mission you could give. You know, the
build the hatred for the Vandal. That's what you want to do.
And you can't win though. Like they swarm you. They keep coming. They keep coming. They keep coming. They out damage you. And
yeah, well,
I would love.
But when Dave Haddock was talking about the Vandal and the way the Vandal operate is the Vandal will send in raiding parties, and the Vandal value toughness and ability to fight. So if you beat them, they go, oh, that's a tough guy. So they get prestige for beating tough guys. So the next group come in to try and beat you, and if you beat them, they go, oh, you're a tough guy. So more and more keep going in, and so you eventually end up, if you keep going, getting a kingship. Which is what happens at Vega. We kept beating them, so we bring in a kingship. So that's the law side, and that seems to be exactly the way they were talking about the Vandal coming. Seemed to be that type of build up. Oh, you beat the first mob, yeah. Next time you get a bigger mob. Oh, Now you get a bigger mob, and it just keeps going until you get the strike group. So, exciting things. That's what I'll say to that. Panda on vodka. Stinger, can we speculate? No, we don't need to speculate the price because it's in game and it is
290 war bond.
290 war bond, 315 Stinger.
Was it 3? I read
50, isn't it?
315 normal.
No,
and
no, I've got it right here in front of me. It's 315 credit and 320.
That's what I just said.
I'm just reading it, Algared, okay? So the Shiv is 135 war bond, $135 credit for the Shiv. The Paladin is 325 war bond, 350 credit. The Stinger is 290 and the and 350
credit version.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, so.
Yep. Stimpack Steve, question, can I use my Pioneer soon? No.
That question was like the very first question before the stream went live. So you were way back like 4.5 hours ago with your questions.
Yep, we've only got 4 questions left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 questions left.
Yep.
So, at 4, because one of them was mine, where I said, does this mean destructible terrain? Which was just a thought I had when seeing the mid-layer terrain. And I think that would be something to do down the track, not straight away if they do that.
They did mention it years ago about deforming terrain. So
yep. Eric Schultz says, with the info we got on Genesis, do we also see the first steps of Maelstrom, destruction system?
No, they didn't show anything akin to that, did they? They just make it look pretty first before they destroy it. Because people often talked about, like, can I set a wildfire? And I think that is where they're going to go, because the amount of gameplay that comes out of something like that is insane.
You
know, like, is it a valid technique to start essentially like a bushfire and have them trying to put out the bushfire and you attack them from the other side? You know, like, there's all these gameplay connotations that can come through natural disasters.
What happens if you do that to the whole planet? You know, do you turn the planet back? You know, do you ruin the ecosystems? Do you make it so the planet can't recover? That you send its economy down to the depths. So, is it something that brings a UEE in because you've really peeved them off, and so they become enemy number one? So yeah, lots of thoughts that they could go with that. Eric Schultz says, another question, do you think that the Shiv will be just one ship model, or is it possible to see variations regarding the shipyard look? And I think we've discussed that and went over the various options that we thought.
Okay, it looks like I've got to possibly load the game in again because they've added the Shadowfall paint. I don't know if that means that I've got to reload it, but Ashra contacted me. He said that the Shadowfall is working.
Yeah, that'd be right.
But essentially, it looks like a black and grey paint. We'll have to wait and see.
Look, I know Star Citizen is all about ships, but can we talk about crafting at some point? Because I got super freaking wet.
We didn't get to look at the panel because we were doing things, so we're going to leave that for another time.
Yeah, I saw the first half and I was super excited. To me, it was this is Daok. This is, player-made items are better than anything you'll find.
Dude, the crafting and the FPS on this was amazing. They gave real information.
Yeah, and
I'm very happy with the crafting. Yeah.
Yeah, and the way they talked about, you'd get the mats, you get the blueprints, and you'd have to create the different parts and then put them in the fabricator to actually create the thing. I thought, man, that is awesome. It's not just gathering a resource and going, Chuck, give me it. It's get the resource.
It's all physicalized, is what you're saying.
Craft that bit, yeah. It was,
but it's beyond that. They talked about improving resources and oh my goodness, the quality of resources. I know you guys don't want to talk about it right now, but I just lost it. It was. It means every profession has a value. every profession can prove themselves and improve and like really contribute. It was amazing.
Yeah, it made, even doing salvage and then taking that salvage and taking it to a refinery and repolishing it and getting it the top best you could get it, just to get the high quality stuff to make all the bits and pieces to put them together. And what if you get, you're trying to do a laser and you've got 3 that are top quality and 1 part that's one off? How does that impact the firing rate or the damage output? It just makes so much difference. It really did feel well, but I couldn't stay the whole time. I was really frustrated. I had to leave because you're right. It was exciting.
No, it's all good. That was the one thing. It's kind of funny as a combat guy that I was like super excited to talk to you guys about. Like, yeah, like we have real meaning when it comes down to crafting. And okay, so I'm going to change the subject because I know you saw this. The Terrapin scanner popping up, which to me said that scanning is like imminent.
Yep.
Like
Again,
they're
it's
talking about looking
on the roadmap, of course.
It is, but like I think it's gonna hit probably within the next month. Like, what do you think of that?
I think it's.
I don't know. I wouldn't think too much into it. I think it was an animation for the sake of a video.
I don't think it's the only thing hitting in that amount of time. Let's just put it that way.
I got the impression that because of the way they were describing Nyx, that scanning was going to be an essential aspect of a part that was required or needed or would enhance or make that gameplay even better. But does it mean they actually specifically must have it in and all those scanning differences for Nyx to work? No, but it's the type of thing they can be adding as it goes.
Would you agree that like Genesis is a main necessary technology for scanning to really work in the game?
No, I disagree with that.
Nope. They're completely different.
Why? Because
they're not
felt
connected.
The exact opposite way. I thought it was.
They're not connected.
So Genesis absolutely could help depending on how scannables are, distributed, because like you saw with object and tree and rock distribution, the same could be said for scannable objects.
Inorganics.
I don't think it's I don't think it's required at all.
But remember,
the same definitely could be achieved with the current system.
Remember when they did the talking to the mining guys, and we're looking at the one of the last things where Tony did, and the guys were saying, "Oh, this is just like, here's a mining mode, and you could follow it down and say." The way they're doing the planets now, that almost feeds into that type of thing as well. So
Are you talking about the geologist thing when I was on Cellular?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it was amazing.
Yeah,
that was a great.
That is more about the propagation of rocks, and he even said today. Remember, I believe his name was Will. I think his name was Will. He said, rocks will literally spawn where they're meant to spawn.
Yep. Yeah. And so that aspect. So in that sense, the Genesis tech does lend to the scanning, because you'd actually go to the, a geologist would go to the areas where they expect.
No, because scanning's not connected to propagation. You're talking about real world elements. Me and Piggles are talking about an in-game engine, how that works. So they're not connected in that sense.
So 50% of scanning, obviously more than 50% of scanning, but a percentage of scanning is just based on where the resources are. So now we have the ability to naturally propagate resources. And then we also have the ability to be able to identify where they're at. So at that point, the rest of scanning is just simply doing that, like the depth that you would do that. So my point is not that it's necessary for scanning, but doesn't that like solve the scanning problem?
I think it contributes to it. But it's not.
No.
It's not a.
It's not. Again, we're trying to tell you that they're separate systems. Realistically, if you want to look at it from a coding perspective, if I think of it, it might be slightly different to this, but Piggles, tell me if you think it's different. But essentially, you're scanning in range for entities, and essentially that's what's fed back to the system, and it's just distributed to you in code. So you're essentially just scanning for the things that are around you, and it's giving them to you in an area of distance where and they're visually represented to you in a game engine as 3D art assets, right? So it's not quite what you guys are
But isn't that
thinking.
your database that you're pulling from? Like, isn't that the system that gives you what you're pulling from to see things?
I think you're trying to see something that's not there.
I
don't know.
The way I'd envision it from a code standpoint is, you initiate your scan, you tell the server, I'm scanning it, and you go, and the process would be, okay, you're scanning. What can you pick up? What are you capable of seeing? What is your range? And then just returning everything that fits those two filters.
So, Algared, did we get over what you needed?
I will have a look because I haven't looked for a while.
So this will be included with the Paladin, but I think we're going to have hit it because we're only $10 off. But I'll throw this in, and I'm going to upgrade it from a Stinger to a Paladin.
Yep.
And we'll get that all sorted out for
the
next stream.
I did get the Paladin because we were very, very close.
Mm-hmm.
And it was and so with $936.11 left
Wait,
after the Paladin.
you already brought it?
Yeah.
Yeah, return it.
Okay.
This is why I said don't touch anything until because I've also brought one. So this is why I said don't touch it, and I was gonna.
Okay.
Yeah. This is why I said don't touch anything. We'll get that sorted later. I did say I said don't touch anything.
Misunderstood.
It's all right. Because I've got to move US dollars in the background. That's why. And I was going to do it that way. It's all right. We'll get it sorted in the background.
Okay.
All right, then. With that, then we're going to actually sign off today anyway, because we've now gone an hour over time, and I'm about ready to rip SA's head off. I'm this fucking close. I'm so close because I'm losing it.
Happy.
I'm losing it really quickly. I am very sleep deprived, and I'm trying to act on my best behavior right now. But yeah, thank you for everyone for joining us. We'll get everything sorted.
Thank you everyone for their help.
Yep, we'll get Algared sorted out, and hopefully he can probably even have the video card by next week as well. Right.
Like, subscribe.
Yes, it is. It is for a GPU. It is for a GPU, and it's for a Paladin to give away to everybody. Harry Hotspur. Thank you for telling me to shut up. I really appreciate it, dude. Very, very, very polite of you. Right. With that, then the voices in the void have been Ashra. Lemming was here at one point. John Citizen's sitting in there listening. Piggles is there. SA's there. He's been Algared.
He's been Execute. And we're out of here. Take care.
And thank you to Grim too for joining us today. I really appreciate it.
And Grim was there earlier as well.
Yep. All right. See you, citizens.